Preparing. Okay, I think we're live on Facebook. Wait. Um, so I won't speak anything, but I'll let Nalini Didi start with Kirtan and then we can progressively move forward. Haribol.
And wait. Okay, Haribol. I'm just gonna put do not disturb on here. Right. Okay. जय श्री गुरु गौर गंधारवी गिरिधारी श्री राधा विनोद बिहारी जो की जय नीता लीला कृष्ण पार स्तोत्र सर श्री श्रीमद भक्ति वेदांता श्री नरेंद्र सिंह महाराज की जय नीता लीला कृष्ण पार स्तोत्र सर श्री श्रीमद भक्ति वेदांता बामन सिंह महाराज की जय नीता लीला कृष्ण पार स्तोत्र सर श्री श्रीमद भक्ति वेदांता टीवी कम सिंह महाराज की जय नीता लीला कृष्ण पार स्तोत्र सर श्री श्रीमद भक्ति प्रज्ञान केशव सिंह महाराज की जय नीता लीला कृष्ण पार स्तोत्र सर श्री श्रीमद भक्ति वेदांता स्वामी महाराज की जय नीता लीला कृष्ण पाद स्तोत्र श्री श्रीमद भक्ति सिद्धांता सरस्वती गोस्वामी ठाकुर प्रभुपाद की जय श्रीला भक्तिनाथ ठाकुर की जय श्रीला गौर किशोर दास बाबू जी महाराज की जय श्रीला भक्तिनाथ ठाकुर की जय श्रीला जगन्नाथ दास बाबू जी महाराज की जय श्री नरोम श्रीनिवास श्रावणानंद प्रभु जाय की जय श्री रूप सनातन भट्ट रघुनाथ श्री जीव गोपाल भट्टदास रघुनाथ सगुरु स्वामी की जय प्रेम से श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत शिवासरी गौर भक्तवृंद की जय श्री नवदीप धाम की जय वृंदावन धाम की जय श्री जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की जय नरसिंह भगवान की जय भक्तवाला श्री प्रहलाद महाराज की जय चार संप्रदाय की जय अनंत कोटि वैष्णविंद की जय समगत भक्तविंद की जय श्री गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि बोल. So just going to do some kirtan. I'm going to sing Gurudev Kripa करके. Actually, change of song. 359, which is Shri Guru Charana Kamala Bhajaman. I believe composed by our Gurudev. Shri Guru Charana Kamala Bhajaman. Shri Guru Charana Kamala Bhajaman. Guru Charana Kamala Bhajaman. Charana Kamala Bhajaman. Guru Kripa नहीं कोई साधन बाजा मान बाजा अनुसार श्री गुरु चरना कमला भजमान श्री गुरु चरना कमला भजमान मिलता नहीं सब दुर्लभ जाना रामता हूँ चोरा भगवान किसी को मिलते से हरि भक्तों के दर्शन श्री गुरु चरना कमला भजमान श्री गुरु चरना कमला भजमान Krishna Kripa ki Ananda Murati Nirajana Karuna Nidana Bhakti Bhava Nina Prakashata Shri Guru Pati Tapavan Shri Guru Pati Tapavan Shri Guru Charana Kamala Bhajaman Shri Guru Charana Kamala Bhajaman Shruti Smriti Purananamari Shruti Smriti Purananamari He knows Pashta Brahma Tanamana Jivana Harina Marata Sada Shri Harina Marata Shri Guru Charana Kamala Bhajaman Shri Guru Charana Kamala Bhajaman Guru Charana Kamala Bhajaman Charana Kamala Bhajaman Guru Charana Kamala Bhajaman Charana Kamala Bhajaman Guru Charana Kamala Bhajaman Charana Kamala Bhajaman Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Srila Narayana Sujita Narayana Goswami Jaya Guru Deva Srila Vamana Goswami Jaya Guru Deva Vamana Goswami Jaya Guru Deva Srila Trivikram Goswami Jaya Guru Deva Trivikram Goswami Jaya Guru Deva Srila Bhakti Pragyana Keshava Goswami Bhakti Pragyana Keshava Goswami Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada Shapare Srila Saraswati Prabhupada Shapashara Srila Saraswati Prabhupada Nita Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nita Gaura Hari Bol Nita Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nita Gaura Hari Bol Oh Premanande Hari Hari Bol Srila Narayana Goswami Maharaj ki jai Srila Trivikram Goswami Maharaj ki jai So I'm just gonna speak a few words on this auspicious day of the Tirubhav Titi of Srila Narayana Goswami Maharaj and the Abhibhar Titi of Srila Vaman Goswami Maharaj. we just celebrated a few days early on Sunday, which is a really nice program with everyone. And many of us got to offer Pushpanjalis then as well. But today is the actual Titi. And I'm really grateful that we can celebrate in this way, in some way. So Srila Narayana Goswami Maharaj was born in 1921, 16th of February, in Tiwaripur. And Tiwaripur is a place well sort of known for Ram Bhaktas, and Srila Gurudev was born into a family of Ram Bhaktas. And also Srila Vaman Maharaj was born in Jessore, which is now Bangladesh, in 1916. So Srila Vaman Maharaj, Srila Gurudev, and Srila Tivka Maharaj, they were all under the guidance of Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Maharaj. And also Vaman Maharaj took Harinam from Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati. So they were like the Trimurti, Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh. Srila Vaman Maharaj was like Brahma, Srila Gurudev was like Narayan, and Srila Tivka Maharaj was like Lord Shiva. And the reason why, because they all had qualities just like them. So Srila Vaman Maharaj, like Brahma, the creator. And Srila Vaman Maharaj was actually born into a family of Vaishnavas. His mother was a disciple of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati. She was very strict. She also, she would make sure everything was done properly. She would also chastise the husband as well. And she, I think, I forgot her name actually. But yeah, Srila Vaman Maharaj's name as a child was Santosh. And later on, when he came in contact with Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Maharaj, I think he was also reciting shlokas, and then they would give him chocolates if he would remember these shlokas. He also had a photographic memory as well. He was involved in publications. So in that way, he was a creator. And Srila Narayana Goswami Maharaj was just like Narayan, so maintaining, and also so powerful in so many ways, so mystical. He would give so much love and affection, so much power he had, almost like four arms, four-armed Vishnu, reciprocating with everyone simultaneously. So conversing with somebody, he'll be sat on the stage, for example, on Parikram in Kartik. He'll be talking to somebody, there'll be darshans going on, and then somebody over on the other side was experiencing, I don't know, some pain or something, and he would just know about that, and he would be sorting it out over there. Or like he would, I think one devotee told me that he was giving symbols to them, signals and things, while he was talking to somebody else. So in that way, very, very mystical and four-armed. And Srila Chivika Maharaj was like the destroyer. So you watch these YouTube videos where Srila Gurudev and Srila Chivika Maharaj are having like loving quarrels, debates about Radharani and Krishna, and he would destroy, he would just come out with all the this sort of arguments, and it was very, very, very strong, strong. So actually, on this Tirabha of TT of Srila Narayana Goswami Maharaj, who will feel separation. Srila Gurudev says that one who has rendered service to Krishna, one who has rendered service to Shri Guru, one who is following the instructions properly of Srila Gurudev, that person will feel this separation, this vipralamba, otherwise not possible. It is very very easy to drift away and carry on in our material life, because we are in this material world. So many distractions, so many things. So we are very, very fortunate to be under the guidance of Srila Gurudev, because actually he is a Mahabhagavat, and the Mahabhagavat has that power to leave such impressions in our hearts that we won't forget him. We will always feel that separation, unless your desire is something else. Srila Gurudev had that power. In all ways, he had that power to just leave, even if that person just wanted to go back in material life. He had that power to inspire everyone or nourish everyone in that way that they wouldn't forget him. And Srila Gurudev, it is very, very difficult to want to oh sorry, there was just that notice on the screen. It is very difficult to comprehend that Srila Gurudev is not here with us physically, but actually he always tells us, I am closer to you than the air that you breathe. I would want Gurudev to be here physically, the same eyes, the same form, just that Gurudev. And I just wonder if I could see him again in that same form in other lifetimes. And that's what I pray for. I don't know what I did in other lifetimes to receive such fortune, to be under the guidance of him, because finding a guru is like finding such a Mahabhagavat. Rasik Vaishnava is like finding a needle in a haystack, or like finding a Rolex watch in the ocean. So I'm really, really grateful today, and I just offer my pranams to our entire Guru Varga, and I'm so unqualified and fallen, and I really have no strength, and everything I do is just completely robotic. So I just want to offer my pranams and ask for strength in that way. Vanchakapatuvishya kripa sindhuvya patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo.
Thank you, Nalini Didi. That means a lot, actually, what you've expressed. And actually, one thing that I think we're all going through some sort of notion of struggle, but one thing that I did want to say, and this is something that Yashoda would always always tell me in particular as well is that no matter what happens, Gurudev's holding our hand and he won't let go, and we just have to keep persevering. And as long as we do that, um, he'll collect us and receive us. So um, thank you for that. I didn't really introduce this program also, so let me do that really quickly before I introduce our next speakers. But Vanchakalpatarupasha Kripa Sindhu Bhavicha Pataranam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namah. नमो विष्णुपदाय राधिकाय प्रियत्मने शिशिमशल भक्ति विदंत नारायण इति नामिने नमो विष्णुपदाय राधा गोविंद प्रियत्मने शिशिमशल भक्ति जीवनाचार्य गोस्वामी इति नामिने पंचाकल्प this is the fault of me not being able to do these programs all the time. I first of all offer my humble obeisances at the lotus feet of my divine masters. Nitila Pravisht Om Vishnupada Stotra Sata Shishima Shila Bhakti Vedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj. And at the same time, Nitila Pravisht Om Vishnupada Stotra Sata Shishima Shila Bhakti Jivanacharya Goswami Maharaj. And on this auspicious appearance day of Shila Bhakti Vedanta Vama Goswami Maharaj, Nitila Pravisht Om Vishnupada Stotra Sata Shishima Shila Bhakti Vedanta Vama Goswami Maharaj, the entire Rupanuga Guru Varga, all the Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis. So I'm so grateful for everyone that's joined this program, because this, like I was just telling you, Shashwani Didi, before we started, that this has been a bit of a triggering program for me, because it's the first time that I'm doing a program without Yashodanandan Prabhu being in full-blown support. And it's something that I think Gurudev also wanted, and it's something that I also have to try and overcome. And being with my God family from London and the UK, being with me on this program and supporting means the world to me. I cannot even express that gratitude, and that this is one of the reasons why I wanted to do this, was to be around the people that I've grown up with in bhakti, and be surrounded by the love and affection that they've given me, that's led me to being with Srila Gurudev. So I'm forever grateful for all of you for joining me and speaking, and just listening also, and being in this environment. So moving very swiftly on, because I'm not good with words. So Budhar Prabhu was actually meant to speak first, but unfortunately he's not been feeling well, so he's not been able to speak today. So instead, we've shifted some of the schedule around, and Ananga Mohan Prabhu and Yamuna Didi will speak first. And then we'll continue our program. But thank you, Ananga Mohan Prabhu and Yamuna Devi, for joining and coming on and speaking a little bit about both, if you can, Srila Gurudev and Srila Ram Maharaj. Haribol.
Hare Krishna. Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurumilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Vanchakalpatrivascha Kripa Sindhuvevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. I'd like to offer my unlimited Dhamma pranams into the lotus feet of my spiritual master, Nityalila Prishna Mishtapada Satara Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj, and simultaneously unto the lotus feet of Nityalila Prishna Mishtapada Satara Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Vaman Goswami Maharaj, Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj, and Srila Bhaktivedanta Van Goswami Maharaj, and to all the assembled Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis, to my guides, my mentors, my well-wishers, that you're all there, and I'm happy to be sharing today on this very auspicious day of the appearance day of our Srila Bhaktivedanta Vamana Goswami Maharaj, and the disappearance day of our Srila Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj. And thank you, Yashodhari Didi, for hosting the program and encouraging us to engage in this seva, this service. I'd like to thank Yashodanandan Prabhu as well for his support in instigating all of these programs in the past. And may we be able to continue them, remembering him and the service that he did for us, for Srila Gurudev. He was a great support and inspiration, a mentor, a guide. And I'd like to offer this short Pushpanjali to him in honor of our Srila Gurudevs. So the Guru Tattva is very serious and very deep in our philosophy, and is actually the backbone of our bhakti. So we've heard this many times before, but our task, our job is my job is how to instill it in my life, in my daily practice, and to remember Shri Guru always, and never to forget him, just like we're always instructed to remember Shri Krishna and never forget him. So Shri Guru will bring us closer to Krishna and his associates, and this is very important. Guru Tattva. So how do we get Shri Guru in our life? This is a mysterious thing. Nalini Didi mentioned that it's like looking for a needle in a haystack, but actually we're not capable of finding Shri Guru in that haystack. Somehow in this transcendental process, it's the other way around. The needle finds us, and this is the magic of the process. I cannot say that I found my Gurudev. I can only say that he found me, and he saved me from this drowning ocean of material existence, which I think is a feeling that we can all share amongst ourselves. And that's why we're on this process, is to be saved from this ocean. Otherwise we will drown, and we can see many people drowning and struggling, and seeing them, feeling compassion upon them, like Mahaprabhu, we reach out our hand to help them. But of course, it's a very individual process, and even though we may stretch out our hand, they may not want to take that. So this is also the esoteric nature of this process, because everybody has their time. And we remember how Srila Prabhupada came in the very fag end of his life to help us, help the Western world, actually, the whole world he helped, not only Western, but Eastern, to come back to this very pure line of bhakti, Sanatana Dharma, which has existed for many thousands of years. It's actually eternal. There's no beginning or end. So in the same way, I'd like to remember Srila Prabhupada and thank him for all his endeavors and efforts to send his disciples all around the world so that I could be saved. Because I remember one of his disciples, probably a very young brahmachari, I remember handing me a book. And this book introduced me to the temple, and which introduced me to the devotees, which introduced me to the philosophy, and also eventually, after many years, led me to the lotus feet of our Gurudev. So without this initial Varta Pradakshaman Guru, this person on the street distributing the book, or this person on the street chanting the holy names and somehow attracting us to the association of devotees, I would not be here now speaking to you. I cannot imagine where I would be, but certainly in not such a good place. So thanking all those disciples of Srila Prabhupada and Srila Prabhupada himself. It was actually, I started my journey through ISKCON and serving many of the sannyasis who themselves went to visit Srila Gurudev and took instructions from him very, very intimately and very closely. And this was the legacy of ISKCON, and the legacy of Srila Prabhupada, of course, asking Srila Gurudev to come and perform his last rites, his samadhi ceremony. And this is not an ordinary thing, of course, for those people who have been associated with ISKCON and joined ISKCON and serving in ISKCON. This is a very important last instruction of Srila Prabhupada. which we try and encourage, we try and promote, we try and share with others this knowledge that will help them to come on the path of pure bhakti. And this is the name of the institution that Srila Gurudev gave to his Sangha, purebhakti.com. So it's not an ordinary thing there also. So after meeting Srila Gurudev, I took Harinam and Diksha involuntarily, actually. It was only by the encouragement of his disciples. Having been in ISKCON, I wasn't so keen to take so-called re-initiation, but actually Gurudev described that this is actually the initiation. And this happens in many different ways, of course. Initiation is just a formality. And we've learned that the pure maturity of initiation happens much later, at a much more advanced stage of bhakti than we take it for. So like we were speaking on Sunday, this process is a long process, and we're entering into the doorstep of bhakti, pure bhakti. I don't feel myself having entered that realm yet, but I have that desire that Srila Gurudev will take me, pull me by the hand whenever is needed, and as always he is doing, and continue my journey, whether in this life or the next life. I continue that prayer. But after meeting Srila Gurudev, I was also fortunate to have been introduced to Srila Bhaktivedanta Vaman Goswami Maharaj, whom we were fortunate enough to serve for some small period of time in some small ways. His magnanimity, his grace is unparalleled. Having met him, actually, I felt like he was my Gurudev. He was whom I was supposed to have surrendered to quite naturally. I mean, I don't know who a Mahabhagat is because I'm not one myself. But if that definition applies to him, it was by the definition that he would make you chant the holy names of the Lord quite spontaneously, quite naturally, and the effect of being in his presence had that effect, and one could not but fall in love with him. So remembering the glorifications on Sunday, Yashodhari was saying that he was like a spontaneous magnetic attraction, and I can vouch for that. These personalities are not ordinary, of course. They come from the spiritual world. We have this faith because they don't behave and act like ordinary people, or ordinary everyday people. They are special. They perform miracles. Remembering the miracle that Srila Swami Maharaj said that, my miracle is that I've made these hippies into happies. And you can see how the Western devotees shave their heads, wear dhoti, tilak, and they are practicing Sanatana Dharma, which is the culture of the land of Bharat or India, which it is now. So his glories, his magnificence is this. His miracle is this, that he's making the hearts of the living entity full of Krishna Bhakti, Krishna Prem, so that they were able to perform these devotional practices and inspire others. In the same way, Srila Gurudev, he continued Srila Prabhupada's mission by coming to the West. After Srila Gaura Govinda Goswami Maharaj left this planet, he was pushed. He didn't want to come. I know I've heard a conversation between him and Srila Vaman Goswami Maharaj saying that you must go, although he himself was very elderly and aged, and having gone through many operations. Srila Bhaktivedanta Vaman Goswami Maharaj encouraged him to come to the West and continue the work that Srila Prabhupada had done, supporting all the devotees, really igniting their fire of devotion again, and inspiring them to carry on this line of bhakti, in carrying on practicing devotional service. So his glories continue through his Srila Bhaktivedanta Maharaj's disciples, and so many devotees are now continuing this task. A thankless task, of course, because there's no reward, there's no expectation externally, materially, but those devotees who are sincerely engaged certainly feel inspired to perform this task. It's not easy. We know many people come to bhakti, but not so many stay. We're always amazed at the people who are still here and still going strong, and of course always there to help those who are struggling. And Gurudev always said that we're here to not live this life for ourselves, but to live it for others. And in this way, we will get the mercy of the Lord. So we behave in the way that, yes, the Lord will shower his mercy. He'll come to us. We don't have to go and look for him. He will shower his mercy, and we can feel that in the time that we spend with Srila Bhaktivedanta Goswami Maharaj. He's allowing us to serve him and the mission of Srila Gurudev very strongly. His tireless efforts, his dedication, his sacrifice, and it's also his appearance day on the 2nd of January. So we'll be celebrating that. He's producing many books like Srila Gurudev was doing. We heard also that he was writing notes when Srila Gurudev gave class, and those notes he's now manifesting into a book forms. So a new book is coming up, Sapta Sindhu Gunavati Shirada, the 7 transcendental oceans of Srimati Radhika's divine love. And this is a very nice book. When it comes out, you'll hear about it. Please do take it on and try and access his other books. If you don't have, please do contact us. And there's so much more that can be said about each of these acharyas and their contribution, their life and their history, the legacy that they left behind. And just speechless for words, really, to offer them anything just but my sincerity. And if there's any insincerity in that, please, that they should help me to correct it. And I ask the Vaishnavas present and to guide us, to inspire us, continue to inspire us, encourage us, and in that way we can improve and progress on this path. So that's my prayer today to Srila Gurudev and his lotus feet. Thank you again for inviting us to speak. Made a whole list of notes what to say, but it didn't come out that way at all. So please excuse any of my mistakes. I was hearing Srila Gurudev's Hindi class just yesterday, and he was glorifying Srila Bhaktivedanta Goswami Maharaj. And in that, he was saying that he was, Srila Bhaktivedanta Goswami Maharaj was a few years older than he himself. So there's some technicality issues in different books about his appearance days, but this is a small detail. Of course, Srila Gurudev considered Srila Bhaktivedanta Goswami Maharaj as his spiritual guide, because it was him who nurtured him, gave him shelter and instruction. Although he was very attached to Srila Bhaktivedanta Trikam Goswami Maharaj, and they have very informal, intimate relationships, whereas his relationship with Srila Bhaktivedanta Goswami Maharaj was much more of awe and reverence and respect. So they had a bit of like different bodies, but one soul, one Atma. So this is their beauty, this is their glories, and so just a sprinkle of that. And we pray for their continued guidance. Vanchakalpatribhyascha kripa sindhubhyo patitanam pavnebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. I'd like to ask Jamuna if she would like to share together on this. Yeah, if that's okay, Yashoda.
Yes, but Anangamon Prabhu, just before you leave, otherwise I'll forget what I've just written, and then but I just wanted to say, like, what you were speaking about with Srila Prabhupada's disciples saving us. But Gurudev would say in some of his classes that I've only come for Srila Prabhupada's disciples to help, and we were the byproducts of them. So it's very Gurudev's was there for them really.
Mhm.
And then,
Yeah.
you know, we became fortunate to have that association. And I really liked your quote, not to live our lives for ourselves, but for
Yeah.
others, meaning Guru Parampara is something that we should all aspire to do. And I really appreciate everything you said. And of course, if anyone's read Srila Maharaja's books, like you said, if you cannot fall in, there's no way that you cannot fall in love with.
Yeah, he's ever present.
Yes, look at him. Forever present.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sorry, Yamuna Didi, please.
I don't have a pranam to all of you, dear brothers and sisters. Om Agyana Timrandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Kshakshu Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripasindubhyaya Vachapatitanam Bhavanipyo Vaishnavipyo Namo Namaha Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Sigura Bhaktavrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. I would like first of all to offer my most humble obeisances at the lotus feet of my Diksha Guru, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj, as well as to all my Shiksha Gurus, headed by Srila Bhaktivedanta Vana Goswami Maharaj, Srila Bhaktivedanta Vaman Goswami Maharaj, Srila Bhaktivedanta Trivikram Goswami Maharaj, Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. To all of Rupa Nuga Guru Varga, to all of you, dear brothers and sisters, and to all of you who are present here today. Like you said earlier, Yashoda, really, it's a very emotional time for all of us because, of course, through this Zoom program, we remember so fondly Shriman Yashodanandan Prabhu and how much his contribution has been so important in our Gurudev's preaching mission, where he has engaged himself completely with all his energy, all his determination in his Guru Nishta, and how much he has been instrumental as well in nourishing our memories of Srila Gurudev during very difficult time, like during the COVID time. And we have this strong emotion in our heart thinking of him today. And I am sure we are all somehow connected to him through these memories of Srila Gurudev on his disappearance day and on the appearance day of Srila Vaman Goswami Maharaj through this UK Sangha. So I have no qualification whatsoever to say anything here, but Srila Gurudev somehow or other was attached to even his babies to say a few words, to be able to repeat something so that some purification comes through our heart. And we have a beautiful festival. We started on Sunday at the Bhakti Yoga Center in London, and it was such a beautiful time to be with all of you, to feel your enthusiasm and this Guru Nishta in everybody's heart, and this mercy of Srila Gurudev's flowing in this place and in the heart of all who were present there. And I remember asking who has met Srila Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj, and there was a few of us, but I was thinking, like you said, Yashoda Didi, what is really extraordinary, it's like anyone who was there were meeting Srila Gurudev at this very specific time. And this is the magic of our gurus and of the pure devotees. And we remembered as well together how this connection between Srila Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj, and Srila Vaman Goswami Maharaj has been so strong. And this viraha, the meaning even of viraha means a very special meeting at the time of separation. So those personalities, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj, Srila Bhaktivedanta Vaman Goswami Maharaj, and Srila Bhaktivedanta Trivikram Goswami Maharaj, that we have heard so many times as being the three pillars of the Gaudiya Vedanta Samiti, are never separated. And if we always remember about them, we are never separated from them, in fact, and they are present in each and every moment of our life. And we have heard as well how Srila Bhaktivedanta Vaman Goswami Maharaj was the first one to welcome Srila Gurudev when he first came to this train station in Avadvipdham to take shelter at the lotus feet of his Gurudev, Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshava Goswami Maharaj, how he invited him, calling him Tivariji at the train station. And in this way, introducing him to Srila Gurudev, who had sent him at the train station, knowing through his transcendental vision that Srila Gurudev was gonna come. And Srila Gurudev, we can understand, have chosen as well to conclude his divine pastime in this world, living on the day of the appearance of Srila Vaman Goswami Maharaj, because in my understanding, he wanted us forever to remember the glories of Srila Vaman Goswami Maharaj and this strong relationship that were bonding them. And in the same way, in my understanding, Srila Vaman Maharaj was probably also coming to welcome Srila Gurudev to enter again in his eternal pastimes. But they are situated in our heart as strongly as we remember them. Their mercy is always available. It depends on us if we turn our face, our hearts towards them, or if we are completely overwhelmed by this illusory energy in this world. So I have chosen today to repeat a few quotes of Srila Gurudev, repeating his own words. In this way, we have been referring to his relationship also to Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada and his dedication to him. And we remember that his first intention when he came to the Western country was to come and nourish the heart of all those disciples of Srila Prabhupada. And many like myself, we came so-called by accident to receive this mercy. But in my case, I met Srila Bhaktivedanta Vana Goswami Maharaj 1 month before Srila Gurudev came to France for the first time. And he was really the one who brought me at the lotus feet of Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj. That's why he's naturally my Shiksha Guru, and I'm forever grateful for that. So I wanted just to repeat a few words that have said Srila Gurudev at the occasion of when he offered his Puspanjali to Srila Swami Maharaj. I will just repeat one part of this offering, but it is very significative of his mood and his dedication. And he has said that Srila Swami Maharaj ordered me that I help his devotees. And he said, if I'm obeying him, then I may is obeying others. In any case, even if the whole world is on one side opposing me, I will be on the other side trying to obey him. And we know how much opposition Srila Gurudev met at that time and how much he struggled. He said, I only want to teach what is pure bhakti in the line of Srila Rupa Goswami and all our acharya done to Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj. I want to be welcome in his temples where he performed his pastimes. I want to take his food dust, pay my respect, and especially worship his place of samadhi, which was performed with my own hands. And we remember this as well, how Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada asked Srila Gurudev to perform his samadhi with his own hands. I have an open heart and open arms. My door is always open to anyone. My intention is to help everyone who comes to me to establish a beautiful temple in their heart where Shri Radha and Krishna can be served. And Srila Gurudev was used to say, Srila Prabhupada have already accomplished this mission to manifest temples all over the world. So I have come to establish temple in your heart. I am praying at the lotus feet of my Diksha Gurudev and at the lotus feet of my Shiksha Guru and Priya Bandhu, because he considered Srila Prabhupada as his Shiksha Guru and as his close friend, Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj. May they bestow their mercy on all of you and also on me. If after first giving mercy to all of you, if there is some left, then they may give it to me as well. From my heart, I care for all his followers who try to carry out his order and spread Krishna consciousness. I am begging all of the Vaishnavas to be sympathetic to my attempt to serve the lotus feet and mission of our beloved Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj. He has kindly given me the opportunity to serve him, and I am offering my heartfelt Puspanjali at his lotus feet. So we can feel in this offering so much humility, so much faith, love, affection, and devotion that he had for Srila Prabhupada, and how much he was attached to fulfill his instruction, his order, even if the whole world would be against him. And he was always repeating over and over again that this Guru Nishtha is the backbone of Bhakti, and how it is important for all of us to continue to cultivate these beautiful moods. So I have chosen today to say something about the speciality of our Guru Parampara, as Gurudev himself has explained it, and this was at his Vyasa Puja in Hawaii in February 2005. He said the nature of the pure Vaishnava in our Parampara is that when they actually sprinkle their mercy upon you, you will enter in Rupa Nuga Bhakti. Under the guidance of Sri Rupa Goswami, Sri Rupa Manjari, you will serve Sri Radha and Krishna with an inclination towards Srimati Radhika. This truth is very confidential, and I have brought you here to understand it. Following in the line of our Acharya and by their desire, I am revealing many things about Raganuga Bhakti. No one else is speaking like this. All are silent, but I am not silent. In our entire parampara, hardly anyone will give this. I want you all to have Raganuga Bhakti. To get it, however, you will have to surrender. And I remember that the first time that I met Srila Gurudev, and in his Harikatha, he was speaking on such a high level. But I remember one sentence that really touched my heart when he said, I am standing at the shore of this ocean of prem. From that ocean, there is a sweet breeze coming that is saturated with unlimited droplet of pure love. And I want all of you to come with me at the shore of that ocean so that your life will become successful. This is the incredible kindness and unlimited love and affection that Shri Guru has for us. And Shri Guru was also giving a very important quote, referring to who is Shri Guru, what is his role in Radha and Krishna Lila. And he was saying, what is this meaning of Nikunja Yuno Ratikali Siddhye? What is the Guru doing? Guru must be like this, Nikunja Yuno Ratikali Siddhye. He must be serving Radha and Krishna conjugal, especially Srimati Radhika. The gopis, I make so many arrangements for them. What kind of, to meet? Ya Yalibir Yuktir Apekshaniya. They know what? They know how to cheat their father, mother, and husband in so many ways to ensure the successful meeting of Radha and Krishna conjugal and to serve them. A guru is very expert in all these activities. We see in our Guru Gayatri, Krishnandaya, Krishna, Anandaya, Dimai. This refers to both Radha and Krishna. Any male can serve Krishna, but no male can serve Krishna. Krishna is Radhika. Therefore, in Shri Guru's service to Radhika, for Ratikali Siddhi, the perfection of her amorous pastime with Krishna, he cannot both serve as Gopi. My Gurudev is Vinod Manjari, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Prabhupada is Narayana Manjari, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur is Kamala Manjari, Srila Jiva Goswami is Vilas Manjari, Sri Rupa Goswami is Rupa Manjari, and Srila Raghunath Das Goswami is Rati Manjari. And yesterday, Srila Bhaktivedanta Vana Goswami Maharaj in his Harikatha and his Puspanjali, he was also saying that Srila Bhaktivedanta Vaman Goswami Maharaj is Raga Manjari. So we can understand from that really the speciality and this very, very special gift that our Srila Gurudev came to give us. He said, actually, a guru is one who can serve Radhika. If a guru has fully controlled his senses, but is not directly serving Radhika, he is only partially guru. If Guru is not like Rupa Manjari and Rati Manjari, if he is not serving them, he may be a Guru in part, but not in full. The Guru's most exalted quality is that he is a servant of Radhika. In this way, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur is writing, Vande Guru Sri Charanara Vindam. I bow down to my Gurudev and all the Gurus in the line of Srila Rupa Goswami. Such a Guru is not only the Prakash, manifestation of Nityananda Prabhu or Baladev Prabhu, but is also the Prakash of Radhika. Such a Guru is the most exalted. Even Baladev Prabhu as Ananga Manjari take shelter of Srimati Radhika's lotus feet. How glorious, how beautiful and glorious she is. So I don't want to take too much of your time. Maybe my time is over. Please tell me, Yashodhari Didi.
Yesterday.
My time is over, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I will just finish with a last verse, a prayer. to offer at the lotus feet of our Gurudev. Swam Gopika. If I can find the page very quickly. So I was supposed to speak a bit later in our presentation, and then it was making sense to come to this part of the glories of our Srila Gurudev. So please forgive me. We have a program as well at our place today. So Yashodhari Didi very kindly, she accepted to give us an opportunity to speak earlier. And I'm sure that many of you will have the opportunity to expand on the glory of Srila Gurudev in many different ways, and of Srila Bhaktivedanta Vaman Goswami Maharaj. But just remembering that our Gurudev said repeatedly, don't be weak, be very strong in your bhakti. And one way that we can really please our Gurudev is by continuing this preaching mission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And all of you are already so beautifully engaged in this preaching mission. So please bless us that we can continue to try in any ways to serve our Gurudev, our Guru Varga, and to express from the deepest core of our heart our gratitude to all of you for your association and your blessings over the year and your presence so precious to us. And thank you so much, Yashodhari Didi, again, for inviting us to say a few words. Srila Gurudev ki jai, Srila Bhaktivedanta Vaman Goswami Maharaj ki jai. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya vacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha.
Thank you so much, Yamuna Didi, for it was very beautiful. And when you're reading what Gurudev was speaking about, Swami Maharaj Prabhupada, you can see the dedication he has for our whole entire Guru, like our Rupanuga Guru Varga. Like his dedication was based on the parampara. Like we see that his relationship with Param Gurudev was so unique, but also he has so many relationships with so many of the acharyas from the other mats also, and his dedication to because I know this from Srila Bhakti Kamal Madhusudan Goswami Maharaj, who's also my Param Guru Maharaj, but his love and affection there also, which has not been spoken about so much, but his dedication for him also was as strong, and Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj and so many other acharyas. So you've highlighted that point of that actually Gurudev was completely surrendered to our Guru Parampara himself, and he was a great example of that, and being coming to serve Srila Swami Maharaj in any situation was one of the peaks of that. So thank you for highlighting that, and it's really nice to hear that we know who Srila Maharaj is in Aprakat Leela, which was a nice little touch, and his Manjari form. So thank you, Yamuna Didi, for sharing your heart and offering Pushpanjali to our Guru Parampara. So now I will move over to our next speaker, Srimati Yashashwini Didi, to glorify and speak about either one or both, whoever she feels comfortable with. And yeah, Yashashwini Didi, it's over to you. But I think you're still on mute. Let me just ask you to unmute. Did it work? Yeah, there you go.
Danvat Pranams. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to Yashodhari, who's continuing this wonderful Zoom programs that Yashodanandam Prabhu trained her in and started himself. Actually, I was saying to Jamuna when I was speaking to her a couple of days ago that the Harmony book reminds me of Yashodanandam Prabhu, because by these programs he harmonized the Grihastas and the Sannyasis, the Eastern and the Western. Everybody got to know each other and understand each other much more. So these programs are actually really important. And even though this is only maybe our Sangha in the UK, but still they're very, very important. And it's just really nice to hear from each other and continue to glorify all these great saintly people. So first of all, I offer my respectful obeisances to Srila Prabhupada, my Diksha and Shiksha Guru, to Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Maharaj, who is my Shiksha Guru, to Bhaktivedanta Brahman Maharaj, whose appearance date is today, and to all the Vaishnava devotees and to our Rupanuga Guru Varg. So, Amagnati Mirandisha Gananganas Kaya Chakshram Militam Jena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Can I just check? Do I have 20 minutes or can that be extended? 20 minutes, okay, because I've noticed came up before saying, okay, so do I have 20 minutes? Sorry?
Sorry, no, someone just unmuted themselves. No worries, you're fine. 20 minutes.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, I am one of those Srila Prabhupada disciples that Srila Gurudev came to help. And so I thought that today I would really like to say some of the things that he taught me that I hadn't understood. So I had been for many, many years actually in Srila Prabhupada's temple. And I did not read. I did a lot more savor than reading, although I did avidly go to classes morning and evening, but I didn't study and remember. My understanding really was that the Lord was on another planet, we belonged there, and I wanted to go to that planet. So that was my whole meditation while I served. But I didn't really know so much in the details of getting there and what that meant. So I just want to quickly go through some of the things that Srila Gurudev that I learned. The first thing I learned, because that Srila Prabhupada had an internal form in the spiritual world that fitted into these pastimes, because I had never really thought so deeply about that. I didn't really understand how all that worked. So that was very amazing. The second thing I understood, in fact, it was something I hadn't understood because everyone was so into Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and I had this attraction for Radha and Krishna. And I was actually too shy to ask any questions, but inside I was actually in quite a lot of anxiety because I couldn't understand, if we have to be one-pointed, how could I actually be attracted to Radha and Krishna and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? So I just kept attracted to Radha and Krishna inside. But then when I came to Srila Narayana Maharaj, in the Mana Shiksha, he answered that completely with the question. He said himself, how can we be attracted to two people and still be one-pointed? He made that exact point. And then he made the point how Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, of course, is Radha and Krishna, so it's still one-pointed. So that was really important. The third thing he taught me was the internal reasons of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's appearance. The 3 points that we know, which if I've got time at the end, I'm going to read something. Then he also taught me an incredibly important point, actually, because I had been brought up in the West. I didn't know anything about Krishna consciousness before Srila Prabhupada came, and I'd only met Srila Prabhupada. So in our understanding, he was the only pure devotee. And so when I met Srila Gurudev, then actually I began to understand that there were other pure devotees who may even be teaching perhaps from another different angle of vision or with slight different details, but still, as long as they're actually lined up properly, sedantically, they're bona fide devotees who are giving their heart and actually bringing people towards the Lord. So that was a really important thing for me to learn, to understand that there were other pure devotees besides Srila Prabhupada. And I remember in Srila Prabhupada's purport in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, he made the point that if you follow your guru, he didn't say the guru, he said if you follow your guru, then you will actually make advancement and become Krishna conscious. So there may be slight different details amongst gurus, but if we follow our guru, who we've chosen to follow, then actually everything will work. So the next really important thing he taught was, he was very strong about the fact we have to reconcile the seeming differences between pure devotees, because so many people argue over different things to do with these situations, but none of the pure devotees have any differences sedantically. So they may come, there are actually 3 levels. I heard since I came to Srila Gurudev that pure devotees speak on, a Para Vichar. I know there's another name for that and I can't remember it. Tattva Vichar and Ras Vichar, and they may speak on those different levels at different times and even in different parts of their books. So it may seem hard to understand without understanding those levels. So yeah, these are really, really very deep things actually to learn. For me, it made a lot of things make sense. Another thing he taught me was that I never understood really the difference. I didn't really hear so much about Raganuga Bhakti, but I didn't really understand that if you perfected Vaidhi Bhakti, you could only go back to Vaikuntha. You couldn't actually go back to the branch because there was a different mood there. So I also taught us the meaning of greed, gave so many examples, and I'm just trying to go quickly through this because there's something else I want to add at the end. Yes. Oh yes, one thing I want to say is that I may be lifetimes of coming to the point of really following and practicing Raganuga Bhakti, but nevertheless I am extremely grateful because I have a head full and heart full of divine aspirations, and then I will try to naturally traverse along this path under the guidance of Sadhu, Guru and Shastra at whatever pace I can. But I have those aspirations and that is what keeps me going. So I also understood, after I came to Srila Narayana Maharaj, I heard about Guru Tattva, Baladev Tattva, Maya Tattva, and when we were doing the amazing Japa retreat with Tridandi Maharaj in Glastonbury in England, he actually had us make up a Shakti Tattva chart, which is about the Sandini, Samvit, Vladini, the Chit Shakti, etc., Jiva Shakti, Maya Shakti. So this chart is actually really, I was realizing afterwards when you do read like Srimad Bhagavatam or any of the books, how that chart, if you understand that chart, it gives you a deeper understanding, and it's easier to understand everything you read because everything fits into that chart. So yes, then yes, actually, I did want to say, anyway, yes, so, oh, also something really interesting that Srila Gurudev taught is that he taught about Srila Prabhupada. He gave the example of a mountain, and he said if we're standing by a mountain, we can look up and we can see the height of the mountain, how it's going up. But he said because of where we're standing, the mountain is going like this. And so we can't see the depth of the mountain. We can see the height because we're there, but we can't see the depth. So he was saying about Srila Prabhupada, and he was explaining, by him explaining those deeper levels of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's inner feelings, he was showing us the depth of what Srila Prabhupada had in his heart, because when Srila Prabhupada came, you know, he was very much, at least initially, actually very initially, he actually was teaching the very first few devotees that when you beg the deities, in your mind, you go down to the Jamuna, you collect water, you come back with a pot on your head, a golden pot, and you pour the water and like that. But then I think that was just initially at first, and then he realized, okay, you know, and he just got into, you're not the body and you're not the mind, etc., like that. So, but all these things actually of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's deep, loving moods of Radha and Krishna's exchanges from their hearts and from their whole beings, this was actually swelling and surging in Prabhupada's heart, and he kept it down. And that's why sometimes we would actually see Srila Prabhupada, he would just stop singing in the middle and he would just go completely quiet, and the devotees would quietly chant. And then sometimes the color of his skin changed, and so many different things. So that's because all these emotions, which he couldn't express at that time, but they were actually there. So there were so many beautiful, beautiful things that Srila Narayana Maharaj actually taught. And also he, well, so many little exchanges he had, so as well. But there's one thing I would like to quickly read, because I want to combine Srila Prabhupada and Srila Gurudev, that Srila Prabhupada had actually given these things in Chaitanya Charitamrita, but for myself, I hadn't read any of the books, so only listened to classes. So there's the most beautiful things in there, and it's exactly what Srila Gurudev was explaining to us. So I would like to just read something quickly, and I hope that's okay to share, because it's very beautiful. It expresses the deep sentiments of why Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came, and it's the verses of the Chaitanya Charitamrita that Srila Prabhupada gave us. So I'm just going to read through that quickly, and I hope that's okay. So it started out, it was saying how once Lord Krishna considered within his heart, everyone says that I am complete bliss, full of all rasas. All the world derives pleasure from me. Is there anyone who can give me pleasure? One who has 100 times more qualities than me could give pleasure to my mind. One more qualified than me is impossible to find in this world, but in Radha alone, I feel the presence of one who can give me pleasure. Although my beauty defeats the beauty of 10 million cupids, although it is unequaled and unsurpassed, and although it gives pleasure to the three worlds, seeing Radharani gives pleasure to my eyes, Krishna says. The vibration of my transcendental flute attracts the three worlds, but my ears are enchanted by the sweet words of Srimati Radharani. Although my body lends fragrance to the entire creation, the scent of Radharani's limbs captivates my mind and heart. Although the entire creation is full of different tastes because of me, I am charmed by the nectarian taste of the lips of Srimati Radharani. And although my touch is cooler than 10 million moons, I am refreshed by her touch. Thus, although I am the source for the happiness of the entire world, the beauty and the attributes of Srimati Radhika are my life and soul. In this way, my affectionate feelings for Srimati Radharani may be understood, but on analysis, I find them contradictory. My eyes are fully satisfied when I look upon Srimati Radharani, but when she looks upon me, she becomes even more advanced in satisfaction. The flute-like murmur of the bamboos rubbing against one another steals Radharani's consciousness, for she thinks it to be the sound of my flute, and she embraces a tamar tree, mistaking it for me. I have gotten the embrace of Sri Krishna, she thinks, so now my life is fulfilled. Thus she remains immersed in pleasing Krishna, taking a tree in her arms. When a favorable breeze carries to her the fragrance of my body, she is blinded by love and tries to fly into that breeze. When she tastes the betel chewed by me, she merges in an ocean of joy and forgets everything else. Even with hundreds of mouths, I could not express the transcendental pleasure that she derives in my association. Seeing the luster of her complexion after our pastimes together, I forget my own identity and happiness. The happiness I feel when meeting Radha is 100 times greater than the happiness I get from meeting others. My dear auspicious Radharani, your body is the source of all beauty. Your red lips are softer than the sense of immortal sweetness. Your face bears the aroma of a lotus flower. Your sweet words defeat the vibrations of the cuckoo, and your limbs are cooler than the pauper's sandalwood. All my transcendental senses are overwhelmed in ecstatic pleasure by tasting you, who are completely decorated by beautiful qualities. Her eyes are enchanted by the beauty of Lord Krishna, the enemy of cancer. Her body thrills in pleasure at his touch. His ears are always attracted to his sweet voice. Her nostrils are enchanted by his fragrance, and her tongue hankers for the nectar of his soft lips. She hangs down like her lotus-like face, exercising self-control only by pretense, but she cannot help showing the external signs of her spontaneous love for Lord Krishna. Considering this, I can understand that some unknown mellow in me, Krishna says, controls the entire existence of the one who I am captivated by, Srimati Radharani. I am always eager to taste the joy that Radharani derives from me. In spite of various efforts, I have not been able to taste it, but my desire to relish that pleasure increases as I smell its sweetness. I have appeared in the world to taste mellows. I shall taste the mellows of pure love in various ways. I shall come and teach devotional service, which springs from the spontaneous love of the devotees, by demonstrating it myself with my pastimes. But these three desires have not been satisfied, for one cannot enjoy them in a contrary position. Unless I accept the luster and the ecstatic love of Sri Radhika, these three desires cannot be fulfilled. Therefore, assuming Radharani's sentiments and bodily complexion, I shall descend to fulfill these three desires. In this way, Lord Krishna came to a decision, and simultaneously the time came for the incarnation of the age. At that time, Sri Advaita, we know, was worshipping and attracting him by his calls. And so, so Lord Krishna desired to taste the limitless nectarian mellows of the love of one of his multitude of loving damsels, Sri Radha. And so he has assumed the form of Lord Chaitanya. He has tasted that love while hiding his dark complexion with her effulgent yellow color. May that Sri Chaitanya confer upon us his grace. So this is actually what Srila Prabhupada was trying to give, that maybe I can only speak for myself. I wasn't ready to understand or even able to hear it at that time. But Srila Gurudev came to give us that and to show that that's what Prabhupada was giving. And so I am deeply grateful, and I haven't said anything about Srila Bama Maharaj, so just very super quickly, I will say that Bama Maharaj, I just read that it was the first time that Bhakti Pragyan Keshala Maharaj gave sannyas to anyone, when he gave to Srila Gurudev, Srila Srivakram Maharaj and Srila Bama Maharaj. They were like three pillars. They actually supported each other. They were so powerful together that they protected the whole river of the pure bhakti flow by the three of them together. They were so powerful, and they were so close, although they may have had different relationships. So yeah, he was very special. They did see him as an elder. He joined when he was, I think, 7 years old. His mom gave him to Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, who gave him to under the care of Bhakti Pragyan Keshala Goswami Maharaj. And yeah, there was one time when he had a fever of 103, and a large number of devotees actually attended some special occasion at the Gaudiya Mat. And although he had that fever of 103, which is quite dangerous, can only go up a few more degrees and you go. So anyway, his Guru Maharaj asked him to get up and cook for everyone, and he did. And not only did he cook for them, but he went and served them all afterwards, the prasadam. And then this was the example that he was willing to give his whole life for his guru, because he may have done. So he was very special, very soft-hearted. He was excellent at defeating somebody who had, say, an opposing sect, and he could defeat them without making them feel bad. So he was really expert. He had a completely different nature. Actually, Trivikram Maharaj, Narayana Maharaj, and Brahma Maharaj, they were such totally different natures, all three of them, and yet they blended together just perfectly. So yeah, so they were very, very special. So I'm just going to end up, because I think I'm probably gone over my time, but I just want to say how I remember, I think it was Govinda Maharaj, he would say how all of our great sadhus and saints and the acharyas, and they're like flowers in a garland of prem nam, and they're all working together, sometimes unseen and unnoticed, sometimes misunderstood, sometimes so many things, but they're actually completely selfish, and they're completely fixed in this mission that they're passing down of our previous acharyas. There is no difference. The seeming differences, as long as they're lined up, they're not there, nothing to argue over. Actually, we should all give each other energy to continue, and really, yes, really help each other to have strength to continue. This is such an incredible path, actually, that we're on, and it's not always easy. I myself am going through some stuff at the moment that I've never really been through before. Oh, at least maybe I have, but I've always pushed it down. I've never brought it up and actually really looked at it. And I think sometimes, just my personal feeling, sometimes I feel we do need to discuss certain things alongside Harikatha and the chanting. If something is troubling us to the point where it's causing a little bit of a block, then I think something is, for me, that is like part and parcel of my bhakti path. And I feel it's really important to do that. So, yeah, so anyway, I just want to say thank you to not just Srila Narayana Maharaj and my Srila Prabhupada, who are definitely like strawberries and cream. They just completely go together. They work together. They've just been perfect in my life. But I also want to thank all the sadhus who are actually passing down this teaching. I am grateful for everything. I appreciate, I may not always be able to function perfectly in certain situations, but I have a deep appreciation and gratitude and respect to all of them. And so I would just like to finish my offering there by offering my Dandavat pranams at the lotus feet of my gurus and all the sadhus and all the Vaishnavas. Ask for their blessings, ask for forgiveness for any unintentional offences, which I'm sure I have made hundreds of. Yeah, and on this auspicious day, I hope that myself and as a Sangha, we can all help each other along the path, appreciate each other's struggles when they come along, support each other, and forgive each other. And in this way, open our hearts to this wonderful, loving network of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Radha and Krishna. So with that, I just offer my respectful obeisances at the feet of all the Vaishnavas. And please forgive me for any offences or for any mistakes I have made in this offering as well. Jai Shri Radhe, Srila Prabhupada, Srila Gurudev Ki Jai, Rupanuga Gurval Ki Jai, Dandavat Pranams.
Thank you so much, Yashashwini Didi. There's so many things that you've said that have been really incredible, actually. One of the things that you spoke about, that one of the teachings that Gurudev said is that how to reconcile between pure devotees, and that there are other pure devotees out there in this world. And as we know, it says that without a pure devotee in this world will just completely be obliterated. But Gurudev would be very strong about honor and respecting other Vaishnavas, and knowing how to do that, and not criticizing anyone, even though there may be some reason for you to not understand why that Vaishnava is doing some things in a certain way. It's like watching Thirukka Maharaj and Srila Gurudev arguing at one point on Parikrama, but reality is that they love each other so much, they're not really even arguing. But looking at it from a perspective of the outside, it's like, oh, these Vaishnavas don't even know how to cooperate with each other. But reality is that one is increasing the other one's mood and vice versa, and sometimes it's required that there's some dysfunction in a group for the other person to push. Like, for example, when Srila Gurudev had to leave the mat, it gave him the extra push to then go preaching around the world, so these things are there, but we have to really reconcile and contemplate actually what is happening and why it's happening. But that was one thing, and you read that passage from Chaitanya Charitamrita, and like you said, Srila Prabhupada has given everything, but sometimes we need someone else, and it happens to a lot of us. We need someone else to put the lens on, a different lens, to see that actually it was always there. And one thing that you said right at the start, that Srila Prabhupada would initially tell people how to worship the deities with the pot of water, but Srila Prabhupada gave that pot.
Yeah.
And Srila Gurudev just Srila Prabhupada's given us the pot of the golden pot to offer to Thakurji, and Gurudev is filling it for us, So these are the things that maybe is something that we take sometimes for granted, but reality is that actually Gurudev and Guru Parampara have given us everything that we need. And that's what we have to have faith in, that everything that we need in Bhakti is there. And like you said at the end, that we should be there for one another, because actually it's so much easier when you can have someone to lean on speaking just about small things. Without this family, then it's very difficult to actually survive in Bhakti, because then it's easy to just go back into Maya. So thank you for that, and giving such a beautiful Pushpanjali to Guru Parampara. So I'm actually, Radha now is gonna take over for a second. And so I'm gonna give it to Radha, who's sitting right next to me, to introduce our next speaker. Well, Glenn.
Haribol. Okay, so I won't take too much time, and I'll go straight into introducing our next speaker. I would like to ask Jagatam Didi to unmute if she feels ready to offer her Puspanjali. Well, as we're all very eager to hear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Yashodhari, Didi, and Radha, and all the assembled devotees. I feel very, very humble and very humbled to be in this assembly and to have heard the previous beautiful offerings. I really thank everyone from the core of my heart for your beautiful offerings. And the last offering by my god sister, Yashashvini, touched me, especially the reading from Antya Leela, Chaitanya Charitamrita, just so beautiful, so heart-melting. And as I've shared on my daily Zoom group with other devotees, when I was a new devotee and I was reading Chaitanya Charitamrita, I read every day as a new devotee because my temple president encouraged it. He was a PhD and he was very scholarly, and he encouraged us all to read. And not only reading every day and then going on book distribution all day, but then every Sunday, I would sit on the side porch in Philadelphia with all of Srila Prabhupada's books around me, Bhagavad Gita, Chaitanya Charitamrita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Nectar of Devotion. For 5 hours, I would read. And so very different from Yashashvini's experience when she did all seva, actually, which this seva actually gives us the bhakti in the heart. But I came from a different experience, and I relished the reading so much. And I remember reading from Antya Leela and writing it down in my notebook and decorating the pages with flowers and, making the pages look beautiful, because I knew that something very beautiful was taking place, and that Srila Prabhupada and Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami was giving us something so exquisitely beautiful, even though I did not understand it. So all I could do was decorate my pages of notes at that time. But anyway, I offer my most humble obeisances to my Srila Prabhupada and my Srila Gurudev, and the whole Rupanuga Guru Varga and all the assembled devotees. I thank you very much, Yashodhari, for encouraging me to speak. I have been feeling, as Yashashvini mentioned, very difficult time right now, very cleansing time of, I guess, just anartha nivritti, very painful time for me. But while I was chanting my japa this morning, something came to me. It was kind of a shock. It was before I met Srila Gurudev, and I was doing full-time book distribution, and then 1 year, or no, just actually several months before Srila Prabhupada left this world, he came to England, and he came to Bhaktivedanta Manor. And I was there at that time. And I was what they call a Sankirtan devotee. And Prabhupada would be brought down on his palanquin from his room into the temple room. And the devotees would be singing Sri Guru Charana Padma. And at that time, Srila Prabhupada would look deeply into the eyes of many of the devotees standing in that assembly in the temple room. And he did not look into my eyes at that time. And I've always felt so uncomfortable and fallen and just disappointed, so deeply disappointed that didn't take place. And I thought a lot about this, and I prayed to Srila Prabhupada. So Prabhupada actually appeared to me in a dream, in a vision, and he gave me this most beautiful oceanic smile. So that was very comforting and satisfying to me. But what I wanted to say is that Srila Gurudev more than made up for Srila Prabhupada not looking at me. Because I had several experiences with Srila Gurudev, in which he did just that. He just looked deeply into my eyes, and I just wanted to share some of those with you. That one time Well, when we used to go, we were staying in Vrindavan, and many of us were going every day in a motor rickshaw to Mathura, where Srila Gurudev was speaking. And I was quite new into Srila Gurudev's Sangha, and we would be in the Mathura Mat, and he would be sitting on his Vyasasana, and there were many, many devotees. It was quite crowded in those days. It was also hot and sticky, but anyway, I just remember standing when, well, most devotees were sitting, many devotees were standing also, but Srila Gurudev was speaking from his Vyasasana to all the assembled devotees. And but I was very aware that for a long period of time, Srila Gurudev was focusing directly and only on me. I didn't understand the wonderful benefit of that merciful glance at the time, but I was very aware that he was doing that. And so I think maybe I understood more later on as I grew a little bit more mature in, his association, the association of the devotees. And there was another time when we were in Jagannath Puri during one of the parikramas that we were so privileged to take part in those days, when Srila Gurudev was personally present, taking us on Braj Mandala Parikrama and Navadvip Parikrama and also Jagannath Puri Parikrama. And so one time Gurudev was standing, speaking to a lot of devotees who were standing around him. So if you can just picture, it was like Gurudev in the middle, and there were like 5 rows of devotees around him, completely circling around him. And I was standing behind those 5 rows. And I was thinking, oh, like I could see Gurudev was looking at all different devotees while he was speaking. And I was thinking, oh, I wish Gurudev would look at me. And then all of a sudden, he actually turned his head about 180 degrees from where he was standing and looked completely directly at me through all the 5 layers of devotees. So I think these examples are pointing out, there's more, but I want to say now that these examples are pointing out Srila Gurudev's eternal, constant connection with Super Soul, who for the pure devotee is actually Krishna himself. When the pure devotee sees the desire in someone's heart, immediately there's some reciprocation. So, and also I feel that these point out his causeless mercy and compassion, which is being channeled from Srimati Radhika herself. And so there was another instance when we were in Navadvip, and Srila Gurudev was manifesting sickness pastimes at that time. Every once in a while, he would come out in the balcony and give darshan to the devotees, but he wouldn't speak. But at that time, a friend of mine, Taruni, she was not in Navadvip, but we were all thinking that Gurudev was going to leave his body in Navadvip because he was manifesting these sickness pastimes. We were all pretty convinced that he was going to leave here. So Taruni made great effort to leave where she was and to whatever it took, she came to see to get Gurudev's darshan. So I informed Brajanath Prabhu about it, and he said, yes, when she arrives, we'll bring her in to Gurudev's bedroom and she can have darshan. And because I was, bringing Taruni, I was also allowed to go in. So I was just expecting that when we went into Gurudev's bedroom or onto the threshold of his bedroom, that you know, that mercy was going to go directly to Taruni, but it didn't. Gurudev just from his bed, and I was standing at the doorway of his bedroom, he just looked at me, shooting arrows of love and mercy and compassion. I mean, I was just amazed, and I was thinking, when's he going to look at Taruni? But he just he just gave me that mercy. Maybe that was an indication to me how pleased he was to bring another devotee. And I remember that actually reminds me, because Yashashwini, I believe, was talking about how, and I think Yamuna, how we reciprocate with the mercy and love of Sri Guru by preaching and giving it to others. And one time, this was before I met Srila Gurudev, and I was doing some tutoring work, and one family whose young daughter I was tutoring, I was telling them about the manor and everything, so they all decided they wanted to come. The girl I was tutoring was in a wheelchair. So the mother and father, they brought her in the wheelchair and brought her into the temple room. And the first thing we did was we went to meet Srila Prabhupada. We stood in front of his murti at the back of the temple room. And it was amazing. Srila Prabhupada was speaking to me. And he was saying how happy he was that I brought these people to him. And the more amazing thing was that the mother, she said, "Oh, he's speaking to you." She also got his darshan, Srila Prabhupada's personal darshan. So these experiences are really amazing, and they also point out how Guru is one. Srila Prabhupada and Srila Gurudev, they are feeling that same oneness with Srimati Radhika, with Krishna, and they're giving that to us equally. And if we still have a little time, I would also like to say that when the lockdown started, and we weren't able to travel, before that, I had been going to Vrindavan regularly and spending time with my Shiksha Guru there. And that was all by mercy of Prabhupada and Gurudev. But because of the lockdown, I wasn't able to travel. So I remember praying to Srimati Radharani, I think it was, and I was introduced to a text by Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. And there was something that he said in that text which gave me the idea that there are many devotees in England and all throughout the world who are suffering right now, suffering because of they can't go to their temple, or because they have no association. So I got the idea to start a Zoom group where we could read together from the books of our acharyas. But I started out by reading Srila Gurudev's books, Bhakti Rasayan, Going Beyond Vaikuntha, Prabandhavali, Shikshashtika. Actually, I think we read, in a period of 2 to 3 years, we read almost, I think, all of Gurudev's books, every one of Gurudev's books, except for the whole Jaiva Dharma. We didn't read that. But, and how inspiring and enlivening and uplifting that was to me. I didn't realize, when I was with Gurudev, I know that I was not understanding everything he was giving. And an example of that was when we were on parikrama, for instance, in Braj, he would tell us wherever we go on this parikrama, you should bow your head in the dust of this holy place and beg for Radha Dasyam. At that time, I had no idea what Radha Dasyam was. I never got it. I didn't get it from him. But being obedient, I did that. I would put my head in the dust and I would beg for Radha Dasyam. later on, I met one Shiksha guru who gave me the concept of Radha Dasya, and it came directly in my heart. So when we got the chance to read together with other devotees on Zoom for 2 to 3 years, all of Srila Gurudev's books, then Gurudev's teachings again came alive to me. And yeah, so it was just very fortunate for me to have received that mercy. And I feel very fortunate at this very moment to have been given the service to speak. I wasn't going to. I was thinking I couldn't do it. I feel so so out of it these days, but I don't know, the mercy of the pure devotee is very, very powerful. And I wrote to Yashodhari, I think it was yesterday or the day before, saying, I'm not really sure if I'm going to be able to come on Zoom because, I'm just not very connected at the time. And she kind of just laughed and she said, oh, our mercy, all the mercy is with you. And she just left it at that. So I feel like I must have gotten some mercy, and I pray to Srila Gurudev, especially today, that I was be able to say something without interruption, without feeling self-conscious and nervous and all that. So thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. And again, Vanchakalpa Churvyasta Kripa Sindhubhya Vicha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha.
Thank you so much for that, Jagatam Didi. Whatever you just offered was absolutely beautiful, and it came directly from the heart. We could feel that. And I think that's why it's left such an impression, because it came especially from that, that seed form in your heart. And there was so much that you said there that just made me think. And I think one thing that really stood out to me was the way in which Srila Gurudev constantly served your relationship with Srila Prabhupada, which I found absolutely beautiful. That, wherever there was gaps or questions or something that you was a little bit uncertain about or just not quite sure about, Srila Gurudev came in and solidified that for you and Srila Prabhupada. And that was always the goal, right? To nourish the existing relationship that you have with Srila Prabhupada and to just continue watering that and continue to develop his own relationship with you in the process as well. And it really does go to show that Guru is one, right? That they are all just different limbs of, Nityananda Prabhu, Lord Balaram, that they're all here to serve and to just help bring us closer to that eternal goal. And it's so nice to see the harmony and how they complement one another. So thank you for, reminding me of that just now as well through your offering.
Could I say one more thing? Sorry. That my relationship with Srila Prabhupada, as is natural, it was more of awe and reverence. And I carried that mood over to Srila Gurudev also. But Gurudev wasn't having it. he just didn't want me to be on that level. He just showed me time and time again that he was my friend and that he loved me so much.
I love that. I love that. Yeah. He was like, no, we're not doing this all in reverence. You're one of mine now. So
Yeah.
let's get rid of that. That's beautiful.
Thank you.
So much for sharing that. Terrible. So I will go ahead and introduce the next speaker, which I believe is Radhika Didi. Yes, and I can see that she is here. So Radhika Didi, if you are ready, could you please unmute? Offer your Puspanjali. Haribol.
Haribol. So nice. Those of you who are cameras on, it's really nice to see you. Ram, it was momentary, but thank you. Yeah, it does feel like we've gone back in time to the Zooms and in lockdown, meeting together like this. But it does mean that so many more of us can come together. So thank you. for organizing it, Yashadari, and for forcing me. Why didn't you force Ram?
I really
like it's always nice. It is always wonderful actually to hear from you, Yashashvini Didi, and from you, Jagatam Didi, from, you know, you are our aunties and our God aunties, which is even more special. It's such an honor to have these relationships with you. Thank you. I know that both of you have sacrificed your lives to serve your Gurudevs. And you've done it so innocently as well, from such a young age. And I fully appreciate that, you know, that the struggles keep coming. And I'm so grateful. I'd like you both to know actually that your sacrifices haven't gone unnoticed, and not just even in your own family lives, but your sacrifices have benefited us, your nieces and nephews, because if you hadn't made those sacrifices, none of us would ever have thought about Vrindavan, and none of us would have ever have met Srila Gurudev. You reciprocated with Srila Prabhupada's endeavor. You know, not only is he so incredible, but if you as his daughters, as his children, had not reciprocated with his magnanimity, then we would have nothing. And we would probably be fully entrenched in the world as it is now, which is dominated by name and fame, these aspirations for name, fame, and fortune. So thank you for the sacrifices you've made. Thank you for your affection, your continued love and affection, even though it's difficult for you to do. Thank you for sharing what this process will look like for us in maturity. So, you know, I just want you to know that you are appreciated beyond what maybe even you could conceive, like across the world. So please keep sharing whatever realizations you have from the experience you've had with Sadhguru twice, 3 times, you know, 4 times, like multiple times. Please keep sharing what they are doing to your hearts, because it gives us hope to stay loyal to this path. Om Jnanatimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta. Sorry. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasad Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Tinamine. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Gaura Prasad Bhutale Shri Srimad Bhakti Priyan Keshaviti Namine. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasad Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Namine. Vancha Kalpatarubhascha Kripa Sindhu Bhayavicha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasati Gaura Bhaktivinoda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Sorry, I don't know where that came from. That must have been from you, my mothers, my aunties. Before beginning to share what I feel like Gurudev has inspired me to share today, I'd like to offer my heartfelt Pushpanjali with all of you as my witness, that as reluctantly as I have been giving, it's been a reluctance. Somehow, our Sri Rupanuga Guru Varga forces us to offer some piece of our heart in Pushpanjali. And I offer that millions of times, if possible, to the lotus feet of my Gurudev, Nityalila Pravishna Vishnupada Asdota Sat Shri Srimad Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj, Srila Gurudev. And the same Pushpanjali to Nityalila Pravishna Vishnupada Asdota Sat Shri Srimad Srila Bhaktivedanta Vaman Goswami Maharaj, to my Param Gurudev, to my Jagat Gurudev, to our Sri Rupanuga Guru Varga, and to all of you, my well-wishers and dear friends and family. I still can't believe he disappeared. All the teachings we hear is that they live forever. And meeting them is such an incredible experience. You're hooked for life. I know today Srila Gurudev would want me to glorify his Guru Varga. And with it being the appearance day of Srila Vaman Goswami Maharaj, who was his Shiksha Guru, and his, like Ananga Mohan Prabhu said, they were one Atma. They were so tadatmik with each other that they're one. Somehow, by the mercy of all of you, Jagatam Didi, I remember you just so gently drag us to festivals and programs and even to India for parikrama, you know. There's just always these little pushes. Oh, you can go, you should go, you know. Always supporting Yashashwini Didi. You're always giving us, you know, just snippets and photograph descriptions of photographs that you've captured in association of these divine personalities. But somehow Gurudev, he asked me one time, I had arrived at Gopinath Bhavan for the start of Kartik Parikrama, and Gurudev was greeting his daughters and sons, and he was asking, how did you get here? How did you come? You've just arrived. Have you had prasadam? And people were answering, and then he stopped and he asked me, and he set me up, and he asked me, how did you get here? And I was about to say Virgin Atlantic and a taxi. And I opened my mouth And I said, you brought me here. And he went, very good, and walked off. And everyone was like, oh, you pleased Gurudev, like, well done for saying it like that. But I promise you, I had no intention in uttering those words. He used me to remind all of us that Guru Kripa bina nahi koi sadhana bal. Even the act of getting on a plane and into a taxi is his mercy to get to the Dham for Parikrama. And I know that even being here is his arrangement and his mercy. So this one year, it was 2007, so it was after the disappearance of his godbrothers. 3 pillars were manifesting in him as one. And he spoke about Srila Vaman Goswami Maharaj. And he said that he could just look at a verse and then he would remember it for life. Such was his surrender, is the way he described it. And he said that Param Gurudev would distribute toffees if they remembered verses. And Srila Vaman Goswami Maharaj also had that nature when his disciples, when Srila Van Maharaj and Sripad Madhav Maharaj, when they would speak about Srila Vaman Goswami Maharaj, that he would distribute toffees to them to learn these verses. He was always serving Mahaprasad, cooking, serving, and even cleaning afterwards. I thought that was profound, that cleaning up the prasadam hall after devotees have honored prasad is also serving Mahaprasad. I thought that was so deep. And it reminded me of you, Ram. You're always cleaning up afterwards too. You know something we don't. Again, that pastime that he served in the mud, even when he had a fever. That one time he cut his finger and Param Gurudev had tears in his eyes. You know, Param Gurudev would cry for him if he was in any difficulty. Gurudev said that Srila Vaman Goswami Maharaj would send his disciples to him. And he was saying that he would tell them, I don't have anything. You should go to Narayana Maharaj. And that even his chastisement was sweet. Again, by Gurudev's fortune, the first time I went to Sri Navadvip Dham, Gurudev arranged it that I went to Calcutta for a day, and then I traveled with Srila Vaman Goswami Maharaj to Navadvip Dham. And I saw the way that his disciples, they just they would be like drooling, waiting for one word from his lips. And I only heard him say one word, and that was Uma. When Uma Didi came to see him in I think it was a Kachakra one year, we went with Srila Ban Maharaj, and she came in front of him, and And he looked at her and he said, Uma. And I was like, wow, what a relationship he allowed. And I know Gurudev also said that he was just so, like, he was so on it. Param Gurudev would dictate something and he'd immediately write it down, and there was zero need for any editing. It could go to press the next day. That's, you know, we hear that description to listen with rapt attention to Harikatha. There was that example of listening with rapt attention, that he could immediately, with no editing, write it down. So I am so grateful that Gurudev allowed that darshan to be experienced. And I hope that, you know, with maturity, I can properly realize what really happened in those moments. I was looking today to see what could I share about Srila Gurudev. And I kept, like, I'm not going to waste time telling you the details, but I kept falling upon this verse from Srimad Bhagavatam, Labda Sudurlava Midam Bahu Sambhavante. It just kept coming again and again and again. Even I picked up Srila Sripad Bhaktivedanta Maharaja's Vyas Puja offering book as well. And again, I opened the page random and there was that verse, you know, that, oh my goodness, how rare. And I was thinking just to share with you that like something what Gurudev said in a class about that verse, that this human birth, how rare it is, because we've got here after so many births. I know for some of us, this may not be the first time we've had this human birth, and maybe in a previous birth we were in a human form. But one devotee asked Srila Gurudev in Brighton if being initiated and chanting Harinam and having Sadguru, are we guaranteed a human birth in our next life? And Gurudev said no. Because we also have this capacity to commit aparad and Vaishnav aparad, and it can be that we have to skip a few lives in other species to make up for that. So we have to be so honoring of this human form of life. Even though it's temporary, it can give us the highest truth. Like in all the 14 planetary systems, the human form only exists in Bhurloka here. And we have been given this opportunity. Like we could be enjoying in the heavenly planets and have no suffering. And we could be even enjoying in the subterranean heavens and think that's just the epitome of existence. We could be suffering in hell, albeit, you know, momentary. But we've got this human form of life on this planet at this time where we can obtain the highest truth. And it's not just a carrot dangling, sorry for the expression. We could change it to a parsnip, but doesn't have the same impact. But not only do we have that opportunity dangled in front of us, but without sadhu sangha, we can't attain that highest truth. And so we've appeared in this human form at this time where we've had access to sadhu sangha. We still have access to sadhu sangha every single day in every moment. And that no other species can really access that sadhu sangha in the same way. And that if we utilize our intelligence, that before the death of this body, we could and can endeavor to achieve this good fortune. And just not even achieve it, we just need to receive it. We need to clear our heart enough to receive this opportunity, because the sadhus are so kind, they are forcing it upon us. And that good fortune that we will get is this cultivation of Krishna Bhakti. I shared recently that when my mom was leaving her body, when her soul was leaving her body, somehow Gurudev made contact, and I didn't know what to do for her. And he told me, do this, give her Tulsi, give her Gangajal, chant Harinam in her ear. And then he said, and I will pray to Krishna that she either leave her body peacefully or she make a full recovery. And I went and told her this in hospital, and I saw one tear just drop from her eye. And I was like, wow, Gurudev, you are so powerful. And then after she departed, I got to connect with him again on the phone, and he asked me if I'd done all those things. And he said, and now I will pray to Krishna that she continue in her Krishna Bhakti. And I couldn't believe how generous of a personality he is. And I know that he will do that for each and every one of us. I know that he prays to Krishna for us, that we continue in our Krishna Bhakti. Even though we do it reluctantly at times, this is his mood. He told us to have full faith in Hari, in Guru, and in Vaishnavas. He told us that this is Shraddha. He told us that through Harinam, all things can manifest. Brajendra Nandan Prabhu used to say this in Bhaja, everything happens by chance. And chanting is our way out of here. And Gurudev gave us such deep revelations. He read Bhajan Rahasya to us. He read Madhurya Kadambini to us. He read Upadeshamrita to us every year, again and again. He read it to us like we would read a book to our babies, again and again, so that it imprinted. And now when we pick up these books, we can hear him reading it to us. We can hear the anuvriti he gave to us. He gave us, as Nalini Didi shared, I'm so glad she switched, Shri Guru Charana Kamala Bhajaman. He gave us the process to even worship him. Just put our mind at his feet. He gave us, Bhakta Pada Dhuli. He gave it to us. He gave us Bhakta Pada Jal. And for those of us who are so neophyte, he even gave us that in the form of foot dust and Charnamrita. And there's bottles of it going round, being diluted for us to take every day, again and again. If that's what it takes, fine, you have this. And he gave us this Harikatha. He gave us Raja Jana Mana Sukhakari. All of us get so excited when we hear any one of us sharing that bhajan. It's like that sukha comes, that sukhakari that jumps up in all of us when we hear that bhajan, whoever is the mouthpiece for it. He gave us Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam. And then he described what was in his heart. He described that peacock feather in Krishna's crown. And then he told us, oh, Srimati's name is in that peacock feather. And he showed us where with his finger. Look, holding it sideways. Look, here is the R, here is the A. Like, who does that? You know, he describes Krishna's eyes, Kamala Dala Lochana. And then do you know what he does? He leans into you. He did this with me one time, and I'm sure he's done this with so many. And he said about Radha and Krishna, oh, big eyes, very attractive, like you. And I was like, what is he doing? I'm already sucked in. I'm already captivated. What are you doing? Okay, you've got me. You know, he made it so accessible. He said that Radha Vinod Bihari, they are albeli, unique. And in one darshan, I said, Gurudev, you are albeli. And he looked at me, and I know this instruction was for every one of us. Oh, you are albeli. And I thought, wow, you know this. I believe you. He gave an instruction that Krishna is with you and protecting you, and you will never feel alone at any time because I am there. I am closer to you than the air that you breathe. He gave us hope beyond hope with words of affirmation that we can repeat every day if we ever have any doubt. He told us in his heart rendering, Tum bina mere aur na koi, Nama Rupa Avatari. That Mahaprabhu didn't leave. Yes, we hear, where have they gone? Where have these personalities gone? But Mahaprabhu didn't leave. He stayed in the form of Nam. He stayed as Nam Prabhu, Nam Avatari. And Gurudev is saying, Charananame Balihari, that there is rapture, there is sacrifice, there is delight in the feet of this personality, Nam Prabhu, this Nam Roop. And then he takes a piece of his Harinam and he gives it to us in our right ear and plants it in our heart. And he embeds it in our Tulsi Mala. And he sits there and he shows us how he sits with Tulsi Devi and he chants his Harinam. And he invites us to sit with him and chant our Harinam. Like such detailed instruction that we can't fail. And then he comes in our dreams and he tells us, now it is time to walk. I have carried you. Now it is time to walk. Param Gurudev is saying that Narayana Balihari, that delight is there in Gurudev. And we got to witness this delight. So Gurudev is saying, don't be attached to the things of this world. Don't hanker for name, for fame, and for wealth. Without asking, suffering comes. So in the same regard, without asking, happiness will come. Just worship the lotus feet of Sri Guru. Worship him at every moment. He is Krishna Kripa ki Ananda Murti. He is the embodied, condensed mercy of Krishna. He is manifesting bhakti, bhav, and prem, and he is giving it to us. He has given us this in the Harinam that he gave us. He has told us that Srimati Radhika tastes Harinam when Krishna chants Harinam. He tells us that Krishna tastes Harinam as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And he is distributing this Harinam without restriction. Nitai is coming and saying, I'm not even going to wait till you want it. Here, have it. I didn't even want my Harinam when I received it. I didn't think I was qualified. I cried. And Gurudev said, are you okay? And gave it anyway. This is the glory of our Sri Rupanuga Guru Varga. This is part of the glory of our Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj, who is al-Beli. And like Nalini said, I long to take birth wherever he is. May that happen again and again. Janme, Janme, Prabhu say, wherever he is, in whichever universe he is manifesting his pastimes, please and please do as you say. Take the essence of my heart and offer it to Radha Krishna Yugal. Alone I can do nothing. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share my heart with you all and to offer Pushpanjali as Gurudev instructed us to do. I'm sorry if I have pinched or hurt or misrepresented him in any way, shape, or form. That is only my shortcoming as a Buddha Jiva, just conditioned and struggling to represent my glorious Gurudev. Vancha kalpatrubhasya kripasindhubhaya patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha.
Wow, wow, and wow. I'm always forever grateful whenever you speak, and I always tell you this because I feel that when you say something, even if it's something small or even if it's big, whatever, I feel so connected to Srila Gurudev, and I'm always grateful, Radhika Didi, for your association. And I hope that we all can continue to bring this Sangha more closer together and be together more often, even if it's online. Because this is where if we can share, Gurudev, if we can share just a piece of our hearts together, like Gurudev would say, he can string that garland to offer to Radha Krishna. And we can't do it alone. He can't make a garland out of one flower. So thank you, Radhika Didi. And there's so many things that I want to say, but I'm very conscious of time, so I'll send you a voice note later, and tell you stuff. So thank you, and I'm gonna now move over to there he is, Mother Prabhu, Hari Bol Dandavat Pranams. Thank you, Mother Prabhu. We're actually really behind in schedule, so
I noticed that. You showed her Nandan Prabhu wouldn't be happy about that.
Oh, do you know what I just said to Radha? That was the funniest thing I said to Radha was, if Yashoda was here, he would be so angry with me right now. But it doesn't matter. I run it now. I
Yeah,
have no one to complain.
but
Yeah,
it's a smaller group anyway, isn't it? So it's more.
yeah, much, and it's much more intimate. So, Mother Prabhu, I will let you start and take the floor, please.
Hare Krishna. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Namo Vishnu Padaya Radhikaya Priyapune Shishimad Bhaktivedanta Narayana Swami. So thank you for inviting us to the Zoom conference, because now we live also a little bit remotely, so it's a little bit harder to get to physical programs. So we still really appreciate, and Saveshri is here as well. I'm going to show Saveshri. There she is. We really appreciate you inviting us and inviting me to say something to encourage me to speak something of Srila Gurudev's glories. So what and thank you to Radhika Didi also, because that was a beautiful, like a spontaneous, from the heart outburst of a class. And I feel like mine's going to be a bit more formal compared to that now, not as from the heart. But anyway, thank you for that, Radhika. So I was thinking about that I would speak a little bit, because I've never really spoken about it before, is about the divine disappearance pastime of Srila Gurudev. Because as some of you know, I was serving during that pastime in a very sort of close way. I was very fortunate that I was asked to serve Srila Gurudev with the service team during that time of Gurudev's transcendental disappearance from this world. And I know there's so many nice, beautiful things that I could also talk about, but this pastime, even though it's a little painful for us and for Gurudev's disciples, still it is transcendental and astonishing. And I think Srila Gurudev, during this pastime, he displayed so much of his sweetness and also of his opulences as a Mahabhagavat. So I think it's interesting, important to discuss and remember. And I've been jogging my memory by reading the Siddhanti Maharaj, Bhaktivedanta Siddhanti Maharaj's account of that whole time, from when Srila Gurudev first started to perform his sickness pastimes in Delhi, and then in Govardhan, and then in Jagannath Puri, when Srila Gurudev finally entered into the eternal pastimes of Sri Radha and Krishna. So I've got a few notes. So keep me going.
But the Prabhu,
Yeah.
some devotees are saying they can't. I can hear you quite well, but I think some devotees are saying they cannot.
Let's see if I can do something. Maybe, let me just see. Can you hear me okay?
Can everyone else hear?
Is that better?
Oh yeah, that's better.
Is that better? Okay. Yeah, I had my volume turned down. Sorry, I've not been on Zoom since a long time. Right. So Sri Guru, their sickness pastimes. Why do they perform these pastimes? Because they are not subject to the fruits of karma, such as us or conditioned souls, but they perform these sickness pastimes. Why? To give service to the devotees, service to their disciples, and in that way to give mercy to their disciples. And I think it's almost like for all devotees and disciples, it's almost like a rite of passage, like when Srila Prabhupada, Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada, he left this world in such a astonishing and glorious way. And in the same way, all those who have Mahabhagavat, spiritual master, they have to go through this rite of passage of their guru leaving this world. And there's many reasons that have been mentioned for that, ultimately to teach separation, this separation mood to the disciple. But during that pastime, Srila Gurudev actually beginning to depart from this world and enter into the next world, then I find this quite fascinating, because Gurudev, he was going in and out of different realms. I mean, in one respect, you can say, well, Srila Gurudev was always in Goloka Vrindavan, serving Sri Radha Krishna, but he's also always here, and so he's got like one foot in both worlds. But then during this disappearance pastime, it became, you could really see that how it's described in Shastra, of the Mahabhagavat being in these three conditions of consciousness, if you like. It's not so easy to describe without using mundane language, but and these conditions, they are described as this internal state, Antaradasha, the external state, that is Bahya Dasha, excuse my pronunciation, and this half internal and half external state, which is called Ardha, Bhaya, Dasha. So these three conditions and states, whilst we were serving Srila Gurudev, we saw, or at least I tried to, see with my mundane vision. Later on, I realized, okay, some of what was going on. At the time, we were just sort of in it and serving and doing what was necessary. But then afterwards, when I thought about it, when it was explained to me by Vaishnavas, then these three states were, you could see how Gurudev was moving and transitioning between these states during this time. So my sort of role in the seva of looking after Gurudev during this time was I was on the night shift. So there was my team, or not my team, but Siddhanti Maharaj's team, was Siddhanti Maharaj, Sundar Prabhu, and I. And we were always night shift from Delhi to Govardhan, that whole time in Govardhan, and then all the way into Jagannath Puri until, funnily enough, a couple of days before Gurudev actually left. Then when they decided to move the shifts around, we were always on this night shift. So we were witness to those things which happened during the night with Srila Gurudev. So we stayed up all night, and sometimes we took rest on the floor on a mat that was there, but mostly we just sat by Srila Gurudev's bedside. And then if he needed anything, if he had any symptoms, or if he wanted to go to the bathroom or anything, then we were there to immediately assist with that. So during this whole period, then Gurudev was in internal consciousness quite a lot of the time, and he would stay in internal consciousness, which meant, as far as I can understand it, from Shastra and from the Vaishnavas, that he was internally serving Sri Radha Krishna and Sri Mahaprabhu within the Leela. So this Antaradasha means completely internal. And during that time, Gurudev was usually seeming like asleep, or just very calm and quiet and just very much internal. And then sometimes then the sevaks would need to offer some service, such as to try to ask Gurudev to take some prasad, or to take some medicine, or to see a doctor, or something like that. And then like Madhav Maharaj and others, Siddhanti Maharaj, Madhav Prabhu, they would try to coax Gurudev out from this very deep internal state. And sometimes it took them 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes to sort of try to bring Gurudev out into like the external consciousness, so that Gurudev could deal in this way within the world. And so this internal state obviously is very difficult to understand what's happening there unless you're on the same level as Srila Gurudev. But Gurudev explained in Jagannath Puri, when he was there during this time, he said that he said to one of his sevaks, I'm not sure who it was, but he said that these waves he was looking out at the ocean, because if you've been to that temple in Jagannath Puri, Gurudev had a balcony, and you could look over Chakratirtha, over the ocean. So Gurudev said, look, the waves, they're like continuous. They come one after the next, after the next, after the next. And Gurudev said, this is like my heart. My heart is one wave of service after the next to Sri Radha Krishna. These are the moods that are arriving or occurring in my heart constantly, like the waves of the ocean. So Srila Gurudev, in one way, he described that this is like his internal state. So he's completely absorbed in wave after wave after wave of service to Radha Krishna internally, like this. And like I say, that this time then Gurudev was very, very sort of peaceful and like sort of easy. This was easy service, because we would just sort of sit and Gurudev would be internal like this. And I also witnessed a little bit of this, like when I was traveling with Srila Gurudev in Hawaii, because sometimes we would sit with, we would be asked to sit with Gurudev at night when Madhav Maharaj went out for an evening walk with Brajanath Prabhu. So I would sit there, and then Gurudev would just be completely internal and chanting Harinam, sitting up in his bed. And I would always sit like opposite from him on the other side of the room kind of thing, just to see if he, in case he needed anything. And I always used to think, what's Gurudev doing? Where is he, and how is he absorbed in service like this? And I always found it obviously very, very fascinating, because Gurudev is really there, and where we are trying to be in that service. And also, just to go back to what Radhika Didi was saying, I also went when Srila Vaman Goswami Maharaj was at that place. It was actually near Calcutta. It wasn't Ekchakra. It was a place near Calcutta, near the Ganga. It was on the Ganga, and he was in one temple there. I think it belonged to. I'm not sure if anyone knows the name. They can put it in the chat. But you could also see that time that Srila Vaman Goswami Maharaj, he was also completely internal. For darshan, they would actually pick his chair up with him on it, 2-3 sevaks, and put him down in front of where the devotees were coming for darshan, and he would just sit, and his eyes were like completely in another dimension. You remember, Radhika? Completely like not seeing the world as we were seeing it. He was like looking through us and just smiling, like completely ecstatically. And occasionally, like Radhika said, he would come out from that consciousness, and like he said, Uma. And that was one of the only people he chose to actually, devotees he chose to recognize, I think, during that time. So this is this very internal state. And then occasionally they will come out from this internal state to this half internal, half external state. But next I was going to talk a little bit about this Gurudev's Bhaya Dasha. So he would be internal for a long time, but then he would come like external. And at this time in particular, he was like giving darshan if devotees wanted to come, or if devotees wanted to show Gurudev like a publication, or speak with Gurudev about something in particular, or just so. At that time, Gurudev was giving mercy. I mean, he's always giving mercy to the devotees, but physically showing that he was giving mercy and blessings. And one time I saw, which I thought was very touching, that because Gurudev sometimes would have like symptoms that would seem to us to be like uncomfortable. So he'd have hiccups, and his chest would sort of go like this, and later on this was pointed out to me, this is like an ecstatic symptom, like a symptom of bhava. But at the time we were concerned with trying to pacify these symptoms, so we were told to just put a hand gently on Gurudev's chest, and this would like pacify his hiccuping like this. But so one time he was having this like kind of symptom, and it seemed like uncomfortable if you were looking at a normal person. But then somebody came to the door to see Gurudev, and they did pranam. And I saw Gurudev, even though he was in this kind of sevaks were around him, and there was things going on, and they were trying to, ease his discomfort, it seemed. But Gurudev just went and just like put his hand up like this. So they stood. So I thought that was, I just noticed that he did that quite a lot, that even though it seemed that he was undergoing some discomfort, but still he was always concerned with giving blessings and giving mercy to the devotees. And this also happened with myself, that I was sitting one night in Jagannath Puri, and I was sitting like right next to Gurudev's bed, and I think Sundar Gopal Prabhu was taking rest, but he was always like, ready to jump up at any minute if he heard anything. So then all of a sudden, after a long time, Gurudev just opened his eyes and he looked at me and he said, "Are you not cold?" And it was Jagannath Puri in the winter, and it really wasn't cold, even though it was in the middle of the night. It's like about 2 a.m. And he said, "Are you not cold?" And I said, no, Gurudev, I'm fine. Are you okay? And because Gurudev had blankets and, you know, he was feeling the cold that night. And then Gurudev looked at me very intently and he said, yes, you are from England. You do not feel the cold like this. And Sundagopal and myself were sort of laughing a little bit. And then he looked at me very deep in the eyes and he said, England is a very dark place, like this, very seriously. And then he kind of went back into his you know, internal, so he sort of came out to, and then in this external state, then he was concerned for my welfare. I was supposed to be there looking after him, but he was concerned for me. So this was, I always remember this, obviously, because this was very very nice interaction with Srila Gurudev. So in this way, Gurudev was like, he would come into external consciousness. So then also there is this state which is probably the most, well, maybe perplexing or difficult, you could say difficult state in which to serve such a personality, and that is this Ardha Vaya Dasha, which I later sort of thought about. And this is when they are half, Gurudev was half internal consciousness, half external consciousness, like this. So things will be coming out from the internal and manifesting in the external, but we couldn't necessarily understand. It was like incoherent. Gurudev would speak and it would be like incoherent speech. Couldn't really understand what Gurudev wanted or what he was saying, or sometimes you could understand what he was saying, but it wasn't necessarily in any context, or it was like he was somewhere else, or so it was like, I mean, they describe it in Shastra like talk. I wouldn't like to say, but it's like talking like as if like a mad person. But I don't want to say that really. I'm just saying that's what Shastra says, because we could understand in some ways what was happening with Gurudev, but he would be, and there were times during that period when he went. There were like days sometimes when Gurudev would be in this kind of half internal, half external state, and saying things that, you know, didn't seem to be according to reality as we could understand it, if you see what I mean. One example of this is, actually this didn't happen during this period, it happened a few years before. I was in San Francisco after Baja. Then Gurudev got like an infection and he had to go into hospital in San Francisco. And I was also like night shift at that time. I would sit, just one of us during that time would sit in the hospital with Gurudev. And I was sitting and I was awake and probably just chanting or something. And then all of a sudden Gurudev sat up in bed like this, like with his arms out like this and looking straight ahead. And then he kind of woke up. He sort of woke up from out of that. And he said to me, a ball has come. Like this. And I still don't really know what he meant, but I'm assuming that internally there was some kind of Leela going on involving a ball. But he actually physically went like this, as if to like catch the ball. And then he sort of, I think he probably looked at me and thought I looked petrified or completely bewildered. And then he explained, yeah, a ball has come. And then he sort of lay back down and went back to sleep again. So this is like one example. Another example is this, which is a well-documented example of during the period of Gurudev's leaving. He woke up one time, he came to external consciousness and he was asking for this particular type of masala, you know, this uba masala, because he'd been asked within the Leela to find this masala to cook for Srimati Radhika, is how Vaishnavas describe it. So then they were, I think Maharaja and Vijay Krishna Prabhu, they were trying to anyone who's expert in cooking. They were trying to, does anybody know what this is? We need to get this. And they made some endeavors to try to find out what it was. But then they realized, oh, well, this is actually like this Ubba Masala is like a transcendental substance that Gurudev is bringing out from his internal consciousness and requesting it in the external. And there's other examples, like I say, there were some periods when Gurudev was quite incoherent and repeatedly asking to go to Vrindavan, and he would be saying to me, bring my taxiwala, bring my driver, meaning, I think he was meaning at that time Pundarik, I think his name was Pundarik, but now he's called Nrsinga Maharaj. You remember he used to drive Srila Gurudev everywhere. He would say to me, bring him, I must go to Vrindavan, and so, and in the book description, I don't remember, but also Gurudev was like going on parikrama within this state as well, within his meditation. Also, sometimes he would call for different devotees to give mercy to them in this kind of half internal, half external state. I remember him calling Madhav Maharaj repeatedly one night and just embracing Madhav Maharaj and then not letting him go. He wouldn't release the grip, you know, the embrace. And eventually Madhav Maharaj would have to, like, you know, very carefully and passive, like, he was very good at pacifying Gurudev in these moods, and eventually he would let him go. Another example, which is one of the most astonishing ones that I saw, was with Bhaktivedanta Madhusudan Maharaj, where he called him in the middle of the night, and then when Madhusudan Maharaj arrived, he made him sit up on the bed, and Madhusudan Maharaj was very, very reluctant to do that because nobody was sitting on Gurudev's bed, but he insisted he should sit on his bed with his legs crossed. And it seemed like the explanation that I got is that Gurudev was saying that he should sit like up on the dais, you know, as if to give Harikatha. And so sit up on his bed and give Harikatha. And then that time Gurudev held his hands like this. I was sitting just there, right next to them, and Gurudev just held his hands like this and began to shake like this, and quiver, and like his eyes were like, you know, when somebody is asleep and they're dreaming and they're like rapid eye like this movement, and Gurudev stayed like this for quite a while, and Madhusudan Maharaj, I hope he excuses me for saying this, but he also looked like he didn't really know what was happening. He kept looking to me and looking back to Gurudev, and but Gurudev was in this internal state like this, and like wanting to give mercy to everyone. This is like one very prominent example that I saw with Madhusudan Maharaj. And then after Gurudev came out from this state, he came into the external state. And one of the savas that we had for Gurudev was to wipe Gurudev's mouth with tissue like this. So this needed to be done. So I went to do it, and Gurudev like smacked my hand, and he said, "No, he will do it." And he pointed to Madhusudan Maharaj. So he wanted to give chance for Madhusudan Maharaj to do that service. But during this time, then Gurudev would go like from internal to external to half internal, external like this, and really for us, for me anyway, it was bewildering, but thinking back now, it was an astonishing pastime. So all this time, then Gurudev would be in his bed, and he had just a clock opposite him and a picture of his Gurudev, Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Maharaj, and he would just sit, when he was in his external, sitting up, he would just be looking directly at his Gurudev and at the clock, like maybe, I'm not sure, thinking, when is it time for me to go? So so then, towards the end, towards when Srila Gurudev was about to depart, then some Ayurvedic doctors came. We didn't know this was towards the end, but it's like a couple of days before, two Ayurvedic doctors came and to see Gurudev. And they left, and all of a sudden Gurudev became very, very peaceful and quiet, and there were no symptoms to manage. There was nothing to really, there was almost like no service to do. We were just there with Gurudev, and Gurudev would either be sitting in a chair or on his bed, and he was completely calm and quiet. And some of the sevaks, they were sort of saying, oh, well, this means, you know, Gurudev's recovering, he's like coming back. But then Siddhanta Maharaj said to me, well, don't be so sure, because this is exactly the same as the pastime of Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Maharaj. They said there were all sorts of things to manage with him right up until a day or two before he left. And then he became exactly like this, like very calm, very quiet, peaceful. And this same thing happened with Gurudev. So Siddhanta Maharaj, he said, don't be so sure, because this is the same. And then actually a couple of days later, then as we know, 3 in the morning, then Srila Gurudev actually left this world and entered into the Nitya Leela of Srila Radha Raman Bihari. So I don't know how I received that fortune to be so close to such a personality of Srila Gurudev, but it's about, I think it's, you could say it's an extremely, extremely rare place to be, so close to somebody who is really a Mahabhagavat Vaishnava like that, who is like Srila Gurudev, who is transcending between these different states, and to actually witness that even with the material, my material consciousness, my material senses. So I was very, very fortunate to be there. And I think I just wanted to share a bit of that, because like I said, I've never really talked about it. And in sharing, hopefully I'll remember more of it, because I've got a very bad memory, and I should have made more notes at the time. And yeah, so this is an astonishing mercy that Gurudev bestowed actually upon everyone during that time. All that were there, all around the world, everybody was thinking solely of Gurudev during this time. Those devotees who were performing 24-hour Sankirtan and round the clock thinking about and praying for Srila Gurudev, and yeah, this was a truly like say transcendental departure. It was very beautiful. So I'm just praying that I can actually realize something of the significance of this, and I thought maybe by speaking about it, I might have some realizations in my stone-like heart. But so thank you for allowing me to share something, and I hope I didn't go too long or overshare. Hare Krishna. Vancha Bhakti Vipascha Kripasindu Bhavacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha.
Mother Prabhu, I don't think anyone can ever overshare with Gurudev. But what I do want to say, I really appreciate it, because actually very few people speak about that time and circumstance of what was happening. And to I know, like with Shrimati Umadadi, that similar situation happened with like service, and I had night shift with her. But it's really intense.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're doing at some points, and Mother Prabhu, I was very grateful. Mother Prabhu helped me through a lot of that. But I couldn't imagine what it would be like with Gurudev.
It was really intense.
I could not, because I found at one point with Uma Didi, I was just so overwhelmed with it. So with Gurudev, I can just, and when you've seen something like that, it'll never really leave your heart.
No, never be the same again.
It'll be the same either. That's true. But just so grateful, Mother Prabhu, for sharing that. And I must find time to pull more of that from you at some point, maybe on a separate occasion where we can do this, so that we can really see that aspect of Gurudev, because we can then really understand the depth of Gurudev, because we need to understand his roots also, where he's from, and we can only understand that through these kind of pastimes. So forever grateful, Mother Prabhu. You did yeah. I'm just
Thank
so
you for
grateful. Thank
inviting
you.
me. Hare Krishna.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna.
Haribo. So we are so far behind. Oh my Lord. Sundarananda Prabhu, are you there? Sundar? Sundarananda, where are you?
Oh,
Hey,
okay.
Ashram Marge is Haribo. Ashram Marge is in the building, everyone. Nanda Pranams Marge. Thank you for staying, waking up early for us as well. Sundar Prabhu?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you ready?
Yes,
You
I just about.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's okay. That's good. That's good. You go
Okay.
for it.
Okay. Thank you, Yashoda Dari, for inviting me to speak. I wasn't going to, by the way, and what occurred to me over the last few days when you extended the invitation was that if I don't offer something to Gurudev, who is everything, father, mother, everything to me, now I don't have anything left in my life, so slowly, everything is disappearing. So I totally need to rely completely on the Vaishnavas and Guru and Sri Guru. I don't know so much Tattva Siddhanta, and I'm pretty sure Gurudev is telling me to study more because it is essential to understand Siddhanta. But I still feel very, if anyone is like me in any way, he is still there for all of us, no matter what condition state we are in. So I give my Dandavat pranams to Nichilila Prista Om Shpat Bhaktivedanta Srila Narayana Raj and the Divine Appearance Day of Bhaktivedanta Vaman Maharaj and our Guru Vaga. And also, I must also mention my Shiksha Gurus. I've always been shy to say thank you to my Shiksha Gurus, Srimati Krishna Priyadidi and Sripad Bhaktivedanta Madhusudan Raj. I'm still trying to discover who they are. And not only that, I'm still trying to discover who Gurudev is and Srila Prabhupada. It was only through Gurudev that I understood a bit more about Prabhupada and started to realize more of the glories of Srila Prabhupada, because I had forgot. My memories were so terminated, by the way, after a major car accident when I was younger, that I had actually seen Prabhupada when I was a child, and I forgot completely about this. I think I was in a coma for about 6 months in a fatal car accident just after seeing Prabhupada. I think this sinful person that I am, Srila Prabhupada and Srila Gurudev are speeding up my karma magnificently, and I'm not sure whether I can actually hold on to it. I've just come back from Karthik, and it's just been like Jagadam Didi said, and others here, and Yashashwini Didi said, Dhanavat Pranams Didis, because I respect you so much. You are also my elders, and I have to learn from you. One day we will all leave, and there will not be so many of us left. So I just hope this Sangha will be strong. And Yashodanandan Prabhu, thank you so much for giving us this wonderful Zoom programs, which Yashodari is nicely taken care of. And she will do very well. Of course, she will do very well. She's very enthusiastic and confident. And I wish you all the best, Yashodadari, to engage us all in the UK, because it was a lifeline during COVID time to have Yashodanandan Prabhu. Not many of us would have had association without these Zoom meetings. I haven't attended all of them, but I just want to say on this special day of Guru Day that I'm truly grateful that you allowed me to be one of your aspiring disciples who has to learn a lot. At the time of initiation, the fire sacrifice for my Diksha was conducted by Damodar Maharaj and Bom Maharaj. I consider Bom Maharaj also Siksha. All Gurudev's sannyasi disciples are all wonderful personalities, facets of the same diamond, just different personalities. That's how I see it. facets of the same diamond, cut in a different way with different personalities. It might be a little bit boring if they were all exactly the same. So I'm happy that there is so many varieties available to us. So yeah, during that fire ceremony, I was worried whether I should take Diksha. And thanks to Jamuna Didi for encouraging me to come out of my mind to take Diksha. I didn't think I was qualified as a typical Indian, that you should be born as a Brahmana and that's the only way you can be a proper Brahmin. But we were in the school, we were all children. When Madhusudan Maharaj took us to Gokul on Parikram, he would ask us, you know, Gokul, and you all have to crawl. You have to crawl towards Lord Krishna and pull the swing. Now, for me, that is very humbling to crawl on your hands and feet. And anyway, to go back to what I was saying, Damodar Maharaj said, who told you you can have Diksha? And he kind of put me off in actual fact, but I know what Damodar Maharaj's personality is like. So just to reconfirm that I was doing the right thing, even though I was following the instruction of Yamuna Didi, you're supposed to be introduced to your guru and they're supposed to say whether you can take Diksha or not. But when Damodar questioned me, and rightly so, I don't feel disappointed at all. I went to Gurudev and said, I've just been at the fire ceremony in Germany, I think it was. Was it right that I took Diksha? Then he took a bunch of flowers. I took it as an affirmative. He took a bunch of flowers and put it on my head. So I feel like he did accept that I'm allowed to have Diksha. Though I'm a child still, even in this old body. And I'm trying to serve Guru as much as possible. I often write to Gurudev after doing Aarti. I was doing that for a few years. And a lot of the times I wrote to Gurudev, small little notes in the morning, what was troubling my mind. He would often reciprocate in some way throughout the day. I feel like Gurudev has given me the strength to at least wake up now early in the morning. And I've said to myself, I have this terrible disposition of insomnia. I don't sleep. So I asked Krishna, if I'm not going to be able to sleep nicely, then let me at least try and do some bhajan, you know, get up and do something and make good use of that problem that I have. So turn every negative into a positive. So I feel like I have been given so many opportunities. I used to write to Gurudev. 1 or 2 times I wrote to Gurudev. He sent me a message back and he'd often say that the problem with myself is my mind. And I create all my own problems. And I do realize that. This Karthik has been very, very successful for me in that one aspect. I kept on telling my mind, you cannot carry on thinking like this. This is an old pattern that you're repeating. You're thinking in a way which is not going to allow you to have more spiritual growth. So I kept on chastising myself. One thing that Krishna Priya Didi told me, which was so useful at my level, is do not talk. Do not open your mouth. Keep quiet and learn to listen. And this is really actually an art, how to listen. When you see Gurudev, he has given 1 billion% attentiveness. His attention span is so powerful that you know that he's not ordinary. He's not ordinary at all. And through his attention, he gives a lot of love, a lot of affection. So I am very, very grateful to Gurudev for having me, giving me shelter, giving me shiksha as well. I don't have too much to say just now. I'm preparing. I woke up early in the morning. I'm a person that likes to do things practically in seva. Seva is really my thing. I want to educate myself and learn, but even that can be a material desire. So I'm using the qualities, whatever a little bit I have, which I feel comfortable with, to offer to our Guru Parampara. I'm also very, very grateful to Gurudev's own Guru, Bhakti Pragan Kesav Goswami Maharaj, and I asked him for his mercy. There was one time I wrote to Gurudev about Nityananda Prabhu. And I asked Gurudev, please, can you send a message to Nityananda Prabhu to give me his mercy so that I can be a good devotee and that I can chant better than I've ever done before. Gurudev wrote to me and it was like, and he had said in his letter, in his reply, I will certainly speak to Nityananda Prabhu on your behalf. But you have to make basically, I read between the lines, you have to make the effort yourself. If you don't make enough effort, then even my prayers is not enough for you. So I woke up, like I said, I woke up early today. I'm preparing for a program right now with a few devotees from the UK, London, to honor you, Gurudev, and hopefully we'll make you happy by serving you and your memories. Please remain in all of our hearts. All of our hearts. Another thing I felt with Gurudev, he was so generous. Everything that he had, he wanted us to have. Nobody can do like that. He was so magnanimous, so caring that he took all types of conditioned souls into his heart, all types, and he helps them grow. And I just hope, Gurudev, one thing, on this Karthik, I went to Krishna Priya Didi and I said, I don't want to come back as a tree. This is a weird thing to say. And she knew what I was saying. She understood what I was saying, but she just said, when you go back, be very careful. I wasn't careful. I wasn't careful at all. But there's somehow, you can whenever you go backwards, you can pick yourself up. And I had the support of other Vaishnavas that were locally available to me. And I was very desperate to have some association. My association wasn't particularly good for the last couple of years, but I don't blame anyone. I felt like I was doing my family duties, and it meant a lot to me because my parents are my first gurus and I love them dearly. And having my mum pass away this year was quite a special event because I had no idea that she would pass on the day that a Vaishnava would come to my home. And for me, that was Gurudev arranging nicely for Vaishnava to be there. And when Nikinchana Maharaj from Krishna Chaitanya Mission came to my home and did the program, he reassured me that my mother's soul came to the program and had darshan of the Vaishnavas. And that's all I actually wanted for my mother, is that she would also one day become a Vaishnava. In one respect, she served so nicely all her life. And her service was cooking. When I went to see her in the last 5 days of her life, I told Mum, a lot of credit goes to you for me learning how to cook. And she was very, very pleased. And I told this to Krishna Priya Didi, and she was also very pleased that I said the right thing. Of course, she had seen Vaishnavas like Bon Maharaj, Shripad Bon Maharaj, and so forth. And so she has had some very good fortune to have seen Vaishnavas. And I'm so happy now. I've never been as happy as I am now. When I was a younger man, I thought the only thing worthwhile living for was to be successful in my ambitions, in my chosen career. But my real career is this, is actually trying to be a servant of Krishna. And Gurudev actually did tell me this. I didn't ask Gurudev for any instruction, but he did tell me to learn how to preach and to learn how to please Lord Krishna. And I didn't know what he meant at that time. So I wrote, just by my puja tape, I wrote a letter to Gurudev explaining, how do I do that? And within a few weeks later, I received a reply from the head pujari in Soho Street, Muli Manohar. And he gave me the opportunity. He said, okay, come. And I said, I don't know how to do Mangalahati sweets. So he trained me for 3 days. And I take that as a blessing from Srila Prabhupada and Srila Gurudev, acknowledging the letter that I wrote to them so that I can continue in some sort of service, which I'm still doing today. I took a little break because I wanted to make sure that I was clean before I go back. I'd gone a little bit backward, as I had said, and I didn't want to go and serve Prabhupada and the deities in the dirty, in my dirty disposition. It meant a lot for me that I was clean and at least a little bit pure to do this service opportunity that I was given a few years back. I'm getting to the stage where I am now back on track, and I need to remain in that place. Gurudev also said if I do fall off, and he knew that I would fall off the rails. He knew, he just knew. He told me to take cardamom, and I cheated Gurudev. I didn't mean to cheat you, Gurudev, but in my mind, I was taking cardamom. I'm not strong enough to take cardamom by mind. It's only the last few weeks that every time I had a desire, which was not Krishna consciousness, I would go and take cardamom. And then you would reciprocate with me and say, now you're on track. Now you're listening to my instruction. So I just hope at the time of my death that I can remember you and Krishna and all that you have given to me. You did say that Krishna would maintain me. And for the last 20 years, Krishna has maintained me. And that's because of you, Gurudev, that I'm able to support myself and have some good association. One other thing I should also ask, Gurudev knew that I lost my son, I haven't seen my child for 25 years. And he sent me three other boys who give me company. So I believe that's your grace that you give me three children where I couldn't even look after the first one. So I have to learn how to be a parent and a good example to them. So my Dandavat Pranams, Gurudev, and to all of you. I'll leave now. So I think we're behind time. So I'm going to finish now. I probably have done 20 minutes. So thank you, Yashodadari, and the UK team. And I still feel very, very strong that Yashodanandan's presence is so, so strong. And I feel it. And I thank you, Yashodanandan Prabhu, for arranging this in these difficult times. Vanchaka Paturubhischa, Kripasindubhyacha, Patyanam Pavnibhyo, Vaishnavbhyo Namo Namaha. Okay, thank you. Thank
No,
you.
before you run away,
Go
just
ahead.
before you run away, I just want to say that even though you might be thinking that, you know, whatever state of condition you're in, but there's someone like me who learns so much from you. I can speak for myself. You inspire me a lot. And your relationship with Gurudev, to be able to speak to Gurudev the way you speak to Gurudev, is something that only someone like me could desire for. So just I always say this to devotees that are Maharaja's disciples, but these relationships that you have with Sri Guru, no one can replace, and he will not let go. He'll let us fall, but he won't let. And sometimes we have to fall. Sometimes we for us to surrender. And that's sometimes our process. So just thank you. And remember that you've got me, and I'm sure the whole of the UK Sangha to support you.
Thank you,
You're
Yashoda.
not alone.
God bless.
Okay.
Krishna bless us all.
Haribo.
Jai Ho.
Haribo. So we're gonna quickly now move over to our next speaker, and I think Buddha Prabhu, are you there? Haribo, there you are. So actually Buddha Prabhu was not well this morning, but I'm so grateful for Buddha Prabhu. He's messaged me later saying that I can speak if you want, and I said yes, absolutely. I love hearing from him. So I'm not gonna take no more time. Buddha Prabhu, the floor's yours. Haribo.
Well, thank you for having me, and how could I miss it? It's about Gurudev, so let me begin. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Navasesa Sunyavadi Paskachade Satarine Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Radhika Priyatmane Shishima Bhaktivedanta Narayaniti Namine Gurudeva Gaurachandaya Radhikaya Tadale Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadbhaktaya Namo Namaha Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Well, I think those of you who have heard me speak before know that I always get nervous when I'm speaking in front of the devotees. And I don't know why that is, probably because I know the devotees have such clear vision that they can see through whatever is inauthentic in me. So I come to you this time with an open heart and the hope that I can be truly my authentic self with you and glorify Srila Gurudev. How to do that, it boggles my mind. I don't even really know where to begin, how to glorify Srila Gurudev or how to thank him. I try to collect all of my thoughts, my many thoughts in coming here. And the one word that came to my mind was that I should speak about hope. And I'm talking about the subject of hope and faith and the different grades of faith with a couple of other devotees. And we've been reading Brihat Bhagavatamrita. And so I'd like to read a passage from that. It's about a page and a half. And I hope that that will lead us into the topic a little bit more. I'm not a very good Sanskritist, I admit. I can speak English, and that's about it, but I'll give it a go anyway. Maybe not all the verses, but at least the first one. Govardhanadre ruchiranam tata svavama hastena mahadri dharanam tadgopa santoshanam indra santvanam vandesva govinda tya vishenanam. The translation is, I offer my homage to his all attractively worshiping Govardhan hill, his holding up the great hill with his left hand, his satisfying the cowherds, consoling Indra, and accepting coronation as Govinda, the lord of the cows. And so Sanatana Goswami's commentary is as follows. Krishna's intention is always to please his devotees. After he held Govardhan Hill aloft for 7 days just for their benefit, their satisfaction knew no bounds. And he goes on to quote Srimad Bhagavatam 10:25-29. Quote, all the residents of Vrindavan were overwhelmed with ecstatic love, and they came forward and greeted Sri Krishna according to their individual relationships with him. Some embracing him, others bowing down to him, and so forth. The cowherd women presented water mixed with yogurt and unbroken barley corns as a token of honor, and they showed auspicious benedictions upon him. Krishna's miraculous feat of lifting Govardhan Hill left the Vrajavasis confused about who Krishna really was. But Nanda Maharaj was able to dispel their bewilderment and give them great satisfaction by repeating what Garga Muni had said at Krishna's name-giving ceremony about Krishna's identity. And the quote is, having heard Nanda Maharaj relate the statements of Garga Muni, the residents of Vrindavan became enlivened. Their perplexity was gone, and they worshipped Nanda and Lord Krishna with great respect. As we hear from Sri Parasar Rishi in the Vishnu Purana 5.13, 10-12, after Krishna lifted Govardhan Hill, he also satisfied the Vrajavasis with encouraging words as follows. And these particular verses are the ones I want to draw especially your attention to. My dear cowherds, if you are not embarrassed to be related to me, and if I deserve praise, then why get perplexed? If you have affection for me, and I am worthy of your praise, then just think of me as your dear relative. I am no god or Gandharva or Yaksha or Danava, but I am simply your family member. You should not think otherwise. So when we read this text, we became both excited, moderately bewildered, and very inquisitive about how far we can go in understanding the text. And for today's purposes, I'm sharing it with you because, in a sense, I think it really shows how Sri Krishna is loving all living entities, certainly his Brijbasi devotees. But in a sense, if we take this verse and we go on to another one in the Gita, Krishna says that he comes millennium after millennium to benedict his devotees and to annihilate the miscreants. So Krishna himself is always coming, he's always reaching out, he's always trying to get our attention. And of course, our attention is elsewhere with Maya and so many other distractions. But he says, I'm coming again and again and again and again. And lucky for us, he's again come at a time where he appears as Sriman Mahaprabhu, Lord Chaitanya himself, a combined incarnation of Sri Radha Krishna. And he comes in his munificent form in order to bestow upon us the opportunity to really enter into a loving relationship with him as a family member. Of course, for me, I'm reading too much into this because I'm nowhere near qualified to think like that. But if hope seems to be the key to the kingdom of God, then I should probably embrace that hope as much as I can. And so Mahaprabhu comes and he opens the door of the storehouse of love of Godhead, and he makes it available to us through Nityananda Prabhu, who, as the avadut that he is, goes throughout the countryside and begs everyone, take me as your slave, but just chant the holy name once. And so Lord Chaitanya's mercy is an expression of Krishna's mercy. Nityananda's mercy is an expression of Chaitanya's mercy. And then, of course, all the subsequent Vaishnavas who come in our line are also manifestations or personified versions of that mercy. And they undertake great pains to fulfill or to serve Krishna's desire that the living entities no longer remain entrapped in the material world. And so they go about the countryside, knocking on doors, going to foreign countries, surviving heart attacks in shipping boats, going into foreign countries that are cold and where they don't know anybody, just to bring the good tidings of the fact that God is there, that Krishna is there, that he is a person, and that we are also persons who can have a very personal relationship with him. So the reason why I'm saying all this is because my meditation lately with these other devotees has been to really think about how lucky we are to be here now at this time, to have associated with Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, to have been graced by Srila Gurudev and all of the other acharyas that we've met along the way. How lucky are we to have the chance to understand that we can have a personal relationship with the Lord. Not just a personal relationship with the Lord, but an intimate relationship with the Lord where we can, hope against hope, become one of his family members. And I wanted to just emphasize that word hope because, at least for myself, it's very easy to feel hopeless. Even though I know Gurudev so often said, always be hopeful. But when one is self-critical and is too much aware of one's own faults, which can be a kind of an anartha in itself, I suppose, we can look at what we're not and forget about what is being offered to us. So that's why I'm emphasizing the word hope today, because I don't think that it's anything that I can do to qualify myself to attain that status of being in a family relationship with the Lord, or to be an intimate servant of the servant of the servant. I know for a fact that it's only because of mercy, great mercy, great compassion, that I have any chance of attaining such a thing. When Gurudev first came to the West, he made a strenuous and repeated point of telling us that we had to have a goal in mind in order to make our sadhana effective. We had to have a sadhya. We had to know, well, where are we going? What are we wanting? Where do we hope to end up by all this endeavor? And that idea of where we're going, I think, has been given by Mahaprabhu, that, we can become the servant of the servant of the servant. So when I think of Srila Gurudev, I think of somebody who, I don't know how, clearly everything he did was I want to say transcendental plane, but sometimes I've found that in using words repeatedly, the meaning of the words eludes me. Well, what does it really mean to be transcendental? I can look at the feats that he accomplished by traveling around the world 33 times. I just flew from here to India and then back from India to here, and then from here to Boston, and then back from Boston, and I'm completely out of kilter. Gurudev was practically living on a plane, going from place to place, seeing so many people, remembering everybody's names, remembering everybody's circumstances. So for me, the word transcendental is a kind of a catchphrase. It means superhuman, something beyond the ordinary, something extraordinary, something phenomenal, something which cannot be explained by ordinary words or rationale. And if you think about what he did, coming at such a late age, traveling, loving us, opening our hearts, reassuring us, yes, you can make it. Yes, I'm proof that you can make it. Yes, I will help you to make it. I will be there for you. I'm as close to you as your breath is, closer even than your breath. He came and showed us so much abundant love and validation. I know for myself, I can't really imagine why that happened, because I do not consider myself to be, I suppose like many of you, I don't consider myself really to be anything much of a devotee. I just was at the right place at the right time. I had to get out of a dysfunctional family. I wanted to become enlightened. That's an interesting combination, I suppose, going from being a dysfunctional teenager to wanting to be enlightened. I fell into Prabhupada's books, and here I am. And I still haven't made very much of it, but I am still hopeful. And as I get older, I become more and more hopeful. I remember oftentimes Gurudev would say, your teeth are going to fall out and you're going to become wrinkled and you won't be able to walk, and you won't be able to see as well, and you won't be able to hear as well. And sometimes you'll fall over, and lo and behold, all those things happen to me. So my teeth have fallen out, my eyes are going bad. I just turned 70 and the appearance day of Govardhan Hill in Vrindavan. How did that happen? How could I go from being the fallen person that I am to being present to celebrate the appearance of Govardhan Hill? So when I step back and I look at all of the things that have been made available to me by our acharyas, and especially Srila Prabhupada and Srila Gurudev and Srila Gaur Govinda Maharaj and Srila Bharati Maharaj, and so many to speak of, it becomes quite overwhelming to understand the enormity of it, to understand the gift of having the chance for that association, for having the chance to understand that the goal for me is to have a personal relationship with the Lord. The goal for me is to have a personal relationship with the Lord's servant. And when I think about how monumental it is, I find it absolutely overwhelming. It's staggering. And as I move through the phases of getting older, I'm really beginning to see the magnitude of the truth of what our acharyas have given us. And I'm still hopeful, because despite being very fallen and despite not having any good qualities, and I do truly mean that, by the way, because only I know myself as I do, despite all of that, Srila Gurudev has presented himself into my life and into all of your lives and made that hopefulness real. All we have to do is be ready to accept his mercy, be ready to accept his grace. Is there anything we can do about it? We can do the best we can. But if you're like me, you're going to find yourself really inadequate and not really up to standard. But still, because Gurudev was so kind and so magnanimous and so lovely, even to look at, his beautiful blue eyes, his gentle manner, his laughter, even his frowns are beautiful to look at. Because of all of that, and because of having had the chance to know him, I'm hopeful, and I hope that you are all also hopeful in your bhakti. Vanchakopatubhyascha, kripa sindhubhyevacha, patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. I hope that's enough.
Yeah, anything you say is enough. Thank you, Badara Prabhu. I really appreciate it. We were saying earlier when you wasn't on this that we're always grateful for any of Srila Prabhupada disciples, because we can learn so much from you and we have so much appreciation and love and affection, and you treat us like, your own. So firstly, thank you. And also you were describing, getting older, but I don't see any wrinkles on you at all. So that's always a good sign.
That's why I wear a beard. Well, one last thing. I think one of the greatest gifts that Gurudev has given us all is each other.
Yes.
And I meant to honor Yashodanandan Prabhu for kickstarting this whole kind of program, and I'm very happy that you're so brave to take it on and carry it on. It's really a very valuable thing.
Yeah. It's been a very triggering scenario for me, because this is the first time I'm doing it without him. But Anyways, it's a whole story behind it, but I just didn't want, I wanted to see like if actually Gurudev wanted this from me, and I was thinking that it wouldn't be successful, and I'm just in my heart is feeling so overwhelmed with joy, and that is just a sign that Gurudev's happy with this, and this is something that Gurudev wants to happen. So I just have to pull myself together a little bit. But if it wasn't for you guys coming on and supporting, then this wouldn't be possible for someone like me. So these little moments that you all share makes it so much more easier for me to do this ever. And without the support, the love and affection, it wouldn't happen. So thank you. And also thank you, Vidar Prabhu, for sharing. And yes, hope and faith are the two things that we have to hold on to. We have to do our own endeavor. But those things that when we're feeling, and I was just thinking to myself, I thought I was the only one going through the washing machine process at the moment of cleansingness, but it seems like all of us are being in that washing machine stage of the fast cycle. But whatever Gurudev's doing is doing it to all of us, it seems like, and uh, the faith is that he will make us clean. That's the faith and hope that we have, and Gurudev is here with us. And I could tell if I get a chance right at the end, I'll tell some stories of devotees that I've heard in India, and yeah, it's just truly remarkable, truly remarkable. So, thank you, Budara Prabhu, for taking time out, and I know you've had an extensive journey, so for you to join us and speak something is, I'm very grateful for that.
Thank you.
We're going to move now on to Asha Maharaj, who has been really kind to join us from US Portland, Oregon, and Marge. He was meant to be doing a actual in-person program, but then Marge decided to fly and leave us. So he said he said that he'll promise he'll join on our call. So Asha Marge has kept his promise and joined us on our call, even though it's very early in the morning there. So Asha Marge, thank you so much. Is Vakanas Marge also there, and is he going to be speaking?
He's still thinking about it. He hasn't made up
Oh,
his mind.
Marge,
No, he has
is he in
he has
here?
to give another talk in about 40 minutes, 50 minutes.
Can
So,
Vakanas Marge hear me?
but hold on, let me take this.
That's Maharaj. Bakanas Maharaj. Tell me, which one sounds better, now or before?
Now.
Now is better?
Marge.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Marge.
Okay.
He doesn't know yet.
He doesn't want to come out, and he hasn't made up his mind.
Oh, Vakanas Marge, that the UK Sangha are waiting for him.
Hey,
That's
listen,
terrible.
they're saying they're begging him.
Yeah.
They're begging him.
It's been too long.
They say it's been too long, Maharaj.
At least show his face.
Yeah,
They
at least
ask you
show
to
your
at least come and
face.
show your face, and afterwards say, it's between, you can speak with them. They want to speak directly. Budara Prabhu, Yashodhari, Didi.
Marge, there's so many of us waiting for you. You can't just skip us because we're not in the same country as you. That's not fair.
What you say? You say you can't just skip them because you're not in the same country. It's not fair for you not to speak.
Oh.
Even if it's 15 minutes or 10.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
Jai.
Guruve Gorachandraya.
But I need to get my own computer then.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
You want me to send you
No.
the Zoom link? Shall I send the Zoom link? Shall I send you the Zoom link so you can?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll send it to you. Just give me a minute, please. Okay, I hope he's got it. I sent it to you, Maharaj. Guruve Gorachandraya. Radhikaya Tadalaya, Krishna Krishna Bhaktaya Tad Bhaktaya Namo Namaha. Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadha, Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktavrinda, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. First, I offer my most respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of my Diksha Guru, Om Vishnu Padasto Tarasata Shishmat Shila Gaur Govinda Maharaj. Again, I offer my most respectful obeisances on the lotus feet of my Sannyas and Shiksha Guru, Om Vishnu Padasto Tarasata Shishmat Shila Bhaktivinoda Narayana Maharaj. And I offer my most respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of my Param Guru Devs, Nitya Lila Vishnu Vishnu Parasta Tarasata Shishmat Shila Bhaktivinoda Swami Shila Prabhupada, Nitya Lila Vishnu Vishnu Parasta Tarasata Shishmat for Bhakti Pragyan Kesha Maharaj. And I offer my most respectful obeisances unto all Vaishnavas, Vaishnavis, headed by Sripad Vaikanas Maharaj, Sripad Budara Prabhu, and also Namya Maharaj is there?
He'll be joining a little bit later. He
Okay.
might join
Okay,
while you're here.
so I'll kind of encapsulate everything, but I'd like to thank Yashodhari for taking on this service and to continuing the legacy of Yashodanandan Prabhu. And we hope to have more Zoom programs, more and more. So wherever we are in the world, then we can stay connected through Harikatha and through the love and affection of Srila Gurudev. So yesterday we spoke on this topic, the disappearance day of Srila Gurudev and the appearance day of Srila Bhaktivinoda Vaman Goswami Maharaj. And I was explaining how Srila Gurudev, he is such a prominent acharya in the Rupanuga Guru Varga. Very, very, very prominent. That we aspire to be Rupanugas, followers of Srila Rupa Goswami, because Rupa Goswami, he Sri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale. He's understood the heart of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He's understood the desires of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to taste the moods of Srimati Radharani, and also his desire to distribute the beauty of that love to the people of this world. And he was empowered directly by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to distribute the beauty of that love. Not only in the mood of a maidservant of Srimati Radharani, but all different rasas are presented in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. And he was blessed by so many devotees, so many associates of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So we see that our line coming from Srila Rupa Goswami, Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, Srila Raghunath Das Goswami, Srila Narottam Das Thakur, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. And then we have a very special sub-branch in the Rupanuga Guru Varga, and this is the Bhakti Vinod Dhara. That Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur, he has taken the teachings of the 6 Goswamis, and he has presented it in a way that is more easily digestible by the people in this world. And at a time when Gaudiya Vaishnavism was in some kind of decline, then Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he made it his mission to not only make it again prominent, but also to make strong these conceptions of Srila Rupa Goswami. And following him is Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Thakur, who has taken this message and he's preached it all over the world, in every nook and corner. How? He's done it through Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada. So these are very, very prominent acharyas. But we see that historically, or in recent past, that many followers of Rupanuga Guru Varga, they look at Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Thakur, and they say that, oh, that he has presented only Vaidhi Bhakti. And he has presented a path which goes to Vaikuntha. That really, that he is not present, he has not really so much presented these teachings of Srila Rupa Goswami. And Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Thakur himself, at the end of his life, he said that he regretted that he had to cut the jungles of Mayavadi philosophy and also Sahajism. And he said, but that his desire is that those who have taken to the path and come to the family of Srila Rupa Goswami, that after 10, 15 years, rather than being absorbed in anatta nivritti, that we should be absorbed in atta pravritti. So we see that Srila Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Maharaj, that historically speaking, that he is so prominent because that monobistum of Srila Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and the monobistum of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Thakur, that now he has come and he has established it and he spread it all over the world. He said that my mission is to present Tanama Rupa Charitadi Sukirtananu Smrityo Kramena Rasani Manasini Yoja Tishtan Rajeta Raduragi Jananagami Kalam Nayadi Akilam Iti Upadeshasaram. He said that you may not be ready for my mission. You may not be ready for what I have to give. And you may be on the level of Vacho Vegam, Manasokroda Vegam. Or you may be on the level of Atyahara Prayasasya Prajapo Niyamagraham. Or you may be on the level of Utsahan. And and Madhav Maharaj was there and he was going verses one after another. He said, but actually my mission is to present the teachings of Srila Rupa Goswami. Sadak, they save us Sadaka Rupena, Siddha Rupena Chatrahi. How we should follow Srila Rupa Goswami in our Sadak Rup and also follow Rup Manjari in the Siddha Shari, in the Siddha Rup. He said that so many people may criticize me for presenting these conceptions. He said, but the whole world may be against me, but I will not budge 1 inch from that. And this is one of the many glories of Srila Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Maharaj. Because by being so fixed in presenting these conclusions, then historically, he's established without a shadow of a doubt that the line of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Bhaktivinoda Dara, the family of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Thakur, that it is totally a Rupanuga Guru Vaga in every sense of the world, in every sense of the word. So much so that, and how he's done this, especially through his books. We don't have his Ujjwala Nilamani in Hindi, but in Vrindavan right now, devotees who are not in the Sarasvat family, those who are in Babaji Sampradaya, they're glorifying him on his disappearance day. They're offering Shraddha Pushpanjali. That every day they have classes in Vrindavan on Ujjwala Nilamani. And which book are they reading? They're reading the book, the Ujjwala Nilamani of Bhaktivedanta Narayana Maharaj. Because they, in Hindi language, they're saying that his commentary, that this is the best. So one time I was explaining, I was doing parikram. Tell me when I have like 5-10 minutes like this. So one time I was doing parikram and one Baba was passed me by and I think he did 2-3 parikrams every day. And then we started talking and he said, yes, I'm disciple of this Baba. And I said, oh, I'm sannyas disciple of Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Maharaj. And he said, oh, I'm reading his books. I said, you read his books? He said, yes, anybody who's serious that wants to enter into Raganuga Bhakti, then they must take shelter of the books of Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Maharaj. So historically, Gurudev, he is firmly established that our line and these books which are coming in our line, that they're the law books for the next 10,000 years and more. Srila Prabhupada said that his books, they're the law books for the next 10,000 years. And in his Bhagavatam commentaries, it stated, Krishna Tulya Bhagavat Vibhusabhashray Pratishlok Parti Akire Nana Atakoi. That in every shloka, in every word, in every syllable, that there is glorification of Vrindavan, there's glorification of Srimati Radharani. But Prabhupada, he left without having time to present Vilap Kushamanjali, Ujjwala Nilamani, and these other scriptures of Srila Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur, Srila Rupa Goswami, Srila Raghunath Das Goswami. So he is that Bhakti Vedanta who has spread the message of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu all over the world. But now to show the actual way, the process, then Srila Gurudev, he is that Bhakti Vedanta who is showing the process. Just as Gurudev would say that he would be with Prabhupada in Radha Damodar temple, and Prabhupada was putting the chapatis on the stove, and then which one? Prabhupada would make the chapatis, and then Gurudev would put on the fire, like that. So in this way, Gurudev is putting all the jivas in this material world in the fire, the soothing fire of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's Sankirtan movement, so that we can be transformed. So we're so fortunate to come in contact with such a prominent acharya. But for me, the main thing that I feel with Gurudev, as Budhara Prabhu was presenting, is his Lokik Sadbandhubat. That, 10 minutes, that in Vraj, nobody's thinking that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They're not loving Krishna because of any position that he has, but they just love him because they just have this spontaneous love which is there. So Gurudev, being a Brijbasi, he has come into this world and he has traveled throughout the world with this inner mood that he's situated in his exalted state of Mahabhagavat. But coming to preach, then he's making some distinctions and discrimination. But his mood as a Brijbasi, as an eternal associate of Braj, that is there and that is pouring out through him. And when Gurudev came and he came coming to the West, then that mood was so sweet and so overwhelming that devotees, they just melted. And this was the beauty of Srila Gurudev. That though he is Acharyamam Vijanyam Navamanyate Kahichit, he's the Supreme Personality of Servant to Godhead. But that's not what was in the forefront. Rather, Gurudev became like a friend. I was actually quite disarmed by how freely he offered his friendship to me personally. That he just, and by doing that, actually that really melted my heart. I remember one time he was speaking on some topic of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pastimes. And he made a point, I forget what was the point. And then I went to him afterwards, I said, but you know, in Chaitanya Bhagavat, it says a little bit different. And then Gurudev said, you know, I'm getting old. Sometimes I miss these, I mix up. He said, but, he said, you go with Chaitanya Bhagavat. And I just thought that, you know, he just placed himself in such a vulnerable situation. And he just offered himself to me, his friendship, you know, and that just totally melted my heart. And that was, for me, that was the thing that has got me eternally linked with Gurudev, is his friendship. That he just offered me unconditional friendship. He offered me the friendship of Raj. And that I am so indebted that no matter what happens, I cannot forget that. Just like I cannot forget the mercy that I've received from Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, or the mercy that I've received from Srila Gaura Govinda Goswami Maharaj. But in some ways, even more so, because I spent so much more time with Gurudev, then that relationship, that Lokik Sadbandhuvat that he offered to me. And who am I? I'm a person from the streets. On one hand, I come from Uzwakali. This is jungle in Africa. On the other hand, I come from 141st Street in New York, the jungle in New York. And here's a Brijbasi. He's just unconditionally just giving himself to me. And it's just amazing. So what we can do, we can just try to the best of our ability, and we can try and reciprocate. And also, we should be very careful to preserve his mission. His legacy is there through his books. Whatever we do, his legacy is there. But we also have a responsibility to really go into the conceptions that Gurudev has given. These conceptions are the same conceptions that Srila Rupa Goswami has given, Srila Jiva Goswami has given, and it has been distilled and coming through Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. And Srila Gurudev, he is that personality who comes and he presents the Bhaktivinoda Dhara conceptions in such a way that we can understand how they are completely in line and how we can practice bhakti in such a way to come from that point of being an ajata ruchi sadak. Ajata ruchi sadak is that devotee who has not yet achieved ruchi or rati or bhav and still has to do vaidhi bhakti, but going towards Raganuga. Gurudev coined it Raganuga Praviti. That he's that acharya that from here going on that devotees, they'll be reading his books, they'll be looking at his books to see how can I enter into this process of Raganuga Bhakti. So it is incumbent upon us to imbibe these teachings, to practice these teachings, to become one with these teachings, and to also to preserve these teachings and to preserve his mission. That we should be very, very open to all Vaishnavas, but we should know that Srila Bhaktivinoda Narayana Maharaj, that he has his speciality, and that whoever we deal with, that we ourselves should be following so that they can also feel that speciality. Not that we have to follow anybody else. We may associate with so many, but we should be grounded in our own nishta towards Srila Gurudev and not be swayed here and there with so much association. There's nothing wrong in getting association of high-class Vaishnavas, but we should be rooted in our nishta to Gurudev, especially to Gurudev, because by being rooted to Gurudev, then we're rooted to Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, then we're rooted to Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, we're rooted to Bhaktivinoda Thakur, we're rooted to Srila Rupa Goswami. This is very, 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 very important. So my time is up, but just two words about, okay, give me 2 minutes. Can I have 2 minutes? Then Srila Bhaktivedanta Vaman Goswami Maharaj, it is his appearance day. And Gurudev, he picked this day. I came in when Madhuvrat was speaking, and I don't know if he spoke when Gurudev was in Govardhan and he was about to leave. And devotees, they did not want him to leave. And so Gurudev, he stayed. But Gurudev, his relationship with Srila Trikara Maharaj and Srila Vaman Maharaj was so deep. And Gurudev, he's a bhakti yogi, so he can pick his time. So Pushpadanta Prabhu, he just explained yesterday that, and also Dvija Krishna, he's now Acharya Maharaj, I believe. He had told me that when special titis were coming, then they would hide it from Gurudev because they didn't want Gurudev to leave on these special days. So when it was the appearance of Srila Bhaktivedanta Vaman Maharaj, so they hid it from him. But as Brajnath Prabhu, he told Pushpadanta that about 4 a.m. in the morning on the appearance day of Srila Bhaktivedanta Vaman Maharaj, then Gurudev, he asked that all the devotees, they come. And he said, now I'm going to leave the world. And then he had the devotees just chant, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. And then at the last Hare, he just left. I mean, just see. Look at Gurudev's life, look at Gurudev's teachings, and then look at how he left the world. I mean, just totally, I actually had not heard this until last night. I had not heard this. And it just shows that and the astrologer, he said that, and what they took the time, and the astrologer said that this time is like the most exalted time that there is for that. Oh, that it's an express to Goloka Vrindavan. That Gurudev, he's there in Goloka Vrindavan, but he's showing by his example that how we should live our life, how we should be completely steadfast in our nishta to him, his conceptions, and he showed how to leave this world. So I was going to speak about Srila Bhaktivedanta Vamango Maharaj, because Srila Bhaktivedanta, he left on the day of Srila Bhaktivedanta Vaman Maharaj, because he said that Srila Bhaktivedanta Maharaj is my Shiksha Guru. That Gurudev, he's coming in the generation, the 11th generation, coming from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And we see that in our line of disciplic succession, there's so many prominent and exalted personalities, even coming from Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Prabhupada, and then the disciples of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Prabhupada, who were so many, and all of them, their moons, their gurus of the highest caliber. And then the generation after, then we have Gurudev, Srila Bhakti Pragyan, Srila Bhaktivedanta Vaman Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Vilas Tirtha Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Maharaj, so many. But amongst them, one who is worshipped by all of them is Srila Bhaktivedanta Vaman Maharaj, that they all had him in so much high esteem, so much high esteem. And he was always in the background, always in the background. And in the background, he was just absorbed in chanting, taking shelter of Harinam. And by just like Srila Gaura Das Babaji Maharaj, by his chanting, he fueled the bhakti within the devotees. Srila Jagannath Das Babaji Maharaj, he fueled the bhakti of the Gaudiya Vaishnavas all over the world. So Srila Bhaktivedanta Vaman Maharaj, by his bhakti, by his naam, then he gave mercy to all Vaishnavas. So these devotees, Srila Bhaktivedanta Vaman Maharaj, our Gurudev, that they're always there with us. And they're simultaneously in Goloka Vrindavan, looking down. And because Nitya Lila, they're simultaneously in all the different universes with Krishna, performing their pastimes, one in Gaura Lila and in Krishna Lila, in this material world and in that material world. Yam Prabhajantam Anupetam Petam. Gurudev used to quote this verse so much. And Gurudev, he is that embodiment of that person who is within the heart of all living entities, being that very, very sweet messenger of Srimati Radharani. Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj ki jai. Srila Bhaktivedanta Vaman Goswami Maharaj ki jai. So now Vaikanas Maharaj will come and bless us with his powerful volcanic eruptions of pure bhakti.
Maharaj, just before you leave, I just want to say thank you for actually coming on this program, because
I'm in Eugene, by the way, not Portland.
Oh, okay, Eugene. I thought you were okay. Anyways, this thank you for that. And also, Maharaj, I want to say that you know, you've given me a lot of encouragement to do this seva, and I'm forever grateful for that, Maharaj, because I was just saying earlier that I'm feeling very overwhelmed with joy, and that's always a good sign that Gurudev wants this to happen. So thank you for your potency and mercy to be able to give me the courage to do something like this.
Definitely he wants it to happen. Definitely he wants it to. It's a shame you're going back to India. You should stay in London and open a center.
Tell Vipin Prabhu that he might cry.
Okay. Okay, so here's Maharaj. Oh, and we're in what's the name of deities? Shishi Radha? Radha Govinda. Can you see the deities?
We can see them a little bit.
This
Not
is
a
in
lot.
Eugene. While Maharaj is coming. Can you see now?
Oh, yeah, they're beautiful. Oh, look at them.
I can't see. Okay, Haribo.
Myself slightly confused.
Okay, Maharaj is going to orient himself slightly differently. Oh, okay.
Because I'm used to.
You got your computer.
And they've already seen them.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Asha Maharaj and
Vaikanas Maharaj is coming on his computer.
Sure. Nemi Maharaj is also here, so I think he heard you guys also. So
Name Maharaj ki jai.
Okay. All right. There I am.
I'm gonna leave.
There you are, Maharaj.
Thank you, Don. Quiet.
But okay. Let's see. Here we go. Okay, now I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, Maharaj, we can hear you.
All right. Well, I have to confess, I don't know. All these different things are coming through my mind, what to talk about. It's unlimited, actually. I'm kind of overwhelmed. But push on, pray for inspiration. Agana Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurmilitanjena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Guruve Gaurachandraya Radhikaya Tadalaye Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tad Bhaktaya Namo Namaha Vancha Kalpatarubhascha Kripa Sindhu Vyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. So, we're very grateful on this auspicious day. We offer our most respectful, grateful, humble obeisance under the lotus feet of our beloved gurus, unto Sri Guru Pada Padmaniti Lila Vishta Om Vishnu Pad Asto Tarsat Sri Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada and Sri Guru Pada Padmaniti Lila Vishta Om Vishnu Pad Asto Tarsat Sri Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj, also unto Sri Nitya Lila Bhavishta Om Vishnu Pad Asto Tarsat Sri Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Vaman Goswami Maharaj, and all of our exalted Rupanuga Guru Varga, and all the assembled Vaishnavas, Vaishnavis. I'm seeing some little pictures of some Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis. Am I seeing Madhu Mangal there? Wow, and Nemi Maharaj. Oh, gee, this is great. And that time, yes, Asvini, yeah, and Budar there, and Ram, whose apartment I stayed in one time when I was in Holland. He wasn't there. I don't see any other pictures. Anyway, great. With these weird steps, with almost like a ladder, crazy apartment. Anyway, as Maharaj is mentioning, and I'm sorry I didn't hear everybody speaking before, so I run the risk of repeating. But I was thinking what to talk about. And a lot of things came to mind. But then I thought, I'm going to tell some stories that perhaps you've heard, perhaps you've not heard. But do you remember in the biography that Gurudev compiled about his own guru, Bhaktivedanta Keshav Maharaj, he and Srila Vaman Maharaj together compiling their notes, because Srila Vaman Maharaj had spent so much time with him since like 1930. He had been put under his care. Srila Vaman Maharaj was born in the family of devotees. His mother was a disciple of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada. And on one Navadvip Parikram, they went when he was only 8 years old. And in the most extraordinary way, she donated her son to the lotus feet of her Gurudev and put him under his care. And then Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada put him under the care of Bhaktivedanta Keshav Maharaj. And he grew up under the care of Bhaktivedanta Keshav Maharaj. So he had seen the preaching and had accompanied Bhaktivedanta Keshav Maharaj from the time he was 8, 9 years old, had been doing seva. So this biography compiled about Bhaktivedanta Keshav Maharaj, so much of it was from the input of Srila Vaman Maharaj. And in the very beginning, there's some stories about the early days of Bhaktivedanta Keshav Maharaj. And they introduce it saying that the the qualities of a great man are presaged or indicated often by their early life, right? And these great personalities, even though they've not manifested and shown to the world their incredible Vaishnavata, right? Vaishnavatama, right? Topmost qualities as a Vaishnava, they live among people and they appear as if they're even ordinary people, like our Srila Prabhupada appeared like a businessman. Srila Gurudev, he was a policeman, right? But those activities, there'll be certain events in their lives that hint at what's to come, And their Vaishnava qualities are always there, affecting those around them, right? And sometimes bearing fruit much later. So Srila Gurudev, when he was born, of course, it's astrology, it indicated, just like all the others, Narottam Das, Raghunath Das, Bhaktivedanta Keshav, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada, R. Prabhupada, extraordinary things to happen in the future, right? And he was born in a very high-class Brahmana family in Tiwari in India. His father was very influential. His whole family was very influential. He had an uncle, very famous uncle, who was a strong man. He was so strong that he could, two fighting bulls, he could take them with his one hand on each and separate them. He was so powerful. And Gurudev was also very powerful, right? When he was a young man, when he was going to school, he had to walk miles to go to school, but he wouldn't walk, he would run. He would run to school and he would run back, some many kilometers. And so from a young age, he was an extraordinary athlete, right? Our Srila Prabhupada and Bhaktivedanta Keshav, they were both athletes, but our Prabhupada said, oh, we played football or soccer. He said, but I was always the goalie because I was very intelligent. The goalie doesn't have to run around so much. But Gurudev, he was an extraordinary athlete in track and field and everything else. He could ride horses, whatever. And in competitions, local competitions, he won everything from sprints to distances, right? And he was also very intelligent, a natural leader of all the boys in the village, but also had extraordinary inclinations towards devotion. He was born in their family were Sri Vaishnavas, and they were inclined to the worship of Sri Ram, right? And his father is very religious. His father would organize festivals. They would bring performers in into the village. In those days, traveling troops of actors would come and perform Ram Leela, Mahabharat. And Gurudev, even though he was from the time he was a very little boy, 4 or 5 years old, he would sit, watch these plays, hear the saptahas, the discourses, and they would go on all night. And he would sit without moving, without disturbing, without sleeping, completely absorbed, which is extraordinarily unusual for a child. Anybody who's been to programs that, Gurudev would attend, all the little children, no matter who they were, they get restless, they run around, they scream, they don't listen to the programs. They may grow up to be very nice devotees later, but at that age, they don't manifest those qualities. But Gurudev, from the youngest age, showed that attention. And there are stories of him going off away from the farm and worshiping Lord Ram, Sita, Hanuman, and actually getting direct darshan. He told these stories. Some of these stories have been compiled and related by Premananda Prabhu, who used to visit the village of Gurudev and listen to all the villagers and the family members tell their incredible recollections of Gurudev in those days. And there's one story, and the point I'm making is that even though these stories appear to be just, okay, these are extraordinary stories of a person, right? But they always come back to bhakti. So there's one story, they were in a classroom, and there was one boy who was very distracted. and he would cause some disturbance. He couldn't stay attentive. And so the teacher, Indian teachers, the school system, very strict, he locked him in a closet and he kept him there for the entire day. And when they opened up the closet, the boy was screaming, "Help, help, there's a snake in here, help, save me." And everyone said, the teacher said, "Oh, it's just trying to get out." When they opened it at the end of the day, the boy was in the coils of a snake, and the snake was biting his neck.
Oh my.
And he was dead.
And what?
He was dead.
Oh.
And the snake went away, and everybody was obviously freaked out. Gurudev, I can't remember the exact detail, whether he called the snake back or he did mantras, but the boy revived.
What?
The boy revived. Yeah, he got his life back. After some time, the boy left home and he went off to do yoga, meditation, this and that. And when many years later, Gurudev was still in the village, and this yogi came back to the village. And he said, "I've developed mystic powers." And he could walk on water and things like that. And all the local villagers said, "That's not so much. We have a boy here who can bring the dead back to life." And they relate the story. And the yogi said, "I'm that one he brought back to life," right? And he met with Gurudev. And I think by this time, Gurudev was already associated with the Gaudiya Math. I can't remember, but Gurudev preached to him. Gurudev preached to him. Perhaps, let me get my time frame right. I haven't heard this story for many years, but maybe Gurudev was already in the Gaudiya Math and he went to visit him. Yeah, there's a boy from our village, and he said, "I'm the one he saved." And he met and he went with Gurudev, and he became converted and became a Gaudiya Math devotee, and took up bhajan very seriously, went off to a distant Gaudiya Math and was chanting 3 lakhs a day for the rest of his life. So something that appeared to be just, maybe miraculous, some mystic city kind of story, actually came back around again to bhakti, that he had this interaction as a young man, as a student, which later resulted in this person himself becoming a very qualified devotee. Right? And when Gurudev after he had completed his education, he didn't go to university, but he had gone through all high school level. He had to get a job. And so he became a policeman. And this would have been about 18, 19 years old. But he was so effective that he was getting promotions very, very quickly, which in India, again, is very unusual. The bureaucracy in India requires that you spend years and years crawling up the ladder, step by step. But Gurudev, because one, he was a great athlete. And so knowing that, they took him to the competitions. They had all these national competitions for all the policemen, right? And to be a policeman in those days was not an easy thing, right? There were restrictions. This was the British Raj. There wasn't this giant Indian bureaucracy. Now you see policemen everywhere, right? But back then it was a very high class, difficult to get job. But he got it. And when they found out he was, a very good athlete, they wanted to enter him into the competition, but he wasn't of a high enough rank, right? So somehow or other they manipulated it and they got him in, and he won everything. And then immediately he gained, prestige and appreciation, and so he became promoted. And he was very intelligent, very attentive, but he was also known as a strong Ram Bhakta. And there was one British overseer, I forget his exact title, but he would oversee all the different stations in Bihar and all these different places. And he was always looking to find fault with the different district managers, the different heads of the police stations. And so they had a challenge. There was one file that they had to find for a very difficult case, and it was in a warehouse, and they couldn't find it. And the head of the police station and the captain, he was very worried because that man was coming and he was demanding that. It was a big important case that was going to take place in Bombay or something, and he was coming. And so Gurudev said, I can do it. And he went to the warehouse. And if you've ever been to an Indian office, you know, for any business that you have to do, these local offices, it's not like they might have one file cabinet, but everything else is just files piled in every corner, everywhere, unorganized, dust everywhere, just heaps and heaps of files. They just don't keep track very well. And so they had a warehouse like that. And Gurudev said, I'll find everybody chant Ram. And all the policemen line up behind me and chant Ram. And Gurudev closed his eyes and he's walking and chant Ram, Ram. And everyone's chanting Ram, 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 Ram. He said, don't fear. And then he walked and he came to a particular file cabinet and he opened it up and he reached in. It was hundreds of file cabinets, reached in, pulled out a file, and that was the file. And when the man came and discovered that, he was so impressed. He was so impressed, and he noted him. You know, he liked to find fault, but when he found talent, all right, all right. And he got promotion, and he got more promotions. And he became quite famous. They began to send him all over Bihar and even other districts and places to solve difficult cases, you know, where there were dacoits or this or that or a big problem. They would send Gurudev. Just like Bhaktivinoda Thakur was sent to the most difficult districts as a magistrate, Gurudev was sent like that. You know, so he was very famous. And at this time, he's early 20s, but he's promoted. And this Narayan Tiwari, you know, he was very well known. He had a reputation. Oh, there's this wonder Kand, you know, wonder kid. He's just doing everything. He's the best of the best, right? So, you know the story of how Gurudev. Oh, there's another story about in the police station.
Maharaj, just
Yeah.
so we've got about 5 minutes.
I've got
So-
5 minutes. I got a class to give. I'm looking at the clock. So again, in the police station, to make a long story short, he also solved a difficult case, but he didn't solve it directly. In a way it was direct, in a way it wasn't. He had met the devotees by that time. Narayana and others had come to his village, and so impressed that he began to chant. And one day he became so absorbed in his Harinam, he didn't go into the office. He completely lost track of time. And there was something really important that had to be done that day that he was supposed to do. And the next day he realized, I didn't go into the office. I didn't do that thing. And he went back thinking, oh, I'm going to be chastised. And when he got back to the office, everyone praised him. Oh, you've done so good, da, da, da. And he goes, what? Yeah, yesterday we couldn't do this. We couldn't find this file. And you have found it. You did such an expert job. And, you know, they're all praising him. And he thought, I didn't go into the office. And then he realized, just like, you know, Jayadev Goswami, where Krishna had come and impersonated him and written that verse for him to confirm that, yes, you know, this is what I want. Krishna himself had come into the office disguised as Srila Narayana Maharaj and accomplished the task, right? Yoga kshemam vaham yaham. I'll always protect my devotees. I'll do what needs to be done. Years later, when Gurudev was living in the Mat, there was an incident where one devotee, I think it was Narahari Seva Vigraha, I can't remember, had gotten into an argument with local shopkeepers who were trying to cheat the devotees, and one farmer had hit him. And Gurudev became enraged, and he took a bamboo lati and he smacked that farmer so hard that the lati broke in half. You can't imagine the force. And so the farmers all went to the local police. And the local police they were on their side. And they came, and there was a huge mob. Bhaktivedanta Keshav Maharaj had put Gurudev in a room and locked him in because he didn't want a big scene. And the farmers demanded that this person be brought out and account to the police. Right? So they brought him out, and Gurudev came out. And they said, so you have done this, you have done that, all the cops. What is your name? And he said, my name is, and he gave his devotee name. No, what is your other name? He goes, Narayana Tiwari. And he goes, Narayana Tiwari? Are you the Narayana Tiwari that we heard about that became a sadhu? I am that same one. And then all the policemen became overjoyed, and they surrounded him, and they're patting him on the back. He's one of them, you know? And they turned against the farmers and kicked them all away, you know? Because he's one of us. And then the police from that point on, they were very favorably disposed. So in the life of a devotee, whatever they're doing has some powerful, there's a ton of stories about Gurudev later on also encountering different people who knew of his previous life. And anyway, I don't have any more time. I had a few more stories, but I'll stop here. I was going to talk about philosophy and everything, but I'm just overjoyed because we're talking about Lokik Sambandhavat, the idea of Gurudev presenting himself in an accessible way. He was so accessible, and he would sometimes talk about these pastimes and his past in a way to create this familiarity. And as Ashrama said, it kind of threw a lot of us off initially because we were used to dealing with our Srila Prabhupada in a very formal way, with awe and reverence, which is appropriate for your Diksha Guru. But a Shiksha Guru, Gurudev would always say he can be like a friend. And the more that we take up and develop in our bhakti, the more that sense of intimacy can awaken in our heart, right? Not mundane intimacy, not that he's like us, but he's allowing us to become like him, right? Anyway, so I'll just stop here and get on to our little Discord club. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Good to see all these wonderful faces. Yeah, old Bidar sitting in that office. Yep. Thank you, Yashodhari. And again,
Thank you, Mara.
I said, thank you for reviving this. I was feeling a sense of loss that this great institution and tradition had been stopped because of the departure of our dear Yashodanandan. But now that inspiration is continuing in your heart, and that's what our tradition is all about. Okay. Go up,
Thank you, Maharaj.
Hari Bol.
Hari Hari Bol. Thank you so much, Maharaj, for spending time with us, even though I called you last minute. It means the world to us and very encouraging, actually. And when we see devotees from around the world, it's very inspiring that you know, we can share our hearts, and it will eventually, hopefully, become a worldwide thing again. So just baby
We could
steps,
thank
though.
Ashram Maharaj because he came here. Haven't seen him in a year and a half, 2 years. He's hard to connect with, you know. He runs around like Narad Muni, and sometimes you get some opportunity to connect briefly. But then he was going to talk, and then he inspired me, and listening to him also very inspiring. So thank you. All
Thank
right.
you, Maharaj.
Hari
Hari
Bol.
Hari.
Pranams to everybody. Hari Bol.
Hari Bol. So we're just gonna now move over to Madhu Mangal Prabhu, who's gonna speak about Srila Gurudev, and then Nemi Maharaj will follow straight after. Madhu, are you there? Oh, sorry, I unmuted you. I muted you again. Press yeah.
Okay, cool. Jai, thank you for inviting me to speak. Majnanatimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurumilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Mam Vishnupadaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Narayana Namine. Vanchakalpatarubhascha Prabhasan Blevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namaha. what an amazing opportunity to glorify my Srila Gurudev, and to be back on Zoom, Bhakti Zoom, which I mistakenly thought, oh, now that COVID's over, devotees will be less keen to engage in these online situations and more keen to do in-person things. You heard me say that just yesterday, but so much enthusiasm and appreciation is pouring out right now from everybody that is speaking and listening, that this platform, I think, really is a way to access, is to leverage what we have in the community. And we have so many amazing devotees all across the world, but they are all across the world. And it's not always possible to be getting association. But because of this platform and because of your seva, we are hearing from so many amazing devotees who are not able to be in the same location at once, but this way we are able to come together. And I think this would be, Gurudev is very pleased with this. He always had a mood of inspiring devotees to come together. He would always be inspiring devotees all over the world to come to Vrindavan for parikram and to come to Mayapur for parikram. And the way Gurudev did parikram is not something I've encountered anywhere else. I've never heard that level of buzz about any parikram the way Gurudev's parikrams had buzz. It was as if before Gurudev did parikram, there was no parikram, and after Gurudev did parikram, he set the standard for what really getting immersed in these holy places and in these pastimes means, because he would speak about these pastimes wherever we would go on parikram in different locations in such a way that would really that would be so immersive for everybody, in a way that even for me, who Maharaj was speaking just now about all the children at these programs and whatnot. I was sleeping on my mother's lap most of the time during the classes, but nonetheless, especially being out and about on location, it was such an experience. And I was reflecting a little today. Gurudev came into my life without my asking for it, without any action of my own that I can pinpoint, in the year 1999, when he first came to Germany. And he came to our home and he installed Sri Radharaman, who my father and my parents have been worshipping ever since. And I found a little article even that talks about Gurudev coming to Germany in 1999 and sort of like what he was speaking about in that time. And I thought maybe I should read that a little bit, just because it is a little bit of a historic snapshot. And it's a very short one. And Gurudev was talking about a very specific topic, which is more relevant than ever. And so for the first time in history, Srila Narayana Maharaj visited Germany in the third week of June in 1999, with the help of local Srila Swami Maharaj disciples who have accepted his divine grace as Shiksha Guru. Srila Narayana Maharaj was able to speak Harikatha in Neckargemünd, a town near Heidelberg in southwest Germany, and in Berlin. In his arrival lecture in Berlin, Srila Narayana Maharaj mentioned that he always wanted to visit Berlin, as it was there that Hitler started his destructive campaign. Only taking the external knowledge of the Vedas, such as the Vedic science on warfare, will inevitably lead to destruction. But the inner purport of the Vedic scriptures is love and affection. So Srila Narayana Maharaj has come to Berlin with that purpose, to initiate Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's campaign of love and affection. And just as the Berlin Wall was destroyed, His divine grace wishes to destroy the institutional walls in the Vaishnava world. He compared the sectarian mentality of not hearing from sadhus outside of one's institution to the mentality of a son who inherited a well from his father. Though the water of the well has become polluted and infected in the course of time, that person refuses to take pure water of the nearby flowing Ganga. And on the topic of Shiksha Guru, on the occasion of Danda Mahotsav, Srila Narayana Maharaj and his disciples spoke on the life of Srila Raghunath Das Goswami. Though Srila Raghunath Das Goswami's Diksha Guru was Yadunandanacharya, he had so many Shiksha Gurus, such as Swarup Damodar, Sanatan Goswami, and Rupa Goswami. This example illustrates the importance of having Shiksha Gurus who may be even more influential than one's Diksha Guru. Touched by the words and divine personality of Srila Narayana Maharaj, 18 fortunate souls took Harinam initiation from his divine grace, and some 80 devotees came to hear Heidelberg in Harikatha in Heidelberg, and 150 in Berlin. And this article was written by Giridhari Das in 1999 as well. And it was quite amazing to come across this, because from my perspective, it's like Gurudev came into my life in this, comet-like fashion, and then many years later, but really not very many years later, in 2010, on the 29th of December, Gurudev left this world, at least in the way that we are able to perceive physically. And despite this apparent passing comet-like experience of Srila Gurudev, he's never gone. And this is not something that feels right to say that he is gone. The communication remains constant, and the reality that these tithis are there for us becomes even more pertinent and even more clear. And Gurudev did an amazing job of highlighting that by choosing the day that he did to leave. I was reflecting also on what these tithis mean for us and how important they are for us, because they force us to slow down and pick up on these ever-present personalities and ever-present realities and ever-present spaces that are created by these personalities, these dhams. Gurudev was bringing dham all over the world. He wasn't just inviting people to come to the dham, he was bringing the dham to wherever he was going. And this juxtaposition between the fact that we are experiencing time in this linear fashion, past, present, and future, and that fact that actually the spiritual time and transcendental reality, which we've heard about how expert Gurudev was and how he set an example, or even just gave a glimpse, what to speak of an example, of what it means to be a true transcendentalist and to actually live in a transcendental reality. Time does not work the same way. These tithis are ever present in the spiritual world. And in fact, these tithis become relevant really only here. In the spiritual world, the connection is always there. The separation is always there. The seva is always there. These personalities are always there. And the only way that we can access that in our fallen conditioned state is through these mahotsavas, these tithis. At least this is one of the major ways that we get to access these personalities and these moments of connection and separation. And so I pray to Srila Gurudev and to all the devotees present and otherwise that always to be engaged in service, number one. Number two, to be always reminded to slow down a little bit and listen to these personalities and what they've brought into my life. And number three, that this shiksha that Gurudev really, really represented for so many and preached about and showed what it means to have close shiksha relationship, that this always comes into my life through amazing shiksha gurus. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Madhu. And I know that we're running out of time, so you were kind enough to make it shorter than what I originally asked, but what you spoke in those moments, can I just say that anyone that's been basically raised by Gurudev at some point in their life, is you can see the impact Srila Gurudev has had on them, and it's really beautiful to see how Gurudev's sons and daughters have grown up, and I have seen so many disciples that have grown up with Srila Gurudev with this beautiful flower that they've got in their heart, and I hope to see that you grow further in bhakti with that, and I know Gurudev is forever with you with that, so I have no doubt in that. So thank you, Madhu, for being patient with me also. So Haribo. Okay. We are now moving over to Shripad Nemi Maharaji. Firstly, Maharaji, I want to apologize that it's just got completely delayed. We had some cancellations, then I had to rejig things around, and then I don't know, somehow time got ahead of me. But the devotees of the UK Sangha would like to invite you to speak for 30 minutes, Maharaj. I'm looking forward to hearing from you. Hari Hari Bol. I'll just ask you to unmute. Perfect.
So it's wonderful to be on Zoom again. Yeshadari, thank you and congratulations for getting this together. I'm sure it must have been a big effort without your big man pushing you. But it's wonderful that Ram, Yashashini, Madhu, Jagatam, KK, Hare Krishna, Budara Prabhu, if you're still there. Nikunja, I don't have time to go, but I'm so happy to be here. And I'm happy that we're like associating in this way. Omagana Timirandhasya, Gyananjana Shalakaya, Chakshuramritam Yanatasmai Shri Guruvena Namam Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Pristaya, Bhutale, Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namam Vishnu Padaya, Radhikaya, Priyatmane, Shishima Bhaktivedanta Narayaniti Namam Vishnu Padaya, Gaura Pristaya, Bhutale, Shishima Bhaktivedanta Bharati Vanchakalpatarubhishya Kripasan Putitanam Bhavnebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Shivoda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama. Offer my obeisances to my beloved Diksha Guru, Srila Prabhupada, my beloved Shiksha and Sannyas Guru, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj, my beloved Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Maharaj, to all our Rupa Nupa Guru Varga, and offering obeisances to all devotees present, headed by my senior god brothers and god sisters. Hare Krishna. Budaraji, Hare Bol. Okay, lovely to see you here. Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Maharaj really emphasized how important it is to remember our acharyas, great personalities, on the days of their appearance and disappearance, because their mercy is especially available on those days. And he emphasized also remembering their qualities. And Gurudev also did like this. I remember one kind of darshan on the roof in the previous Keshaji Gaudiya Math in Mathura. And he was saying it's so important to understand what is the speciality of the acharyas. He said, I know, how Swamiji walked and how he drank from the cup, and I know you want to know that. And somebody said, oh, you know these things? But he's saying, no. You should know what do they come for? What is their mission? What are their special qualities? So one special quality of Srila Gurudev is he himself was the embodiment of Guru Nishta, and he preached Guru Nishta. He said that Guru Nishta is the backbone of bhakti. So if anyone, like somebody unfortunately breaks their back, they're paralyzed immediately. Or jellyfish, for example, they don't have backbone and they can't do much. It takes a backbone to get around. It takes a backbone to do stuff. So Guru Nishta is the backbone that enables us to engage in bhakti, because without the blessings of Guru, then we can't move forward. Like Gurudev in his bhajan, Hindi bhajan. Without the blessings of Guru, nahi sadhana bala, no strength in sadhana. So Srila Gurudev, he heard from Narottam Prabhu, disciple of Srila Saraswati Prabhupada, later to become Srila Madhusudan Maharaj. And he got such strong faith, and he decided to leave the family. He went associated with Srila Bhakti Kesha Goswami Maharaj for some time. Then his family members found him, dragged him back. Srila Kesha Maharaj didn't make any resistance because he knew he was going to come back. And he came back. So he told Srila Kesha Maharaj, actually he related this when he came to UK in 1996, and then he went to America, and then he came back to Holland. So I went over to Holland with my daughter, and we were there for a few days, and then Gurudev left. So we were at the airport waiting for the plane, and he's sitting, and my daughter's sitting with his lotus feet in her lap. She was like 9 or 10 at that time, maybe, or 8 or 9. So he's talking to different devotees, and then he turns to me. He said, "You can prepare for sannyas. You've seen everything in this world. You know there's nothing here." And I'd actually spoken to him about that previously. Brajanath Prabhu had kindly arranged that I shave Gurudev, full moon. So he gave me instruction, you have to watch out. There's maybe some places you have to be very careful. So while I was shaving him, I said, you said you want us to stay together, husband and wife, and like that. But actually, I think the first time I never thought about taking a sannyas. When I saw him, I thought, oh, maybe it's possible. So I said, I think I would also like to take sannyas, actually. He said, yes, you can do. There will be no difficulty. You'll travel all over. So now in Holland, I was shocked when he said that. So after about 5 minutes, I said, Gurudev, you said I should take sannyas, but I've got young children. He said, yes, I also had young children. But I gave my affection for my children to my Guru Maharaj, and he gave it to Krishna. So when Gurudev went to Srila Bhakti Kesha Goswami Maharaj, he said, I'm giving all my affection for my wife, my children, everything. I'm giving all to you. And Srila Kesha Maharaj was crying. He said, nobody's ever spoken to me like that. Nobody's dedicated themselves like that. There's another time when Gurudev was sitting somewhere close to Srila Kesha Maharaj, and Kesha Maharaj was saying, I'm thinking to give you sannyas. And Gurudev started crying. No, he said, I'm thinking to give you red cloth. And Gurudev started crying. He said, you can give me red cloth, you can give me white cloth, or you can make me naked. But in any case, I just want to serve you. So powerful. Incredible. And he said, we took our lives in our hands to serve our Guru Maharaj. And he literally did that because he volunteered to look after Ananga Mohan. When Ananga Mohan had tuberculosis, he volunteered to look after him so that his Guru Maharaj otherwise would have taken care of Ananga Mohan himself. And Gurudev actually contracted tuberculosis. He was cured. So Guru Nishta, and he wanted Guru Nishta from everyone, from his disciples. Chastity, So that was one quality of Srila Gurudev. And another very obvious quality is his dedication to Radha Krishna pastimes. What did he come for? My Guru Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada, he spread Krishna consciousness all over the world, spread the seeds for Krishna consciousness, spread the opportunities to take up Krishna consciousness all over the world. And different people, different devotees responded in different ways. And he said, my books will be the law books for 10,000 years. So he's thinking in this very, wow, cosmic way. That he was, I mean, we read his purport. If we look at the first canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, that's what he wrote in India and published in India to bring to the West. So his mood, for preaching is very much contained in those. And he's talking about, he's criticizing the leaders, he's criticizing the scientists, and he's explaining what is the ideal structure for society. When I first joined the movement, Patita Pavan Prabhu was my godbrother. He was lecturing from Srimad Bhagavatam how Parikshit Maharaj received the age of Kali. And I was in awe, wow, this is how society can be designed. So that was Srila Prabhupada's emphasis. And Gurudev, he ignored that. He said, Swamiji, cut jungles. Because after all, establish an ashram, scientific preaching, it's not direct pure bhakti. It's if we engage in those services under the direction of pure devotee, then it becomes pure bhakti. Gurudev wasn't that keen on that. When I first joined his sangha, so I went to India 1996 for Kartik. And my godbrother, Paramadwaiti Maharaj, he invited me to come to a conference or a meeting in Vrindavan. I was in Mathura at the time with Gurudev. And all his devotees. So he invited me to come to Vrindavan for a conference on scientific preaching. So I said, well, let me ask Maharaj. So I went and spoke to him. I said, Gurudev, there's a meeting for scientific preaching tomorrow in Vrindavan. Is it okay if I go? He said, yes, you can go. If you think you have time. I have no time. And he said, it will not produce Bob. It's so strong. So I put that on back burner then. And then 2004, that was the year that I received sannyas from him. So we'd had an amazing festival in Volgograd, previously Stalingrad. And then afterwards everyone went to Moscow. And we met Gurudev in the airport in Moscow. So he turned to me, he said, you can start preaching to the scientists if you like. And I almost dropped my teeth. And I said, is that do you want that? And he said, yes. He said, I saw you weren't ready before, but you're ready now. That was 2004. Then in 2006, I was in Hawaii. I was still nervous about this. I didn't feel any enthusiasm from him at all on this. So I got Buddhara Prabhu to come with me and talk to Gurudev about it. And Gurudev said it's useless to preach to scientists. They'll never change their mind. Okay. So the next day I went to see him and I said, well, I can preach to people who've been affected by the scientists. Because this was, it was imprinted in my soul. Because I'd been with the Bhaktivedanta Institute, I'd spoken at the first Life Comes from Life conference, just before Srila Prabhupada passed away. And Prabhupada was so keen on this engagement. And it was branded on me. So he said, yes, you can do. The scientists will not change their mind. So Srila Gurudev, when I was in India just recently, I was with Kishori Mohan and Sudevi. Naturally, we're talking about Gurudev's instructions and everything. So they said that Gurudev said, take this Braj Bhakti while you can. He said in 200 years, it may be gone. The opportunity may be gone. So such a difference in their accents, emphasis. Srila Prabhupada and Srila Gurudev, both monumental personalities. My Guru Maharaj superficially may be more obviously monumental. But what Srila Gurudev established, what Srila Gurudev achieved, was to give the opportunity for spontaneous Braj Bhakti to very unqualified people, very unqualified. But he aroused that greed, and he did it without much discussion of the, or any discussion of the intimate pastimes, Radha and Krishna's intimate pastimes. He established the importance. He established that this is the essence of Krishna consciousness. Gosh, I just heard a lecture where he was saying, what is pure bhakti? He said, Prem Bhakti and Braj. This is pure bhakti. Above, okay. Anything other than that, bhakti abhas. So heavy, very heavy. He's very strict. He's like whipping. But yet he was very lenient as well at the same time. It's very difficult. It's difficult to balance that in the mind. Like there's one devotee who'd done a lot of service to Gurudev, but wasn't necessarily practicing so strongly. And one day he's sitting with Gurudev and he said, Gurudev, I've got to confess I have a girlfriend. And Gurudev just looked away like that. And then the devotee said, Gurudev, I don't just have one girlfriend, I have more than one girlfriend. And Gurudev just, he looked in the other direction. And once when Gurudev was in Hawaii, and this devotee was in India, and Gurudev appeared in his room in the chair. And he said, this is to let you know that I'm always with you. And then there was another second generation devotee came to Gurudev. He said, Gurudev, I'm really bogus. Gurudev said, that's good. I like bogus people. And the devotee was a bit nonplussed. He said, no, it was on his mind, whatever it was. He said, no, Gurudev, I'm really, really bogus. And Gurudev said, yes, good. I like really, really bogus people. Just don't commit offense to devotees. So these two sides of Srila Gurudev, so accommodating on the one hand, so friendly, so like bringing in. On the one hand, and on the other hand, so strict. So strict, so strong. Two things I thought to speak about. One, there's one statement, I don't know where it's coming from, but I heard that. Srila Gurudev said, nobody knows the scriptures like I know them. And nobody loves like I do. And I just wanted to elaborate on that a bit. Whether he said it or not, it's true. So knowing the scriptures, not just that he's a scholar. I remember once we were at Varshana and some politician came. So he wanted to give a lecture to the devotees. So he was talking in Hindi. I couldn't understand anything, but I hear him saying Paramatma, Paramatma, Paramatma. And young Jeev was there. He turned to me, he said, "You Mayavadi." And I'm looking at Gurudev, and Gurudev's just, he's not saying anything, he's not doing anything, he's not contradicting. Hey, what's going on? Why aren't you saying something? I mean, I was thinking. And then when the politician finished, Gurudev said, "Thank you so much for the talk. But just one thing I don't understand, where does all this ignorance come from?" And then he just cut the politician. He was speaking in English then. He cut his arguments completely. And then the politician started arguing, and Gurudev cut those arguments as well. And in the end, you know, he left in a good mood, the politician. And when he left, Gurudev said, "I'm not afraid of them." Then he said there was some big politician came to Mathura, and he called all the sadhus, and he started telling some nonsense, lecturing some nonsense to them. And nobody said anything. And then Gurudev just stood up and challenged him. And he became very angry. The politician became very angry. And Gurudev said, "I'm not afraid of you." So Gurudev was a great scholar. He could, he defended the parampara. He defended the essence of the parampara. Like his Prabandhavali, 5 essential essays on very important points. Is it right to take sannyas in Kali Yuga? Is the sarup of the Jeev fixed, or is it given by somebody else? Fixed. And Gurudev was fixed as well on that. And then, is Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement a fifth sampradaya? Are we in Madhvacharya's sampradaya? The very strong arguing, making his arguments on the basis of scripture very strongly. All his presentation of Rag Bhakti was all from scripture. All from scripture. So knowing the scriptures doesn't mean just knowing a lot of shlokas, although he did. Bhaktivedanta Tirtha Maharaj once, I was there when devotees were talking with him, and somebody asked him, "How many shlokas do you know?" He said, "Oh, about 10,000. He said, "But you don't need that many. 3,000 is plenty." And that was kind of standard, because they were learning at least one shloka a day under Srila Gurudev's tutelage. But it wasn't just quoting and making arguments, but going into the depths of the meaning of the Shastra. Especially in Bhakti Rasayan, his book. It was produced before he came to the West, actually. It's translation of lectures, I suppose, that he gave in Mathura, a series of lectures, where he's saying in the first chapter, he says, this is the traditional form of bhajan, that devotees are remembering the pastimes, that read one verse from scripture, Shastra, he's talking about Mantramaya Upasana, reading one verse from Shastra, Bhagavatam, and diving deep into the moods of that, for half an hour. And then they'll read another verse, and again diving down for another half hour. He said, in this way, they wouldn't know how the night went. He said, this is the method, traditional method of our previous acharyas, meaning himself as well. So that book, it's not only giving examples, but it's like an initiation into the process of going deep into shlokas, going deep into Shastra. In the tradition of our acharyas. So like, for example, our Vichitra, she and, I don't know, Braj Sundari, I don't know who else. They produced Rasa Panchajayi. The 5 chapters in Bhagavatam relating to Rasa Leela, with commentaries by Srila Sridhar Maharaj, Srila Jiva Goswami, and Srila Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Going in such depth, examining the words in such depth. So Srila Gurudev was adept, and he transferred that ability. If we hear his senior disciples talking about Shastra readings, so they're also going deep and deep and deep into the meanings and intentions. And I mean, on the one hand, the Harikatha of Shukadeva Goswami, and on the other hand, the incredible subtleties of Sanskrit. So layers and layers and layers and layers and layers of meanings. Like Srila Gurudev, he briefly explained Srila Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur's 4 or 5 commentaries on the first verse of Srimad Bhagavatam. How it's Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, then Krishna and Krishna pastime, then it's Radha Krishna, it's a Madhurya Ras, like this. Mm. Mm. One thing, somebody mentioned how he was Ram Bhakta, and he was a great athlete. So on one occasion, Srila Gurudev was competing in long jump. So he was remembering Hanuman jumping to Lanka. And he ran up to the wrong jump, and I mean, tremendous effort. He jumped, got out, run, run. Then he landed, he knocked himself out. But he won. He won the message. He won the high jump, long jump. Mm. One of the points that he emphasized so strongly was that the Sarup of the Jiva, Sva means own. So you could say there's 2 polar points of view. One is that the Jiva doesn't have any specific characteristics or specific mood and service. And that's given by the spiritual master or by association, on the one hand. And on the other hand, that the Swarup is there. We have Swarup already, completely. Mood, service, everything. And the role of the spiritual master is not to give the Swarup, because if you give the Swarup, how's it Swa? How's it your own? There's 2 verses in Vedanta Sutra. It's 4th part of Vedanta Sutra, 4th chapter, verses 1 and 2. So Srila Vyasadeva, he specifically states that it's original. So that the whole role of the spiritual master is to facilitate, empower the devotee to understand, realize. And that's the mood of our acharyas, is to empower us. Srila Prabhupada said, he wrote to Karandar, because the GBC was getting too uppity and they were trying to control and centralize and like that. Prabhupada said, no. This Krishna consciousness movement is to make devotees independently thoughtful and expert in all fields of endeavor. And then he said, what is management? What is the art of management? He said it's to inspire devotees to sacrifice some time and energy in the service of Krishna. So Gurudev was very, facilitating, sometimes very understated, and at the same time pushing, enabling. Rather than imposing. So our acharyas, they're very much of that mood, that they're inspiring, empowering, enabling, giving us some facility, and giving us a push as well, kicking the butt to get us, moving, and motivating, like this. Mm. So Srila Gurudev came, initially he came to fulfill my Guru Maharaja's request and instruction to him as Srila Prabhupada was preparing to leave, that to look after my disciples, to help my disciples. And everything else followed as a natural course after that. He's so kind that he gave his time, the last parts of his life, he gave his time and his energy and his love and everything to enlivening Prabhupada disciples and making so many of his own disciples and bringing them up. So I'm praying at his lotus feet that he'll bestow his mercy on me so that I always have this conflict in my heart between his mission and my Guru Maharaja's mission. Both. And when I was in Vrindavan, one of his senior disciples basically challenged me. He said, look, the preaching is good, but you have to concentrate on bhajan. Why not attachment in this lifetime? I said, attachment, you mean asakti? And he said, yes. Why not? So I'm praying that on the one hand, because he's given me so much energy to serve Srila Prabhupada, and I know he wants that. But on the other hand, I want to be part of his mission in the way that he would want as well. So I'm praying for his mercy and also for the mercy of devotees. Hare Krishna, thank you so much. Vanchakalpadurvasya kripa sindhuvasya. Patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Srila
Let me
Gurudev.
mark. Oh, go on.
Go.
Srila Gurudev ki. I know
Yeah.
you're gonna.
Srila Vamana Maharaja ki jai. I haven't mentioned him. I'm not going to go there at the moment.
Maharaj, I just want to say, firstly, thank you. I had the great fortune of spending a little bit more time with you in Karthik this year, and my husband definitely had the opportunity to spend more time with you in Karthik. And I just want to say, like, we're feeling so well. I can speak for both of us. I think that we're both grateful for your association and your love and affection. And I'm sure, especially for Vipin Prabhu, it's that like he feels so much love and affection from you, and forever grateful. And what you've mentioned today about Srila Gurudev and his Guru Nishtha, his strong focus on Sri Radha Krishna and so many different parts of Gurudev. And this is the beauty of our Guru Parampara, is that they have so many different aspects and specialities that they highlight, and Srila Bhakti-Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj did that with the Vaishnavas, and highlighting their glories, and we get to see these things manifest in front of us, and they're so merciful for that. And having the association of Vaishnavas like yourself and the whole of the UK Sangha, that means that we can go really deep into these aspects of what Gurudev's come together. And I think that this year this year coming is going to be a year where everyone is striving for that little bit extra of a push. And I'm seeing it in so many devotees that I've been speaking to, that they want to go deeper into these books and actually really focus their energy into Srila Gurudev and his teachings. So I'm forever grateful, Maharaj, for you highlighting these particular topics of Gurudev. And I think Budara Prabhu's unmuted himself, so he might want to add something, huh?
So happy to see Grandpa Budara Rocky share. It's lovely.
Well, I mean, I thoroughly enjoyed Maharaj's talk. He touched on so many important points: philosophy, pastimes, reminiscence, all of it. So it's always a pleasure to hear him speak. Also, Ashram Maharaj, I don't know if everybody's got his link. I can't remember the name of the charity that you founded, Maharaj. It's ACT, I think, ACT, is it?
Action Charity Trust.
Yeah. Yeah. So
The website is actioncharitytrust.org.
actioncharitytrust.org. Yeah. I've taken a real interest in that. He's doing very practical work, helping people medically, educationally, all with a view to encourage them to Krishna. So if everyone hasn't seen that, have a look at it, actioncharitytrust.org. And yeah, I don't know what else to say. I'm always uplifted when I hear the other devotees speak. So that's why I'm here.
Again to Yashodhari for keeping the torch burning.
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
Trying, right?
It's really, really, really wonderful. Do keep going.
Yes, by your blessings, that is something that I'm gonna try and do for 2025 as my offering to Gurudev, at least for the year. To try, and with your blessings and your forever presence, then I can do something like that. It's not possible by myself. So Maharaj, answering her fine. Hello? Did I cut out?
I don't know. There's a sound problem.
I
think he's frozen, maybe.
No, you can hear me. Maharaj, can you hear me? No, Maharaj?
Yeah, I can hear.
Oh, I was saying, is Kamala Didi around? Because I can't seem to get a hold of her. She was meant to speak
Around.
next.
She's
It's okay if she's not. That's fine. She's meant to be next.
Probably in the kitchen. I'll
She
go
said,
there right now.
"Oh, I'm sorry, Marge. I'm making you do."
Have you?
It's okay. She might not want us. Yeah, I tried to call her, but that's fine. If she's not available, we've got other speakers here, and I think Vipin Prabhu's also here. So I don't know whether it's at the mic or at home. No, don't even know what the time is there anymore.
I'll go to the kitchen and see if Kamala's there and try and give the message.
Yeah.
Meantime,
Thank you, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Hare
Bol.
Vipin, are you at the mat still? I guess so.
Just on the way.
Oh, you're on your way back. Okay, fine. Okay, so
I would like to listen from others. Yeah, take it.
It's nearly it's nearly finished, but it's okay.
It's finished. Okay, no problem.
Nearly finished. You can speak when you're not far from home anyway. So, whilst we're waiting for Kamala Didi, if it's okay, I just wanted to, if anyone has not or has read this book, it's one of the most, oh, I'm on blur, aren't I? Hold on, let me try and blur myself. Can you see it, Dan? Can you see that book? It's called A True Servant, A True Master. It's one of the most amazing letters Srila Maharaj has written to his disciples, and the main one being Srimati Uma Didi. And I love this book. The reason why I love this book so much is because you see the love and affection Srila Maharaj has with his disciples, and you just fall in love with him. And I keep saying this to everyone that I meet. I'm like, read those letters, because it's not only just full of instructions, which you see Uma Didi following throughout her whole life, like these instructions that he's given her particularly, you see that part of her life. But the other thing is that it's filled with love and affection. In one, I just wanted to pick some paragraphs, but in one letter, Srimati Uma Didi wasn't able to go to Jagannath Puri with Srila Maharaj, and during that time she was really upset, so she wrote him a letter expressing that she was really upset that she wasn't able to go with the Brahmachari boys, because it was very strict that girls were not allowed to travel at that time with their Guru Maharajas like that, because she was a young girl. And she was feeling really a lot of separation, and she was like, I wish I was in a boy's body. She was telling me this when we were in the hospital when she wasn't well, that she was expressing to Maharaj that she felt that she wished she was a boy and that she could serve him. And Srila Maharaj replied back to her in this letter saying that don't think that just physically being close to me, you're serving me. You're serving me through so much. You can serve me in so many different ways, and the relationship we have between each other is through our hearts. So I'm paraphrasing here, but this is the kind of love and affection he had, and also it has so much tattva in it as well. Like this relationship between Sri Guru and disciple is always here. It's not, for me, for example, it was never a physical interaction with Srila Gurudev, but these letters have reconciled a lot of pain in my heart for not being able to serve Srila Gurudev in that manner. And there's so many beautiful instructions that Srila Maharaj writes to Srimati Uma Didi, and I just wanted to read one section while we're waiting for Kamala Didi to join, which is where is it gone? So this was something that Ashram Maharaj was speaking about earlier about the chanting out the holy name, and this is the instruction that Srila Maharaj speaks to her in particular, Srimati Uma Didi. It is imperative to complete a fixed number of rounds every day without offense. Sri Bhagwan shows his disinterest in accepting the offering of servants who do not chant a lakh, 100,000 names daily. One who completes a lakh of nam every day without fail has been referred to by Sriman Mahaprabhu as Lakshvar, or the master of lakh. See that not a day goes by without nam. It is our duty to follow this instruction of his properly. And if anyone that had spent any time with Srimati Uma Didi, we were able to see that very essence in her, that even when she was in hospital, she always had her hand in her mala. It didn't matter what time of the day. And we get to experience these or see these things manifest, in front of us. So I just wanted to read that, but I will try and read some more stuff. But I think Kamala Didi is here. Haribo, Kamala Didi. I wonder if you can you hear me? Kamala Didi? Oh, there you are. I can see you. All right. I can see you. I'm just going to ask you to unmute as well when you're ready. Oh, there might be a button that come up. Yeah. That tells you to unmute. Yay!
Hey, made it.
Haribo.
Made it.
Made
Okay.
it.
How are you?
All good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Let's see. Sit down here. Can you sit? Is that bright enough?
Yeah, we can see you.
Okay. Shall I go? 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Gantamarandasya Gananjana Salakaya Chaksuramilitam Jena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. I'm offering my most heartfelt Sastat Dandavat Pranam to Lotus Feet, my Gurudev Nitilila Pravishta, Om Vishnu Pad Paramahamsa Pajaja Charja Shotata Shishma Bhaktivedanta Narayana Samaraj, and to all our Gaudiya Rupanuga Guru Vaga and all Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis, and I'm especially offering my most humble Sastat Dandavat Pranam unto the Lotus Feet of Srila Bhavan Goswami Maharaj and Srila Trivikram Goswami Maharaj. Actually, to know Gurudev, then we need to know his most dear God brothers, the 3 pillars of the Gaudiya Vedanta Smriti. I was really fortunate because as a young pup when I came, I went to stay at Srila Brahma Maharaj's mat, Gaudiya mat. I didn't know so much, and I didn't know girls weren't even really supposed to be living in the mat. So there I was. I was a little crazy at that time. They call me, not that I'm not much better now, but they call me Pagli, and that was like my name. And Chandran Prabhu at the time, now he's sannyasi, but he was Vaishnava, and he knew my mind, and he allowed me to stay in his mat, in his Gurudev's mat. And in that mat, it was such a small mat, but so beautiful. They were in the mood of Srila Brahma Maharaj is coming very soon. That was the mood that they held in their heart in that mat. So we were always kind of preparing for him to come. And even he was making a room for him on the roof of the mat. And I asked him, and they didn't have much money. Wow, they couldn't afford any hot water in the winter, and they didn't wear any socks or chadar like this. But this, I think, was because of their natural mood there to be very renounced. But they didn't have like grand facilities. But he was building a room there for Maharaj. And his love and affection for Maharaj was so deep, and it kind of rubbed off. This is a Bhakta association. You don't actually have to do anything. You just have to be with them. And being with them, it just automatically comes in your own heart. I had this mood also. Well, when's Srila Brahma Maharaj coming? You know, and I really need to meet him, and I want to bring something for him. Actually, that mood, I'm just thinking now, because with that same mood, this is when we bought this place in Wales. We were thinking we'll make a room for Uma Didi. That was like one of our main concerns was it needs to have a good bathroom, needs to be on the same level, and we need to have lots of roses outside for her, because, as you know, she didn't like marigolds very much. She didn't like marigolds. She only liked roses. So that mood, to be able to be close to the Vaishnavas, this mood. I might be transgressing to speak about Uma Didi or undoubtedly Chandrapur or any of the Vaishnavas, but I see them all as you have the tree, you know, Mahaprabhu's tree, and then you have the branches, sub-branches of all the different Vaishnavas. And Gurudev, he was a very special branch of that Gaudiya tree. And his fruits on that tree are his parikar, or as we know, his very dear and priya disciples, Shripad Madhav Maharaj, Bhaktivedanta Brahma Maharaj, and Prabhuji, obviously, Tita Maharaj, and all Uma Didi, everyone. We're so fortunate to have this, because they're carrying him in their heart. And they're carrying his conceptions. And that, due to that reason, they can inspire us in the same way that they can, just being with them inspires us to go deeper in our own bhajan, that we can meet him in our own heart. So we're so fortunate, because as Gurudev said, this kata that I'm speaking is not available in any other universe. He didn't even say that it wasn't available on this planet. He said that it's not available anywhere. because we heard from our Gurudev, Param Gurudev, and Param Gurudev, he was most priya to Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur. In that way, he would also sleep on his bed at night, and also he would speak to him in very sweet Bengali. Actually, often the Vaishnavas, they all speak Hindi, but when Vishnu Maharaj, he said to me that they'd speak Hindi, but in-house together, they'd always speak Bengali. So Bengali was like the home language. It's a very sweet language, and it has many forms of the word you, for instance. So there's Apni, which is like a more polite, kind of like more official, and then respectful, and then there's Tumi, which means you, but like more relation, and then there's one word called Tui. So Bhaktisiddhanta, he used to call Param Gurudev Tui. This is a deep, a very sweet connection that they had between them. And the way he gave his heart completely, his life and soul unto the lotus feet of his guru, and wow, everything was imparted into his heart. All the very treasure and deep secrets came into the heart of Param Gurudev, and then the very priya of Param Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Churukam Maharaj, Gurudev, Srila Brahma Maharaj, then all this fruit came into their heart. That mixed with their sadhana bhajan and their entire life surrendered. Then Gurudev said one time in Mathura, I am giving you the result of my bhajan, over 40 years of doing bhajan, and I am just giving to you like this. Yeah. Very amazing. What did he give us? Really, really everything we have from morning, from Mangalati, right the way through the day, he's giving. If I start with Mangalati and start speaking about glories of what Gurudev's given us, we'll be really late. Yashodhari's got to tell me when I've got to get off the phone, actually, because I forgot to look at the clock. But specifically, he is giving us Krishna, and he's giving us Braj. Gurudev had this Braj Bhav. He gave us this sweetness. Not that there wasn't Aishwarya there, so much power and Shakti, but he gave us Krishna as Brajendra Nandan Shamsundar, this just a boy like that, just a small boy. What can he do? The moods of the Braj Gopis and Bhakti Ras. He gave us this. He's a true Rupanuga. He's a true follower of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, and he is at the same time our guru, our Gurudev. We're so much fortunate, so much Aishwarya and so much sweetness. Today, a few days ago, I just came back from India. I luckily spent 2 months with Prabhuji, and he's teaching us to cook for the Vaishnavas. On their appearance days, what I was asking, what do they cook in their mat? And then Prabhuji saying, oh yeah, they would take Shri Rup Siddhanti Maharaj in their mat, and breakfast, take pakora. And then he's teaching us many kind of pakora. With Imli, and this morning we had pakora, and then we had one paratha that Gurudev liked very much with dal, like dal inside. He loved this very much, like this paratha. And then just now we had, I'm a little bit late because we were just taking prasadam, and we had like jackfruit sabji, also curry, also rice, and one kind of 5 kinds of sabji, like a mixed sabji with 5 kinds of vegetable. And also we had the sahi paneer, and also the one more, one kind, another vegetable, one vegetable. Yeah. So we are far from them. My point, you might think, why is Kamala going on about recipes? But my point was that we're very far from them because the opulence and Aishwarya. But then at the same time, there's this Braj this sweetness, where you can cook for them their favorite paratha. I love this. No, this is the way, this is this intimacy. One time I was in Mathura, Gurudev was speaking about Siddhanta, all this to all his brahmacharis. It's very strong teaching. I love to go on the morning walks and see how Gurudev was speaking to his sannyasis and brahmacharis and getting them to learn verses and slokas. But he was saying that one day, if you don't know, you have to know this Siddhanta. If you don't know this lifetime, you have to come back next lifetime. He's very strong about this. But then he turned to the Mathura ladies and he said, you can just cook for me. I thought that was wonderful. You might think, oh, that's all they can do. But then if we look at the Dvija Patni, how they cook for Krishna, it's a deep thing, beautiful thing. We're a kitchen religion. It's a very wonderful thing. So Gurudev is always very, very encouraging for us and very kind to us. He wasn't very known to, he sometimes actually got a little bit criticized for not establishing mats in the West. But what he did was he focused primarily on building temples in India and calling people to India. It's another great, very, very strong and powerful impression, was that by hook or crook must come to Vrindavan, and must come for Parikrama, and must come for Kartik, and must come Navadvip. He gave this very, very strong impression. I say that because Uma Didi is still shouting at me for not going on Parikrama for. You remember it? I was crying. So, wow, they give such strong impressions to us as to what is to prioritize, what is the most powerful thing to prioritize. He was giving us this mood, Rajbas, come to Vrindavan, make these very strong impressions from the Dham. So very, very fortunate. We used to do it. We were doing Ganga Matas since 2003, and we just pack up, close the door. At that time, there was nobody to look after Thakurji, or they wouldn't do it. So we just packed Thakurji, brought them with us, locked the door, and came. And some devotees are complaining. My devotees always complain about us. Oh, you have closed the mat. You have left. It's not good. You have to keep somebody living in the mat. And so I said, I'll ask Gurudev about it. So he saw us and he said, so you are here. You're all here? And I said, yes, Gurudev, we are all here. What about my mat? He said. And I said, Gurudev, we locked the door and we came. And he leant over, he was smiling, had a cheeky face, and he said, very good. So his mood was, yeah. When Harikatha is being spoken in the Dham, it's Kartik, you just come. You come. You leave everything, like the gopis, you leave everything and close the door, come, no problem at all. Yeah. He gave a strong, strong impression. Whatever service we're doing, we always knew it was like, it's to give sukriti, it's to give engagement, it's to do many things, clean the heart. But when the sadhu is speaking kata, then without delay, just drop everything you have and just run to that place and hear from that Rasik Vaishnav, because that is the only sadhan we have, is to have that greed or desire to go to that place and listen to that Vaishnav speaking Ras Kata. So Gurudev, he gave this very, very, very strong impression to us that was our main service. That was the main importance in the life. Yeah. Drop everything and run. One time I remember him when he was in Conway Hall in London speaking, and he said he was speaking about the gopis, how they dropped everything and they ran for Rasa Leela. And he said the queens of Dwarka, they cannot do that. Yeah. Because Rasa Leela will already be finished because they're taking so long putting on their makeup. The queens are too long doing their hair, putting on their makeup. Then Krishna's his bodhan gone up. So this Guru gave this I don't know, he gave this Shakti and this mood to just go for it. Go for it, keep going for it. Yeah. We're in a very critical stage. We're in a critical stage. He said this also, you're the most fortunate and the most unfortunate. So the last thing Gurudev said to me actually in Russia was keep going, he said to me. Yeah. He looked very deep and he said to keep going. So I think I'd like to share that with everyone. I know sometimes it's hard. Try to come into association, keep going for him, do everything for him, surrender to me, completely surrender to me. He said, surrender how to surrender? He said, just do everything for me. Stand up for me, go to sleep for me. I remember he said, brush your teeth for me. Everything. That way we can stay with him, stay close to him. He came back for us. He came back for us from Samadhi. Gurudev was in Samadhi, in the Samadhi. That same Gurudev has come to Wales. He's there. When I was not sure about this, I'm Kanishta, not thinking, not even pre-Kanishta, not even thinking, Murtis, this and this, of Gurudev. I wasn't ready. But then when he came, then I saw him and my heart melted. And I said, oh, Gurudev, you have come back for us. So much potency is there. He's now still coming, looking after everyone in so many different ways, transcendental ways we can't imagine. So I just thank you very much for allowing me to join your Zoom community, and it's nice to see you and everybody, and I hope that we can meet up again and share things, share stories. I've got loads of stories. And as we all do, when Gurudev left, everyone was scouring the internet trying to find him, looking at posts and heartbreaking, but it was something that was there that was a little bit soulless, on lying cold somehow. And the girls said to me, what will we do? Everyone's feeling so heartbroken. And I said, Gurudev's not online. Yeah. He's in the hearts of the devotees. So let's do a festival. Let's call all the devotees, and let's do 2 festivals. Let's do 3. Let's do that. He's being welcomed now back into the spiritual realm, Srimati Radhika, and we should come together, and between us, we can piece him together through our hearts. So in that way, we're still walking around. Whenever I see a disciple or Siksha, which is the reason he came, I came in off the wave of him coming for the Prabhupada disciples. I'm very fortunate to do that. But whenever I meet someone that keeps Gurudev in their heart, then I can feel his presence. So in that way, fortunate. Okay. Jai Radhe.
I did a good job today somehow. I don't know. I convinced you to come online, which was when you said yes, I just something in my heart was like, yeah, this is exactly Gurudev would be so happy right now. You've been not just my person to go to and you know pour out everything that I experienced in life and held me and helped me in bhakti. And you did a tremendous job in London, and I think the devotees in London miss you guys very, very much. Wales is a little bit further, but spending time with you even for this is like I just feel like we're back, you know, with Uma Didi on, you know, experiencing loads of things together. And it was just, you know, these are the reasons because these are the reasons why I do try and do these programs is because I can feel Gurudev and you did that and you encapsulated a lot of things in what you spoke, and that last thing that Gurudev spoke to you, I think that applies to everyone. I think sometimes we get to that position where we're like, oh my God, I can't do this anymore. But to hear him say it in the back of your head, like keep going, is everything's going to be okay, you know?
Yeah.
And yes, we must spend more time together. I must make the effort to come down to Wales on my next trip, which I will, and come and see Gurudev there, because you're right. When you brought Gurudev from that Murti of Srila Gurudev the first time, it blew me away. It was a bit scary, I'm not gonna lie,
Yeah.
because he's
Wow.
and yeah, he's amazing.
Yeah.
I have to come and see him. And also thank you for coming and speaking on this, because there's many people on here that haven't had the opportunity perhaps to meet with you in a while. So to see you and hear from you is a big thing, you know. We miss you. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say it.
Where's
Just come back to bloody London. You'll be fine. Yeah, just send half of the.
yeah, okay. Buy me a £5 million temple and I'll come.
Got one.
Kind of.
Well, it's possible, right? You guys prayed for that. You know, do you remember when you did the mood
Yeah.
board and you envisioned it and it came? It's
Yeah, isn't
possible.
it magic? Yeah. It's mystic.
It's possible. It's
Yeah.
possible. Anything's possible.
But
But
you
thank you,
know,
Kamala.
we've got people here from Australia, people have come from America, people have come, you know, I've got 3 girls from Australia here at the moment.
Oh my God.
Why can't the devotees come up and see me from London?
Maybe what we'll do is the next time we'll arrange a minibus and then all of the
Yeah. Yeah,
come
yeah,
down.
yeah, 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 yeah. Let's do a retreat. Yeah.
We'll come down.
I'm starting to do retreats, Bhakti retreats.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, get an immersion and like doing like some little courses for new people, but for
Okay.
devotees as well. You know, just get a
Yeah.
refresh.
All right. That's a deal. Next time I'm down, I'll get a minibus and then whoever can come on
That's
that.
it. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Bus.
Lovely.
Deal.
You'll like it. You'll like it. It's pretty around here as well.
I can imagine.
Okay. Jai.
Thank you, Kamala Didi, so
Bye
much.
bye. Lots of love. Miss you.
Haribol. Lots of love. Miss you too. Haribol. So we're now on the last stage of our Zoom program, and Vipin Prabhu is here. If he's here, is he here?
तू बोल, you speak. मैं बोलता नहीं.
No, it's all right. Speak. It's fine.
No, I don't know.
Say something. What?
Okay, turn on the video. Do I?
Yeah.
Just gotten back from
Yes, please. Thank
Okay,
you.
okay.
10 minutes,
Shri
yeah?
Yeah, I'll only take 5. Yeah, I'll leave 5 for you. Shri Gurudev ki jai, Shri Prabhupada ki jai, समस्त रूपान Guru Parampara ki jai. Shri Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Goswami Maharaj ji, in one of his articles, he mentions that whenever these disappearance and appearance days they come, or any festival in regards to Krishna it comes,
So the two aspects of the festival. One is the internal aspect of the festival, and second is the external aspect of the festival. If we only remain engaged in the external aspect of the festival, then there is every possibility that, if we do not focus on the internal aspect of the festival, then the external aspect of the festival will swallow us completely. So Gurudev would say that Sri Rupa Goswami Pad would also celebrate Janmashtami. Rupa Goswami Pad would also celebrate Radhashtami. How? Him, Sanatana Goswami, and all the other Goswamis would sit and simply talk about Radharani. That is the festival. So on Zoom, that's what everyone is doing, following the same trend. I just spoke at the Mutt and we talked about various different aspects of Srila Gurudev. One, him as an Acharya. One, about his practice. One, as an author of so many books. One, about his Guru Nishtha. So all these various aspects of Srila Gurudev are various darshans or various visions of devotees from where they are seeing him. He is complete. Purnamidam Purnamadaya Uchyate. He is complete in all respects. In the Guru Ashtakam, if we see various different darshans of Sri Guru. Starts off with Sansar Davanal. This is one aspect of Sri Guru, that he is the one who came and pulled me from the material world, extinguished the fire of the material forest. That's one aspect of his. The second aspect of his is Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nritya Gita. This is his another aspect. So Sri Vishwanath Chakravarti Pad is giving various different aspects of same Guru and leads us to where? And then he gives us the aspect of how Sri Guru becomes happy when he's seeing the devotees are taking prasadam, or when he's expanding his service. Finally, all these various visions leads us to Nikunja Yuno Rati Kaili Sithai Yayali Bhiktur Vikshaniya Tatrapi Dakshati Vallabhasya Vande Guru Sri Charanarvinda. So from someone who came to extinguish my forest fire, my material existence, he purified me, led me to the movement of Srimad Mahaprabhu. And from the movement of Srimad Mahaprabhu, he's leading me to the service of the gopis. So can we go more higher than Guru Ashtakam? Yes, there is another version of his, which Sri Raghunath Das Goswami is giving. So Gurudev gave all these different things in his life and leading the devotees from one side of the world to the other side. Gurudev said that there are various types of bhajans. The ninefold bhajan symptoms given in limbs given in of bhakti in Srimad Bhagavatam. Shravana Kirtana Smarana Vishnu Sman Pada Sevanam. Then Rupa Goswami Pad gave importance to 5 symptoms, 5 limbs, Srimad Bhagavatam Rasike Saha, Shraddhaya Sri Murte Sevaya. 5 limbs, right? Everybody is aware of that. But Gurudev said something so powerful the other day. He said, to be able to understand the mercy of Sri Guru is the bhajan of disciple. To understand the sheer mercy of Sri Guru is the bhajan of a disciple. So a disciple, when he understands that from where he was and where he is now, from what's happening in the material world, from there to this side of Vrindavan, and I'll just give you a glimpse of what he gave from Sri Radha Rasudanidhi, Sri Prabodhananda Saraswati Pad. Prabodhananda Saraswati Pad as Tung Vidya Sakhi, who is eternally resides with Sri Radhika, Radhika's own expansion. He writes, and I'll just mention these 2 shlokas just to give an idea from where to where. This is like understanding his mercy. Sri Prabodhananda Saraswati Pad says, Krishnamrita Chalha Vigad Miti Rihatam Dev Rajani Sakhi Yavadeti Itham Vihasya Vrishbhanu Sutehe Lapsaya Manam Kada Keli Kadam Vajatam. Shri Prabodhananda Saraswati Pad says to Shri Radhika as Tungi Vidya Sakhi. Radhika one time says to Tungi Vidya Sakhi, let's go. Where? Let's go and bathe in the waters of Krishna. Krishna is Yamunaji. Let's go and bathe in the waters, the Nectarian waters of Krishna. And quickly come with me. Then Prabodhananda Saraswati Pad, as Tung Vidya Sakhi says, I know which Krishna are you talking about. You're not talking about Krishna as Yamuna. You're talking at Krishna as Sri Nandanandan. So it's best, my advice is, hey Sakhi, it's not good to take a bath in the waters of Yamuna in the morning, or it's not good to take a bath in or meet with Krishna in the morning. Let's wait for the night. Let's wait for the night. Shri Tung Vidya Sakhi, when he understands this mood of Shri Radhika, and Radhika understands what she's trying to say, Radhika feels a bit embarrassed, feels a bit shy. And she, has her head down and she tries to cover her smile by keeping a veil on her face. She wants to smile, and then she's smiling because Tung Vidya Sakhi has read her mind, but she also wants to chastise her. And then she turns towards Tung Vidya Sakhi, starts walking towards her. Prabodhananda Saraswati Pad, as Tung Vidya Sakhi says, I was waiting for this moment. I've been waiting for this moment that Radhika comes closer to me and she expresses her anger, which is not real. Manam kada keli kadam bhajatam. Radhika has a flower in her hand, which she has gotten from one of the kadamba trees of her Nikunja. So Radhika has that flower, that blue flower in her hand, and she comes to Sri Prabodhananda Saraswati Pad, who is in her eternal form as Tung Vidya Sakhi, hits her on the face. Oh, so you think you're too smart. You're trying to change the name. I said Krishnamrit means the waters of Yamuna. I did not mean it's Nandanandan Krishna. Tung Vidya Sakhi says, Swamini, I did this so that you become angry at me, and I've been waiting for this moment. So Gurudev led us to this part of Vrindavan. As Didi was just saying, the most secret part of Vrindavan, where it's the desire which matters. Gurudev said that the result of your sadhan depends on the desires you have, and the desires will come with the association. It all depends on what we pray for, and Gurudev taught us what to pray for. Maybe far away from my reach, but still that's what he gave. I'll just give you one example, and then I won't start the whole Granth. It is so amazing. I mean, even at the mutt, in the 10-15 minutes, and I just said, well, let's not start, let's just give a glimpse. There's another glimpse which is given in the same book. Sri Prabodhananda Saraswati Pad says something very beautiful again. He says, when Radhika sees Krishna, Drishteva Champaklatev Chamatkritangi. When Radhika sees Krishna, as we read in Radha Kripa Kataksh Stavaraj, Vilo Lahe Muvallari Trishanki Charu Chankrame Kada Karishyasi Hama Kripa Kataksh Bhajanam. He Muvallari, he means golden creeper. It's like golden creeper is walking. So the moment Radhika sees Krishna, she becomes so astonished, and her golden effulgence become more golden. She's golden effulgence, and she becomes totally astonished, like a golden creeper becomes astonished. Venu dhvani kocha nishambe vehalangi. When she hears the flute of Krishna, then she becomes stand still. So that Radhika who is in the mode of trance, when she hears the flute of Krishna, or when she sees Krishna, she enters into this mode of trance. During that mode, when she's totally captured, enamored by the sweetness of Krishna, at that time, me, as Tungvidya Sakhi, you know, Sa Sham Sundar Gune Anugim, that time I will sing the glories of Krishna at that moment. I'll wait for that moment when she's in that stage. So when I'll sing the glories of Krishna at that time, Prita Parishvajatu Mam Vrishpahanuputri, she'll run towards me and give me a tight embrace. That is what I'm desiring. So Gurudev gave these desires, which may be far away from the conditioning of ours, but he gave a glimpse of what that world is all about, an idea of what it is. Gurudev said when he was leaving, he said, you may not be able to understand what I'm giving you right now because I'm giving you things which are way beyond time. Just like Sri Vishwanath Chakravarti Pad gave his commentary way beyond time. Gurudev has given things way beyond time. I may not be able to understand these things right now because of the conditioning which I have. So in order to attain these things, he gave us the process of Srimad Mahaprabhu. He gave us the process of Srimad Mahaprabhu, gave us the process, Tannam Roop Charitadi, gave us Shikshashtakam, gave us Manha Shiksha, but all leading, just like, from Delhi, if you go to Vrindavan, the highways are big. From the highways, from the big highways of Aishwarya, you enter into the small lanes of Seva Kunj. The highways are big, very, very broad. You drive very, very fast on it. But what's the purpose? The purpose is to drive on the highway and enter into the small lanes of Vrindavan. So Gurudev is like building all these things so that one day we're able to develop, even an unqualified person can develop these desires. He was being questioned many times and would always cite the verse right at the end of Ras Leela. Vikriditam rajbadhu idam cha Vishnu. Shraddhanvito Shunivat Varnayetava Bhaktim Param Bhagavati Pratlabdhakamam Hidrog Ashwapino Techiretathira. First, this desires, this prem will come, and then lust will go. Prem Bhakti Jaha Haite Avidya Vinash Jate. So a very, very powerful antidote which he has given, which even if we have some attraction towards his literature, his prayers, his mood, his sadhan, his stavstutis, which he sings every day, even if we're able to get something of any of his life because he's complete, then for sure, one day we'll find ourselves in the Vritti Nikunja or Nikunja of Shri Radhika for sure. So just wanted to, say that. That's it. Okay. Shri Gurudev ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Thank you. Shall I talk to you like you're a speaker? Yeah. Thank you, Prabhu, for glorifying Gurudev in such a small aspect. And you're right, Gurudev has so many expansive views on him, so many different variations. But reality is that if we just follow his process, we can find our relationship with him also, and be very particular with that. And he takes us, like you said, from holding our hands, and Kamala did said this as well, that he's taking us from every stage possible. So we're very, very fortunate to be in that position of someone like Gurudev taking us there. Okay, we're on our last speaker of the night. And this marathon, which is Ramananda Prabhu, if he's there. Haribo. There we go. There's Ram.
Haribo, Haribo.
You're thank you for joining, because I know you wasn't able to earlier, so I appreciate that you're able to share something here. Haribo.
Haribo, Jnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. I remember every festival that would finish with Gurudev, I would go and ask him for his blessings, and I would ask him to put his hand on my head, and he would always do it. And when I used to have a lot of hair, he would go like this as well and start laughing. But one in particular in Italy 2010, the last time that I actually saw him, physically speaking, I asked him in the same way for his blessings. And not only did he say one line, which is, "My blessings are always with you," which was, it came with the mood like the lack is not on the side of the blessings, one, but also that when I give a blessing, it's forever. It stays with you forever. So it's given. It's not like you have to come for more. But then also what he did, normally he gives one, that day, he, with both his hands, he blessed my neck, shoulders, my head, like many, many, many blessings. And when I walked away from that, I kind of understood that may be the last time that he will do that. But coming with those lessons, that the blessing is always there, and the lack is also not on the side of the blessing. And it reminded me of a verse that I came across in Srimad Bhagavatam, second canto, chapter 5, verse 16. I didn't memorize that. I'm looking at my screen, obviously. And it says there, Narayana paro yogo, Narayana param tapa, Narayana param jnanam, Narayana paragati. And in this verse, obviously, this is a glorification of Lord Narayan. But I couldn't stop but also see how this is a glorification of our Srila Gurudev. In the same way that Srila Narottam Das Thakur in Sri Rupa Manjari Pada describes how Sri Rupa Manjari is his pranadhan, his abharan, his rasanidhi, his vansha siddhi, all of this. In the same way, in this verse, we see Narayana paro yogo, which means that Lord Narayan is the only personality meant for realization by meditation, mysticism, by yoga. And we see that Srila Narottam Das Thakur also says that the highest attainment or the highest benediction that we get from all the yoga, all the practices that we do, all the sadhana that we do, is to attain, in this case, Srila Bhakti Vedanta Narayana Goswami. Narayana Paro Yoga. Narayana Param Tapa. The same word tapa is used by Srila Narottam Das Thakur in Sri Rupa Manjari Pada, where he says, what does he say? Sei vrata, sei tapa. So in the same way, here in this verse, Narayana Param Tapa. All the austerities that I do is aimed at only one thing, which is achieving Srila Narayana Goswami. Narayana Param Jnanam. Param Gyan, the highest form of Gyan, or all forms of Gyan, everything that I try to attain to, all the knowledge that I try to acquire, the only goal of that is to please and to attain Srila Narayana Goswami. And Narayana Paragati. Paragati is the highest destination, or the ultimate salvation is entering the kingdom of Lord Narayan, in this case to be with Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj. So this verse, like Srila Rupa Manjari Pada, reminds us how Srila Gurudev is our everything. And we may have, as Sripad Nemi Maharaj says, also everything in our heart, but we still need that Swati Nakshatra rain. We still need that Sri Guru. And Srila Gurudev is, for me and for many of us, our everything. And we would be nothing without him. So this verse reminds me of that blessing that he always gives. I mean, how many pictures of Gurudev do you not see with his hands like this? And his blessings are continuously showering. And I can't even believe that it's been 14 years that he isn't. So that's a proof of the fact that those blessings are still so prominently present, like it was the day of yesterday. It feels like it was yesterday that I saw him with these eyes. And so this verse, Narayana Paro Yoga, Narayana Param Tapa, Narayana Param Jnanam, Narayana Paragati, reminds us of how Srila Narayana Goswami Maharaj is the goal of my yoga, of my practice, the goal of my tapasya, the goal of all my gyan, and the highest destination is wherever he, Srila Narayana Goswami, or she is. So I keep it short and I end with that I pray to the lotus feet of Srila Narayana Goswami Maharaj that he is my all in all. Srila Bhakti Vedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj ki jai.
Thank you, Ram. That was one of the most nicest explanations of that sloka. It's very beautiful. And actually, Gurudev would say as well that if you like, someone, my mind's going a bit boggled because I've been sitting here for about 5 hours, but someone was saying earlier that if we put everything towards Srila Gurudev, then our whole focus can be around Srila Gurudev, and this sloka does exactly that. And to compare it to Sri Rupa Manjari Pada as well, and seeing the semblance of that kirtan and that sloka is very beautiful. I've not heard like that before, so it's very nice to see the comparison between the two as well. And there's what I've learned in the last couple of years is that actually the practice that we do there will always be a result of it, and Gurudev will show that result in some form or another. We just have to have faith of it. That sometimes it's really difficult for us to do this bhajan, and we're thinking, oh, how are we going to do this? But then somehow or another, he sees that endeavor, he gives you something to top you up to keep going, you know. So it's very, very beautiful. And thank you, Ram, for sharing that. So I'm gonna just do the last part of this program and close off. I'm not gonna say anything because I think there's plenty of people that have offered their Pushpanjalis to make a beautiful garland for Srila Gurudev that we can all offer together to him. And I just am praying for something like this kind of festival. I'm able to kind of programs I'm able to do with his potency and mercy. I feel, like I said earlier today, I was not very sure that actually this was going to be successful. And I mean, you can define success in many different ways, but the way that Srila Gurudev taught me in particular how to define success is know if my heart is happy. And today my heart is very happy to be able to spend with my uncles and aunties and my god brothers and sisters, and not only that, but the nephews and nieces that are coming into this sangha, because everyone has a potential to become the best Vaishnav, and that's the aim of our sadhan, is to become the best so that we can serve Srila Gurudev in that light, right? So please give me your blessings that I somehow can continue this particular part of my seva for Srila Gurudev. And I know that I've got the support of Yashodanandan Prabhu because this is something that he wanted. And I didn't realize that there's many people that actually benefit from this still. And so I ask that you give me blessings to continue this mission of Srila Gurudev, and somehow be able to serve him a little bit. Not no way comparison to any of yous, but if I can serve a little bit like you all, then my life will be very successful. So on that account, Vanchakalpatarubhisha, Kripa Sindhu Bevicha, Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namah, Srila Gurudev Ki Jai, Srila Maharaji Ki Jai. And then Ramananda is going to close with last bit of bhajan and kirtan, and then we're done. Haribo, Dandavat pranams to everyone.
As VP and Prabhuji quoted from Shri Guru Charana Padma, I'll finish with that if that's okay. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Bandha Mui Savadhana जहाँ प्रसादे भाई ये भवतरिया जाय कृष्ण प्राप्ति हो जहाँ होइते गुरुमुख पद्म वाक्य चिते ते कोरिया यज्ञ आर न करी हो मने आशा आर न करी हो मने आशा श्री गुरु चरण रति ऐसे उत्तमा गति श्री गुरु चरण रति ऐसे उत्तमा गति जे प्रसादे पूरे सर्व आशा जे प्रसादे पूरे सर्व आशा चक्षुदान दिला जय जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशित प्रेम भक्ति जहाँ होते अविद्या विनाश जाते वेदे गाय जहाँ रचरित श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु अधम जनार बंधु लोकेनाथ लोके जीवाना गुरुदेव मोदेर जीवाना महाप्रभु पर दया देव मोरे पद छाया गुरुदेव कर दया देव मोरे पद छाया तू आपदे लईनु शरणा एबे जाशु शुक्री भुवना आहा प्रभु कर दया देह मोरे पद छाया गुरुदेव कर दया देह मोरे पद छाया वापदे लईनु शरणा एबे जाशु शुक्री भुवना श्रीला गुरुदेव पतित पावना जय गुरुदेवा जय गुरुदेवा गुरुदेवा जय गुरुदेवा श्रीला नारायण गोस्वामी जय गुरुदेवा श्रीला नारायण गोस्वामी जय गुरुदेवा श्रीला वामन गोस्वामी जय गुरुदेवा श्रीला वामन गोस्वामी जय गुरुदेवा जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद गुरु परंपरा परंपरा गुरु परंपरा गुरुदेव 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 श्रीला नारायण गोस्वामी जय गुरुदेव श्रीला नारायण गोस्वामी जय गुरुदेव श्रीला गुरुदेव की
Does someone want to do a quick Jaidwani before we close? Can someone do it? Ashram Maharaj, Badar Prabhu, whoever's there, whoever feels inspired. Go on, Ashram Maharaj. Click the button.
Jai Shri Shri Guru Guranganda Vikagiri Hari. Shri Shri Radha Govinda Ju Ki Jai. Jai Om Vishnu Padasto Tarasata Shishima Chila Gaur Govinda Samraja Ki Jai. Jai Om Vishnu Padasto Tarasata Shishima Chila Bhakti Vedanta Narayana Samaraja Ki Jai. Nitya Leela Pavishnu Om Vishnu Padasto Tarasata Shishima Chila Bhaktanta Vamanga Samaraja Ki Jai. Nitya Leela Pavishnu Om Vishnu Padasto Tarasata Shishima Chila Bhaktanta Swami Chila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Nitya Leela Pavishnu Om Vishnu Padasto Tarasata Shishima Chila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Maharaj Ki Jai. Nitya Leela Pavishnu Om Vishnu Padasto Tarasata Shishima Chila Bhakti Rakshak Shila Gosamaraj Ki Jai. Nitya Leela Pavishnu Om Vishnu Padasto Tarasata Shishima Chila Bhakti Pramod Puri Gosamaraj Ki Jai. Nitya Leela Pavishnu Om Vishnu Padasto Tarasata Shishima Chila Bhakti Bhaiba Puri Gosamaraj Ki Jai. Nitya Leela Pavishnu Om Vishnu Padasto Tarasata Shishima Chila Bhakti Pagyan Kesha Gosamaraj Ki Jai. Nitya Leela Pavishnu Om Vishnu Padasto Shishima Chila Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati Thakur Chila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Mahabhagavad Shila Gorki Shodas Babji Maharaj Ki Jai. Sachinanda Shila Bhakti Thakur Ki Jai. Vaishnav Sabhoma Shila Jagannath Das Babji Maharaj Ki Jai. Gaudiya Vedanta Charya Shila Baldev Vidibhushan Prabhu Ki Jai. Shila Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur Ki Jai. Shri Narottam Srinivas Ramananda Prabhu Trai Ki Jai. Shila Krishna Das Kaviraj Goswami Prabhu Ki Jai. Shri Rup Sri Sanatan Bhatta Raghunath Shri Jeev Gopal Bhatta Das Raghunath Prabhu Ki Jai. Shri Srup Damdar Ramdadi Gopa Shadabrinda Ki Jai. Namachar Shri Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem Sakaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Dvaita Gadada Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai. Shri Antadweep Mayapur Samanta Dweep Gaduma Dweep Mata Dweep Kola Dweep Rita Dweep Janu Dweep Moda Duma Dweep Ruda Dweep Patmaka Shri Navik Dham Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopinath Sham Kund Radha Kund Giri Gopran Ki Jai. Shri Gopeshwar Mahadev Ki Jai. Shri Vrinda Devi Ki Jai. Shri Purnamasi Yogamaya Ki Jai. Shri Shri Jagannath Baldev Subhadra Sudha Sanchakaju Ki Jai. Shri Nrsimhadev Bhagwan Ki Jai. Bhakta Prahlad Ki Jai. Shri Harinam Sankirtan Ki Jai. Srila Gurudev Tirobhav Maha Mahotsav Ki Jai. Srila Bhaktivinoda Vamana Goswamaraj Abhibhav Maha Mahotsav Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. Samagata Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Nitai Got Premanande. Jai Srila Gurudev Ki Jai. Srila Bhaktivinoda Vamana Goswamaraj Ki Jai.